Chapter 349. Brotherly, just do it. Hu Mei sat in Li Xian's embrace, acting coquettishly. Li Xian had a round nose and big eyes, his forehead was wide, and his face was emitting a layer of greasy light. He was short and fat, and right now, one of his thick and short hands was holding Hu Mei's soft waist, while the other was on her leg. Li Xian's cultivation was rank 4 upper stage, but he rarely fought. He made a living by doing business, and was a famous and scrupulous merchant in the demonic path, with a wide network. Right now he was hugging Hu Mei, smiling. Mei, your body seems to have no bones, your skin is as delicate as jade. I haven't seen you for a few days, you have become even more beautiful. Hu Mei rolled her eyes, saying in annoyance, Brotherly, I am talking about serious matters. That black and white twin demons offended me. I am already yours, you have to uphold justice for me. Yes, Li Xian said perfunctorily, while his 10 fingers moved, roaming around Hu Mei's body. Hu Mei let out 2 soft gasps, her face blushing red. Together with her big watery eyes, it was extremely alluring. But her heart was clear as ice. She tried to persuade a few more times, but Li Xian only grunted and did not agree, instead taking advantage of her. Hu Mei pushed Li Xian away, standing on the ground with an aggrieved expression. Brotherly, you have to give me a definite answer. I am begging you like this, don't you have pity on me? Oh, my sweetheart, my little treasure. It is not that Brotherly doesn't want to do it, but that black and white twin demons are too troublesome. They are 2 middle-rank Gu masters while I, Brotherly, am alone. Li Xian spread his arms, showing a helpless expression. Hu Mei snorted, all right. Then I will lower my standards, and only ask to deal with that little beast king. This Fangjing is the most hateful. That Bai Ningbing. Brotherly can ignore him for now. Is that so? Li Xian hesitated. Brotherly. Hu Mei saw that there was hope, and threw herself into Li Xian's embrace, breathing into his ears. Li Xian immediately felt a ball of lust rising in his lower abdomen. His eyes became blurry. All right, Mei, since you asked for it, then Brotherly will help you vent your anger. But, he changed the topic slightly. In a day or two, the 3 kings' inheritance will reopen. They couldn't afford to make any mistakes at this critical juncture. After the 3 kings' inheritance, Brotherly will come and teach that little beast king a lesson. What do you think? The 3 kings' inheritance was about to open. Everyone was watching. Hu Mei curled her lips. She did not say much to Li Xian's evasions. After the 2 of them were intimate for a while, Hu Mei bade farewell. Li Xian tried his best to persuade him to stay. However, Hu Mei's attitude was firm. In the end, Li Xian could only send her out of the cave. He stood at the entrance of the cave and stared at Hu Mei's back as she gradually disappeared into the forest. Humph, this little demoness. Li Xian returned to his cave residence, and the lecherous expression on his face disappeared. A cautious and gloomy look appeared on his face. You want to sow discord and use me as a spear to deal with Little Beast King? This little demoness really thinks she has great success in her enchantment path. Ridiculous. Li Xian's smile was very cold. I naturally have a way to deal with black and white demons. But when have I, Li Xian, done any unprofitable business? This little beast King Fangjing is not simple. He looks boorish and rude, but his thoughts are meticulous. Before the 3 kings' inheritance opens, he challenged 3 demonic Gu masters. This is definitely a plan he had planned for a long time. Gu masters came from all over the world and gathered at Sancha Mountain. What was the reason? Wasn't it for the 3 kings' inheritance? Fang Yuan's arrogance did not bring him any trouble. These days only he was finding trouble with others. Why? This was because everyone was staring at the inheritance of the 3 kings. They were all secretly preparing and working hard. Who would want to fight with this madman Little Beast King at this crucial moment, and miss such a good opportunity? No one. This Little Beast King is making use of people's mentality and is fearless, establishing his reputation. 2 days later, the 3 kings' inheritance will open. Who would want to waste their effort to stop him from entering? Li Xian shook his head, already seeing the future. Ever since Fang Yuan killed Xue Sanxi, even he was afraid of Little Beast King. Previously, when Fang Yuan defeated Tyrant Hung Mei and Fei Li, Li Xian did not pay attention to it. But after Feng Yuan broke the agreement and killed Sky Tiger, Li Xian realized how troublesome Feng Yuan was. Why? Righteous path selection usually divided talents into 4 classes. First class were those with talent and virtue. Those with talent and moral character were the highest class, able to take charge of an area. Second class were those with virtue but no talent. Although they had no talent, they had moral character. Filial piety meant they would listen to their parents. Loyalty meant they would listen to their leader. Integrity meant they would not break the agreement. Using them would make people feel at ease, at least there would not be any big mistakes. Moreover, many talents were gained through experience. Third class were those with talent but no virtue. Although they had talent, they did not have moral character. If they had talent, they could be qualified for the position, but the higher-ups would not feel at ease using them, afraid of being betrayed one day. Fourth class were those with no talent and no virtue. No talent and no virtue. If they had no value, they would not feel at ease using them. In the demonic path, what was the most troublesome demonic path person? Fourth class were those with no talent and virtue. You had no talent, but you had to pay attention to virtue and live in ideals. Often, you would destroy yourself before anyone could destroy you. Third class were those with no talent and virtue. Although they had no talent, they did not have moral character either. At least they could do some lowly things to make a living. Second class were those with talent and virtue. With talent, they would be able to make a living. But at the same time, they still had moral character, filial piety, respect, loyalty, and other ropes that bound them. In the demonic path where everyone was deceiving each other, this kind of person was destined not to prosper. And the first class were those with talent but no virtue. Feng Yuan was such a person. He had talent, he was simply overflowing with talent. His aptitude was outstanding, not everyone had an A-grade aptitude. Secondly, he had battle talent and could fight above his rank. Tyrant Hung Mei, Fei Li and Xue Sanxi all had higher cultivation than him, but they all died tragically in his hands. This was enough to explain everything. Afterwards, he also had the ability to manage. In Shangclan City, he was doing very well. In just a few years, he had built up such a powerful set of goo worms. If such a person with such outstanding talent had moral character, Li Xian would not find it hard to deal with him. But Feng Yuan was a person without moral character. When he faced Hu Mei Er, he left her in the lurch and did not care about her beauty. He was rude and unreasonable, killing people at the slightest provocation. It could be said that he had no regard for life. He killed Tyrant Hung Mei and the other two, turning his opponents into meat paste every time. It could be seen that he had a cruel and ruthless nature. He even lied to Xue Sanxi and broke the contract in front of everyone. Feeling proud of himself. This was even more terrifying. This showed that he acted without any scruples. He had no bottom line. He could easily betray others without a trace of guilt in his heart. Li Xian deeply understood. For a person like Little Beast King, if he was placed in the righteous path, in a peaceful and stable environment, he would definitely be ostracized, suppressed, banished, and imprisoned by the people around him. But if he was placed in the unstable demonic path with cruel competition, he would be like a ferocious tiger entering a mountain, a flood dragon entering the sea. As long as his luck was not too bad, he would definitely have great accomplishments. If I had discovered such a person in advance, I would have definitely suppressed and killed him. But now it is too late, too late. Li Xian sighed deeply in his heart. Feng Yuan had already grown up and had a companion helping him. Although Li Xian had rank 4 upper stage cultivation, he was skilled in doing business and not in fighting. Of course, there were always capable people. On Sancha Mountain, there were also people who could kill Feng Yuan. They were Kong Ri Tian, Long Qing Tian, and the other rank 5 Gu masters. But how could Li Xian command such peak-level characters? Moreover, these 4 people were in a subtle state of checks and balances. No one dared to act rashly. They were all staring at the 3 kings' inheritance. How could they put their thoughts elsewhere? This little demoness has bad intentions. She actually wants to instigate me, Li Xian. How is it possible to become enemies with such a troublesome demonic path character? Not only will I not offend him, I will instead establish a good cooperative relationship with him. Demonic path people prioritize benefits above all else. However, Little Beast King killed Xue Sanxi and also offended a character. Sky Tiger has a godfather, Century Boy, who is rank 4 upper stage. These days, Century Boy has been in closed cultivation refining goo. He will definitely appear when the inheritance opens. At that time, he is likely to find trouble with the black and white twin demons. I will secretly befriend Little Beast King, but on the surface I will watch from the sidelines. I will quietly watch the fight between Century Boy and the black and white twin demons, then observe the result and wait for an opportunity to act. Regardless of the result, Li Xian would not suffer much loss. This was Li Xian, a great and scrupulous merchant of the demonic path. He was most proficient at taking advantage. Swish swish swish. Bright golden primeval essence waves, under Fang Yuan's control, washed the four walls of the aperture. Even on Sancha Mountain, he had always been diligently cultivating. His actual cultivation was only rank 4 initial stage. It was originally light gold primeval essence, but with Nine Eyes Liquorworm's refinement, the primeval essence's quality rose by a small realm, becoming bright gold primeval essence. Bright gold primeval essence was a huge help to him in battle. This was also one of the important reasons why he could consecutively defeat 3 rank 4 middle stage experts. These days I have made a name for myself. There are definitely many people who are afraid of me, hate me, and are wary of me. But what does that matter? I am walking the demonic path, this is how it should be. Moreover, this is not Earth and individual strength is above an organization. The environment was different, the rules of the game were different. If it was on Earth, even if one walked the demonic path, they would still have to consider their moral character. Because on Earth, the difference in individual strength was not big. Only by gathering the masses could the people of the Devil Dao achieve great ambitions. In another 2 days, it will be the opening of the 3 Kings' inheritance. No one will find trouble with me. I should make use of this time to refine charging crash goo. Chapter 350. Back then, when Fang Yuan chose horizontal charge goo and vertical crash goo as his movement goo, he had considered the situation when he was a rank 4 goo. Horizontal charge goo and vertical crash goo, they were the 2 main materials to refine charging crash goo. Using these 2 rank 3 goo as the main body, along with the Goo Master's primeval essence and some supplementary materials, he could refine charging crash goo. The process of refining charging crash goo was not difficult. Fang Yuan had made ample preparations, and with his own recipe, the success rate was very high. 2 days later, Fang Yuan succeeded in the refinement and obtained a brand new charging crash goo. Horizontal charge goo and vertical crash goo's charging distance was only 100 steps. The charging crash goo, however, increased this charging distance to 200 steps. At the same time, the time between activations was reduced to half. However, the expenditure of primeval essence had increased. Of course, this small disadvantage was nothing to Fang Yuan, who had 9 Eyes Liquorworm and Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. Looking at it, I already have 6 rank 4 goo in my hands. They are Bitter Strength goo, Charging Crash goo, Yang goo of Yin Yang Rotation goo, 9 Eyes Liquorworm, Expend Strength goo, and Blood Skull goo. The other All-Out Effort goo, Strength Chi goo, Golden Shield goo, and so on are all rank 3 goo. They are gradually not meeting my requirements. Most of the goo worms in Fang Yuan's hands were still rank 3. Fang Yuan was now rank 4 initial stage, and had middle stage bright gold primeval essence, thus these goo worms were gradually becoming unsuitable. Of course, it did not mean the higher the rank the better. Take Bone Flesh Unity goo for example. It was only rank 3, but with such a rank, many goo masters could use it. This highlighted its value even more. But overall, goo worms and goo masters needed to coordinate their ranks, and it was best if they were the same to be able to use them easily. Fang Yuan calculated. There were many goo worms he needed to raise. The first was All-Out Effort goo. The All-Out Effort goo he had was only rank 3. It could only activate rank 3 Beast Phantoms. To raise its rank, he needed to obtain Undefeated 100 Battles goo from the 3 Kings' inheritance. Let's put this aside for now. Strength Chi goo was also rank 3, but Fang Yuan did not have the relevant recipe. He couldn't advance to the next step. Fang Yuan planned to refine the rank 3 Golden Shield goo to rank 4, and turn it into Golden Bell Shield goo. The rank 3 Tusita flower used to store it could be upgraded to rank 4 Tusita Lantern goo. Self-Reliance goo was also rank 3, but he had already reached the peak. There was no related secret formula to improve it further. However, although it was rank 3, as long as Fang Yuan exerted his strength, its healing effect could rival that of a rank 4 healing goo. Similar to self-reliance goo, there was also bone-flesh unity goo. The supplementary breath concealment goo was also rank 3. Although he could improve it further, Fang Yuan decided to put it aside. At the moment he didn't need to conceal himself. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was also rank 3. In Fang Yuan's hands, he already had the refinement recipe for the 4th revolution, Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus. However, he needed to obtain several spirit springs before he could fuse them. This was a huge project. Fang Yuan could only put it aside for now. Like this all-out effort goo, Golden Shield goo, Tusita Flower, Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. Fang Yuan only needed to refine these 4 goo. However, that was not the case. Fang Yuan had once used Iron Bone goo, Steel Tendon goo and Copper Skin goo to modify his body. These goo were all rank 3 goo. The current defense was barely effective in a battle between rank 4 goo masters. Also, the 8 beast phantoms on Fang Yuan's body did not originate from rank 4 strength goo. Thus, these things needed Fang Yuan to upgrade. The 8 beast phantoms on my body are all ordinary wild beasts. Only by replacing them with Biao strength phantoms, skeleton strength phantoms and so on can I display the strongest battle strength of rank 4 goo masters. Fang Yuan was very interested in the Biao strength goo in Shui Sanxi's aperture. But Shui Sanxi was turned into a pile of minced meat by him, and her goo worms were also destroyed. Fang Yuan's fighting style was too ferocious. He would turn his enemies into meat paste at the slightest provocation. Although this was a characteristic of strength path goo masters, this method was too violent, and after a battle it was hard to preserve any goo worms. Fang Yuan defeated 3 rank 4 demonic goo masters in a row, but only obtained 1 expend strength goo. And this expend strength goo was contributed by Fei Li after he surrendered. But to obtain goo worms, goo masters usually traded with each other, nurtured and captured, or fused and refined them. Very few goo masters could obtain goo worms from the spoils of war. One reason was that goo masters' methods were secretive and dangerous. Once a battle broke out, both sides would attack with full strength, and for their own safety they would not hold back. This way the goo worms would also be destroyed. Secondly, it was very easy for goo masters to destroy their own goo worms. With just a thought, they could make their goo worms self-destruct. To raise all these, there is still a long way to go. Fang Yuan sighed, walking out of the cave. Bai Ningbing was already standing at the entrance, looking at the peak, waiting for him. Fang Yuan followed her gaze and also looked up. He saw that on the 3 highest peaks of Sancha Mountain, there was a huge pillar of light that soared into the sky, piercing through the clouds. It was grand and majestic, supporting heaven and earth. 3 kings' inheritance opened. Relying on this inheritance, my set of strength path goo worms will be greatly perfected. Fang Yuan's gaze was burning, but he did not restrain himself. Although his battle strength was outstanding, it was not his turn yet. Whoosh 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 whoosh. 4 silhouettes shot up from the north, south, east and west respectively. They stopped in midair and confronted each other. Rank 4 peak stage aura was emitted without concealment. The one on the east side was Poison Path Goo Master Longqing Tian. He had long black hair, pale skin, and a pair of green pupils shone with eerie light, like 2 balls of cold flames. The one on the west side was Righteous Path Wu Clan's elder Wu Shantong. His name was mighty and domineering, but his body was thin like a sickly scholar. His face was pale, and he coughed from time to time, as if he could not endure the mountain winds. The one on the south side was Demonic Path Expert Kong Ri Tian. He wore a flowery robe. He stood in the air, his lips curled into a smile, as pink butterflies danced around him. The one on the north side. It was Yi Clan's elder Yi Chong. His whole body was covered in blue fish scales, forming into a suit of armor. His nose was protruding, his eyes were twice the size of a normal person's, and he had a head of fiery red messy hair. His whole body was covered in layers of muscles and his body was short but his physique was extremely majestic. On his back, there was a huge triangular fin, like the black fin on a shark's back. These 4 were currently the strongest Goo Masters on Sancha Mountain. They had rank 4 peak stage cultivation. They were only a step away from rank 5. If they could advance to rank 5, they would be the monarch of the mortal world, ruling over one place and spreading their might everywhere. Their aura shrouded all directions. These 4 people, they had been facing off on Sancha Mountain for several months. During this period they had also fought many times. But no one could do anything to the other, forming a chaotic battle. The righteous paths Wu Shantong and Yichong looked peaceful on the surface, but they were not united in private. And Kong Ritian and Long Qing Tian would occasionally cooperate when the situation was bad. The 4 of them occupied the highest cave on Sancha Mountain, and were the Gu masters closest to the inheritance entrance. The appearance of these 4 attracted the attention of all the Gu masters on the mountain. The inheritance was right in front of them. No matter who it was, they had to restrain their desire to attack. After a moment of stalemate, Kong Ritian chose King Bao inheritance, Long Qing Tian chose King Xian inheritance, and Wu Shantong chose King Quan inheritance. The 3 inheritances were not interconnected, but there were 4 rank 4 peak stage Gu masters. Only Yichong was left. After some hesitation, he finally chose King Bao inheritance. This way, King Bao inheritance has Kong Ritian and Yichong, 2 experts. Long Qing Tian chose King Xian inheritance. We lost to him last time, we need to avoid it. Wu Shantong is an enslavement path Gu master. It is said that King Quan inheritance has already been opened to the middle stage by him. In this inheritance he is like a fish in water, and can display extraordinary battle strength. If we choose King Quan inheritance, we will only be able to drink his leftovers. While everyone was discussing, a group of Gu masters reached the peak. They were all rank 4 upper stage Gu masters. Some had strange appearances, some had fierce expressions, some had dignified appearances, and some were gloomy and cold. Among them was a boy wearing black clothes. Before leaving, he looked down the mountain and gave a deep glance at Fang Yuan. Century boy. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes, emitting a dangerous aura. Century boy was also a strength path Gu master. Xue Sanxi recognized him as her godfather, and could be said to be Flying Sky Tiger's backer. Fang Yuan killed Xue Sanxi and offended Century boy. However, with the 3 kings' inheritance around the corner, Century boy did not have the mood to settle the score with Fang Yuan. But once the inheritance closes, he will definitely find Fang Yuan to denounce him. Fang Yuan was not afraid of this. Instead, he was secretly looking forward to it. With his current battle strength, he was almost invincible among rank 4 initial stage, and could even defeat ordinary middle stage Gu masters. But rank 4 upper stage they were evenly matched. Rank 4 peak stage they were hard to defeat. But people like Kong Ritian would have to pay a disastrous price if they wanted to eliminate a person like Fang Yuan. When a Gu master's cultivation reached the later stages, the difference of 1 rank would become larger, and it would become increasingly difficult to challenge someone of a higher rank. Not to mention challenging a rank higher rank. Even someone like Fang Yuan, who had rich battle experience and an outstanding set of strength path Gu worms, could only cross 1 rank and kill a middle stage Gu master. Of course, if I can upgrade all my Gu worms to rank 4, I will definitely have the ability to defeat a higher stage Gu master. I might even be evenly matched with a rank 4 peak stage Gu master. 3 kings inheritance, here I come. Immediately, Fang Yuan activated charging Crash Gu and charged towards the mountain peak. Rank 4 upper stage Gu masters had all entered the inheritance. The 3 inheritance light pillars that were the entrances had already shrunk by a lot. On Sancha Mountain, a group of rank 4 middle stage Gu masters were about to enter. Suddenly they saw Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing rushing over. Their expressions changed and they opened up a path at the same time. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing entered King Quan inheritance together. Chapter 351. The moment he entered the light pillar, Fang Yuan felt an intense sense of weightlessness. When his field of vision stabilized, he discovered that he was already standing in the middle of an empty wilderness. Looking around, he could only see that the sky was gray and hazy. On the ground, grayish-white rocks formed small mounds that looked like tombs. The gray ground was not fertile, it was dry and hard, with sparse brown grass growing on it. The white of the sky, the gray of the ground, and the yellow of the withered grass formed the 3 primary colors of this world. Other than that, there seemed to be no other colors. There was only silence, or more accurately deathly silence. There was no wind, no rustling of leaves, no cries of birds or roars of beasts. It made one feel as if they were the only living being left in the entire world. Invisibly, loneliness, bewilderment, and even fear would spread in their hearts. Although he entered the inheritance at the same time as Bai Ningbing, Feng Yuan was alone at this place. But Feng Yuan was calm and collected. This is King Quan's inheritance. He looked around and muttered softly to himself. There was a huge difference between the three kings' inheritance and the inheritances of ordinary rank 5 Gu masters. Ordinary rank 5 inheritances, be it in Central Continent, Southern Border, Northern Plains, Eastern Sea or Western Desert, they were all in the Great Worlds. The three kings' inheritance location, however, was a Gu immortal blessed land. In the past, when the three kings were in trouble, they unintentionally found an inheritance left behind by an ancient Gu immortal, and rose to power. The three kings were all geniuses, but they failed to advance to rank 6, and before dying, they set up their inheritances in this Gu immortal blessed land. Thus Feng Yuan was not in a great world now. It was a Gu immortal blessed land. A small world that was attached to a great world. Every world had its own set of rules and laws. After entering a world, one had to follow the corresponding rules. Although Bai Ningbing entered the inheritance with me, she must have been sent to another place by this small world. But it is not important. As long as she and I can get through each round, we will meet again. Feng Yuan knew this was the unique spatial law of a small world. At the same time, the time laws were different. The flow of time here is about 3 times that of the outside world. In the center of Feng Yuan's aperture, the spring-autumn cicada, which had been in a deep slumber, had already woken up, and was recovering at a speed 3 times faster than the outside world. The spring-autumn cicada used the water in the river of time as nourishment. In this small world, the flow of the river of time was 3 times faster than the outside world. Therefore, it was of great help to the spring-autumn cicada's recovery. However, this was not good news for Feng Yuan. The pressure of spring-autumn cicada at its peak was definitely not something a rank 4 aperture could withstand. King Quan's inheritance was an opportunity for Feng Yuan. But at the same time, it was also a land of death. One day here is 3 days in the outside world. We need to act as soon as possible to save as much time as possible. Feng Yuan suddenly felt a sense of urgency. Thankfully, he had his previous life's memories. He was not unfamiliar with this rank 5 Gu Master King Quan inheritance. If I'm not wrong, there should be a dog-type wild beast nearby. Feng Yuan took a step forward, constantly moving as he looked around, searching for something. Woof woof woof. Suddenly a sound was heard. A thin and weak wild dog with eyes shining with a pale green light ran towards Feng Yuan. This wild dog was so thin it was only skin and bones, its mouth full of yellow teeth only reaching Feng Yuan's calf. It was very fierce, obviously starving. Smelling the smell of human flesh on Feng Yuan's body, it pounced towards him without a care. Feng Yuan frowned slightly. This wild dog was very ordinary. Encountering it in the first round, it seems his luck today was not good. He quietly stood on the spot, letting the wild dog charge towards him. In the current environment, Feng Yuan could not use the other Gu worms on him. He could only use the rank 1 dog enslavement Gu. This was also the restriction of this small world's laws. King Quan modified the Gu immortal blessed land, making it so that Gu masters could only bring 1 rank 1 dog enslavement Gu into his inheritance. At the same time, other Gu worms could not be used freely. Of course, spring-autumn cicada was an exception. Spring-autumn cicada was a rank 6 Gu. When a Gu worm reaches rank 6, be it a great world or a small world, there was only one. Spring-autumn cicada was no longer a mortal object. It was an immortal Gu. Even in the blessed land, he could control and use it as he pleased. Not only King Quan inheritance, King Xian inheritance and King Bao inheritance are the same. When Gu masters first enter the inheritance, they can only use rank 1 dog enslavement Gu, paper crane Gu and exploding egg Gu. Seeing the wild dog charging towards him, Feng Yuan activated the dog enslavement Gu in his aperture. This dog enslavement Gu looked like a jade stone, only the size of a thumb. The jade stone looked like a dog's head. Feng Yuan only used a drop of bright gold primeval essence to activate this dog enslavement Gu. The dog enslavement Gu turned into a bright jade light, shooting out and turning from solid to phantom. Following that, with lightning speed, it shot into Wild Dog's body. The wild dog whimpered as if it was struck by lightning, immediately falling down. Because of its inertia, it rolled along the ground, all the way to Feng Yuan's feet. After being still for a while, the wild dog suddenly stood up. But this time it did not bare its canine teeth at Feng Yuan, instead obediently lying on the ground, sticking out its tongue and wagging its tail at Feng Yuan. "Get up!" Feng Yuan willed. The wild dog obediently stood up. Its fur was soft and dull, but there were no injuries. The dog enslavement goo directly entered its soul, and did not cause any damage to the wild dog's body. Its forelimbs were on the ground, and its head only reached the middle of Feng Yuan's calf. Feng Yuan observed it carefully and shook his head. This was an ordinary wild dog, with worrisome battle strength. But precisely so, it allowed Feng Yuan to easily use the dog enslavement goo on it. No matter what, I need to rely on it to get through the second round. Just as Feng Yuan was thinking, a heavenly power descended, wrapping around his body. At once Feng Yuan could not move. In front of him a jade light flashed, and a second dog enslavement goo appeared. Feng Yuan knew this was the inheritance's reward for him, and the key to the second round, so he quickly refined it. This dog enslavement goo was also rank 1 and was easy to refine. When Feng Yuan refined this goo, and kept it in his aperture with a swoosh, he disappeared on the spot, teleported by the heavenly power to another place. This was still the wilderness with a gray sky and brown grass. Feng Yuan stood on a low mound, and around the mound were 3 stray dogs. They were also as thin as a stick. 2 of them were looking for food in the grass with their heads lowered. As for the third one, it seemed to be a little old and simply lay on the ground without moving. Feng Yuan's sudden appearance caused these 3 dogs to go crazy. They started to run like they were electrocuted, charging towards Feng Yuan from 3 different directions. The first wild dog that Feng Yuan controlled had its ferocious nature stimulated. Under Feng Yuan's command, it spread out its 4 paws, pouncing towards one direction. But it could only block one dog, and soon the second one reached Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan used the same trick, using the second dog enslavement goo to tame it. The third dog also pounced, but Feng Yuan was multitasking, commanding the 2 dogs to fight at the same time. If it was an ordinary goo master who was not familiar with dog enslavement, they would not be able to handle 2 battles and would lose focus. But Feng Yuan was not nervous, he was at ease. He had 500 years of memories, he was experienced, and had commanded many beast groups in battles, especially the Bladewing Bloodbats in the Blood Sea inheritance. In this life, for the sake of Sancha Mountain inheritance, he had trained in Shangclan City for several months, learning how to control dog enslavement. The battle progressed in the direction Feng Yuan expected. But Feng Yuan frowned. The first wild dog's condition is not good. If we fight like this, even if I win, there will only be 1 wild dog left. Thinking of this, he started to command the 2 wild dogs, fighting while retreating. Eventually, Feng Yuan successfully merged the 2 groups into one. This immediately increased the pressure on Feng Yuan's command. But at the same time, he established a huge advantage. The 2 wild dogs in Feng Yuan's hands had precise and ingenious coordination, but their enemies were fighting for themselves. Not long later, this intense battle ended. The corpses of 2 wild dogs were lying on the ground, their blood flowing everywhere. The 2 wild dogs under Feng Yuan's control stood on the ground, their bodies full of injuries. The first one from before had more serious injuries. The second one was in better shape. The moment the battle ended, the power of heaven and earth descended again, wrapping around Feng Yuan and the 2 ordinary wild dogs in his hands. His vision suddenly changed. The weightlessness once again assaulted Feng Yuan's body. Entered the third round. Feng Yuan started to observe his surroundings. This time, he was also standing on the top of the mound, but was surrounded by 6 stray dogs. 6. Feng Yuan's gaze focused, feeling the slight pressure. He only had 2 wild dogs in his hands. The enemy's military strength was 3 times that of his own. At the same time, his 2 wild dogs were also injured. Without giving him any time to think, the moment the 6 wild dogs discovered him, they started to salivate and charged at him. Feng Yuan's eyes suddenly brightened. He saw a pit and quickly jumped. He jumped in, his back against the thick rock wall, lining up the 2 wild dogs in front of him. The 6 wild dogs madly charged at him, pulling away from each other. The 2 healthy wild dogs were the first to charge up the mound, while the remaining 4 were injured and left behind. Seeing this, Feng Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 352. Woof woof woof. Fierce barking sounds rang out one after another. Dozens of wild dogs fought. One side had the advantage in numbers, but their formation was loose. The other side had fewer numbers, but their formation was tight. At the same time, the wild dogs had cover, retreat, assault and other tactics. Feng Yuan stood on a hill not far away, looking down at the whole battlefield as he commanded attentively. This was already his 10th round of battle in King Quan inheritance. Relying on his rich experience and understanding of King Quan's inheritance, he sprinted all the way without any danger. The battle continued for the time it took to brew a cup of tea before it ended. On the whole battlefield, there were still 18 wild dogs left standing. All of them were accumulated by Feng Yuan through painstaking efforts. Feng Yuan lightly let out a breath of turbid air, feeling slightly tired in his mind. Every 10 rounds in King Quan inheritance is a challenge. The difficulty will increase by several times. This time, I used 27 wild dogs and sacrificed 9 to resist the attacks of close to 60 wild dogs before I passed this round. In all fairness, there were still some small thrills in the process. The 3 kings are demonic Gu masters, and demonic inheritances have always been cruel, upholding the cold competition of survival of the fittest. This round is enough to get rid of most of those who want to sneak in. On Sancha Mountain, there were countless righteous Gu masters and demonic Gu masters. Every time the 3 kings' inheritance opened, large numbers of Gu masters would rush in to try their luck. But the 3 kings' inheritance, no matter which path it was extremely strict. To choose the most suitable inheritor, the 3 kings set up extremely difficult rounds. Among the 3 kings, King Quan was an enslavement path Gu master, King Xian was a refinement path Gu master, and King Bao was a fire path Gu master. The inheritors they chose naturally had to be from these paths. The first 10 rounds difficulty was enough to ruthlessly eliminate most of the side path Gu masters. From the 30th round onwards, there would be no side path Gu masters. From the 50th round onwards, only the elites and geniuses of this path would remain. From the 70th round onwards, only experts with deep foundations would remain. Those who could reach the 90th round were few in number. They could be counted with 10 fingers. Especially the last 10 rounds from 90 to 100, the difficulty was extremely high, like a heavenly moat. Even a monster like Feng Yuan would not be able to pass it. In his previous life, the 3 kings' inheritance lasted for close to 10 years. It swept up countless people, the devil Dao, the righteous Dao, heroes and ambitious people. It had not even been a year since the 3 kings' legacy had appeared. It was the early stages. Most people could only reach a dozen or so levels at most, and that was already very impressive. At the middle stage, people would rush to the 50th checkpoint and find it hard to continue. They could only exchange their experiences and conclude many rules. Towards the end, most people would hover around the 70th to 80th checkpoint. Only a very small number of people fought around the 90th round. These people were mostly rank 5 Gu masters. Their every action would attract everyone's attention. And when it ended, many mysterious rank 6 Gu immortals even appeared. Feng Yuan remembered most of it very clearly. Of course, there were some areas that were vague, but they were minor details. He had a deep understanding of the 3 kings' legacy. He knew that with his own strength, no matter which inheritance it was, he would definitely not be able to pass the 90th round. After the 90th round, only rank 5 Gu masters had hope of passing the rounds. Feng Yuan knew that it would be difficult for him to cultivate to the 5th rank. 10 years was definitely not enough. This was not only because the higher the Gu master, the harder it was to cultivate. It was also because of the spring-autumn cicada. In this Gu immortal blessed land, time flowed faster, and the spring-autumn cicada healed even faster. To him, this was a huge potential threat. The heavenly power descended once again, and Feng Yuan's vision flashed. When he looked again, he found that he had been teleported to an unfamiliar place. Different from the clear vision of the first 10 rounds, right now, his vision was filled with dense gray fog, and he could not distinguish north from south. Other than the rank 6 spring-autumn cicada, all other goo worms could not be activated. 19 wild dogs were surrounding him, but right now even the dog enslavement goo only had a faint connection. But Feng Yuan was not panicking. He knew that from the 10th round onwards, the inheritance would give every challenger the right to choose. He quietly stood on the spot and quickly distinguished. On his left, in the depths of the fog, there was an orange-yellow light, as if someone was holding a lantern. At the same time there was a relatively loud dog bark. And right in front of him there was a black figure, faintly discernible, seemingly near yet far. On his right, in the depths of the gray fog, there was a ball of blue lightning flickering. The orange-yellow light represents the Chrysanthemum Akita dog. This type of dog is more loyal and united than the ordinary wild dogs I have, and is easier to control, able to coordinate their battle tactics. The blue lightning should be the lightning symbol dog. This type of dog's running speed is twice that of an ordinary wild dog. And the black figure represents the next opponent, another goo master. Feng Yuan pondered. These were the hints given to him by King Quan inheritance. Those who enter for the first time would definitely be blinded, and could only try to pass the rounds, and not choose the most advantageous option for themselves. But Feng Yuan was well aware. Whether it was the Chrysanthemum Akita dog, lightning symbol dog or goo master, they were all challenges and also opportunities. Feng Yuan only thought for a moment, before giving up on the left and right, and walking straight ahead. The further he walked, the thinner the gray fog became, and his vision became clearer. At the same time, his control over his 19-dog enslavement goo became stronger, and the gray fog on the left and right became thicker. Han Bulu stood there without moving, quietly looking at the person walking out of the fog. Han Bulu was already 48 years old, a righteous goo master with rank 4 middle stage cultivation, and had entered King Quan inheritance many times. Thus, he had a good understanding of King Quan inheritance. Right now, seeing Feng Yuan's figure slowly walking towards him from the gray fog, he immediately knew this was his opponent. But he was not flustered. He was an enslavement path goo master, and was like a fish in water in King Quan inheritance. In this special environment, the goo master's previous accumulation did not count. He could only use the goo given in the inheritance to fight. The difference in cultivation also shrunk rapidly. This person is really unlucky to actually meet me. I need to take down this person with the smallest losses. Then I will charge towards the 22nd round. Han Buliu was very confident in himself. Last time he made it to the 21st stage. Last time he charged to the 21st round. This result was already among the best in his circle. It even surpassed many rank 4 upper stage and peak stage goo masters. Feng Yuan stepped out of the fog, his gaze dark and his expression calm as water. Han Buliu's pupils constricted, and he couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. It's Little Beast King. His heart tightened and he panicked. Although Feng Yuan had just arrived at Sancha Mountain, he had killed 3 middle stage goo masters with initial stage cultivation. His fierce name had spread far and wide, and his might was awe-inspiring. Han Bulu was also a middle stage goo master, but he knew his own limits, and knew his battle strength could not compare to Sky Tiger and the others. But soon Han Bulu reacted. This is not the outside world, it is a goo immortal blessed land. In this round both sides can only use dog enslavement goo. He cannot use Little Beast King's set of goo worms. He walks the strength path. How can he have attainments in the enslavement path at such a young age? Han Bulu's eyes shone with ecstasy and greed. He roared in his heart, "Ahahaha, this is a heaven-sent opportunity. If I kill Little Beast King, my name will spread far and wide. If I snatch his goo worms, I can sell them for countless yuan stone." Wild dogs charge. Righteous path inheritances were gentle, and did not usually result in death. Sometimes even if one failed, one could still gain something. But King Quan inheritance was a demonic path inheritance. Here one could kill. Death was also a common occurrence. Most importantly, in this goo immortal blessed land, goo masters could not use their own goo worms. This meant that if goo masters died, they could not use their thoughts to detonate their goo worms. Sancha Mountain's goo masters had already discovered this point during the battle. This caused the number of goo masters who died to increase sharply. In the outside world, goo masters would detonate their goo worms before dying, not leaving anything for the enemy. The gains from the battle were very little. But here, when goo masters died, their goo worms would be left behind. This was enticing people to commit crimes. If Han Bulu killed Feng Yuan, almost all of Feng Yuan's goo worms would be left behind. This huge battle loot caused Han Bulu's killing intent to soar. Under his command, 11 wild dogs pounced towards Feng Yuan. Woof woof woof. They let out savage barks together, their aura surging like a rainbow. Feng Yuan's expression did not change. When these wild dogs reached him, he casually waved his hand. He lightly waved his hand and 19 wild dogs suddenly rushed out from the fog behind him. 19. Han Bulu was extremely shocked, his eyeballs almost popping out. How can there be so many? He was filled with doubts. He himself was an enslavement path goo master, and was very experienced in commanding wild dogs. He tried his best and passed the 10th round, leaving behind 11 wild dogs. But Little Beast King was a strength path goo master. How could he have 19? He had 8 more than Han Bulu. What kind of enslavement path attainment was this? No, this is impossible. This is definitely just his dog shit luck. Otherwise, how could there be so many wild dogs left behind? The real battle was about to begin. I will show you the art of commanding an enslavement path goo master. Han Bulu calmed his mind and was soon filled with fighting spirit. In his opinion, Little Beast King was so young. No matter how much of a genius he was, he could not advance in both strength path and enslavement path at the same time. There is a flaw. Feng Yuan had been observing his opponent. Seeing the change in Han Bulu's expression, he immediately grasped this fleeting opportunity and decisively mobilized the strongest wild dogs to form a charging arrow. The next moment, this arrow fiercely broke through the enemy's formation. Not good. Han Bulu's heart was filled with alarm, and he quickly mobilized the wild dogs. But how could Feng Yuan give him the chance? The remaining wild dogs formed 2 graceful arcs and flanked from the left and right, instantly seizing control of the situation. Chapter 353. This was an intense battle. Han Bulu resisted with all his might, trying to turn the situation around. But Feng Yuan saw through his plans every time, breaking through his battle tactics, suppressing his every resistance. Every time he tried, he returned empty-handed. An hour later, there were only 8 wild dogs left, all belonging to Feng Yuan. Han Bulu's face was pale, his face full of sweat, his head spinning as he stood on the spot. Plop. He suddenly knelt on the ground, pleading loudly to Feng Yuan. Little beast human Wangda, I beg you to spare my life. I'll do anything for you to repay your kindness. You are a genius, a monstrous genius. I fought with you because I had no choice but to do so. Your attainment in the enslavement path is truly admirable. Little beast human Wangda, from now on you are my master. Oh, is that so? But how do you want me to believe your sincerity? Unless you are willing to be enslaved by me. Feng Yuan smiled lightly, commanding the 8 wild dogs to surround Han Bulu. Han Bulu was flustered. Lord, in this goo immortal blessed land, goo masters cannot use their own goo worms. Moreover, I do not have enslavement goo. Then I have no choice. Feng Yuan coldly waved his hand, and the 8 wild dogs pounced. Lord Fengzheng, don't! Han Bulu jumped up, screaming in fear, trying to escape. But it was too late. The 8 wild dogs tightly surrounded him, opening their mouths and biting his body with their sharp teeth. Han Bulu screamed miserably, waving his arms like a madman, rolling on the ground. It was useless. Even if he had defenses like ice muscles, iron bones, copper skin, these were not useful in the blessed land. They were weakened to nothing. Fengzheng, even if I become a ghost, I will not let you off. Amidst the wretched curses and cries, Han Bulu's flesh was torn off by the wild dogs. His eyeballs were clawed open and blood flowed out, revealing his pale white bones. Feng Yuan watched quietly until Han Bulu died, not moving an inch. He gently waved his hand, and the 8 wild dogs immediately stopped attacking and retreated to the sides, making a path for Feng Yuan. Their bodies were stained with scarlet blood. Some were still gnawing on Han Bulu's bones, while others had Han Buliu's hair and flesh on their claws. Han Buliu's corpse was already beyond recognition. However, under Feng Yuan's conscious protection, his abdomen was still intact. Feng Yuan placed his palm on Han Bulu's abdomen, his consciousness entering his aperture. This was a standard rank 4 middle stage aperture. But because Han Buliu was already dead, his aperture was currently shrinking. Restricted by the laws of this blessed land, all of his goo worms were motionless, quietly lying in the shallow primeval sea. There were a total of 5 goo, all of them of the enslavement path, and 2 of them were rank 4. Feng Yuan browsed through them and extracted them, easily refining them and storing them in his aperture. During the whole process, he did not use the spring-autumn cicada. The laws of the blessed land did not restrict him at this moment, but instead helped him easily refine these goo. King Quan seemed to be encouraging goo masters to kill each other, showing the cruelty of the demonic path. Feng Yuan killed Han Buliu, and only had 7 wild dogs left. Just now, when Han Buliu was struggling, he killed the most heavily injured wild dog. At the edge of death, a person could often burst out with great strength. Feng Yuan looked at these 7 wild dogs, his calm gaze containing a trace of regret. Only 7 wild dogs are left, and all of them are injured. As for the following rounds, the difficulty will naturally increase by a lot. But compared to the gains, the loss of 12 wild dogs is absolutely insignificant. These wild dogs could be seen everywhere in the forest outside. To be able to use 12 wild dogs to exchange for 2 rank 4 goo and 3 rank 3 goo, this transaction was too profitable. 3 kings' inheritance. Not only are the treasures passed down, the goo masters who enter the blessed land are all moving treasures. Killing them and taking their goo worms, I can strengthen myself. The heavenly power descended. Feng Yuan sneered, his heart filled with killing intent. The fog appeared in front of him again. Feng Yuan looked around. In front of him there was a black shadow, representing the goo master enemy. On the left there was also a black shadow, but at the edge of the shadow there were protruding spikes. On the right there was an orange shadow similar to the previous one. It represented the Chrysanthema Makita dog. I only have 7 wild dogs now. My battle strength is insufficient. I cannot choose goo masters as my enemies, the risk is too high. On the left there is a hedgehog dog. Its body is covered in spikes, and its attack strength is twice that of a normal wild dog. On the right there is the Chrysanthema Makita dog. Feng Yuan's eyes turned, and he moved towards the right. Although the hedgehog dog's attack strength was strong, to pass this round, they would suffer heavy losses. The 7 wild dogs in Feng Yuan's hands were all injured. Once their organs were pierced by the spikes, they would die. Feng Yuan had experienced the hedgehog dogs were more troublesome. Without the steel armor dogs or een dogs, it was best not to encounter them. These precious experiences in the early stages of the inheritance, goo masters kept them to themselves, purposely hiding them. Most of them fell into a pit, and after suffering losses they would want others to fall into it as well. Feng Yuan moved forward, the fog in front of him getting thinner. At his feet, 7 wild dogs followed him with unsteady steps. They had followed Feng Yuan all the way here, and were all injured. Especially the battle with Han Bulu. They had expended a lot of their life force and battle strength. Dog enslavement goo after dog enslavement goo appeared in the air, landing in Feng Yuan's hands. When the fog completely disappeared, Feng Yuan had 20 dog enslavement goo, all rank 1. Dog enslavement goo were hard to retrieve. They were planted in the dog-beast soul. After the dog-beast dies, its soul dissipates, and the dog enslavement goo also vanishes. Even if the goo master brought many rank 1 dog enslavement goo before entering the inheritance, it was of no use. The heavenly power of the blessed land would take away all the dog enslavement goo from the goo master, and not return them, only leaving 1 for the goo master. After a few times the goo masters learned their lesson. A total of 50 to 60 Chrysanthema Makita dogs appeared in front of Feng Yuan. These dogs had orange fur, which was the color of oranges. Their long ears drooped down, covering their ear holes. At the same time, there were chrysanthemum patterns on their fur. Their bodies were about the same size as ordinary wild dogs, and were even slightly shorter. But Feng Yuan's expression changed. Chrysanthema Makita dogs were good at cooperating. The more they were, the stronger they were. And the location he appeared in was not good either. On flat ground there was no terrain to fight on. With just 7 wild dogs, he would be easily surrounded and devoured. In the end, Fang Yuan's outcome would not be any better than Han Bulu's. I need to get to that hill quickly. In just a breath's time, Fang Yuan saw the terrain clearly, and without hesitation he ran towards that hill. After he ran 5 steps, the Chrysanthemum Akita dogs also found him. Woo woo woo. They let out long whimpers and countless Chrysanthemum Akita dogs raised their necks, calling out to each other. At once, all the nearby Chrysanthemum Akita dogs gathered together and formed a river of attacks, charging towards Fang Yuan. Such a scene, if it was a wild dog, lightning symbol dog or hedge dog, would not happen, unless there was a dog king commanding them. But Chrysanthemum Akita dogs had a strong sense of unity. Even without a dog king commanding them, they could still charge together. This was a completely different concept from fighting one-on-one. Fang Yuan barely managed to get to the hill, but in the next second, the Chrysanthemum Akita dog group surrounded him. Fang Yuan retreated, leaning against a cliff to defend himself. The Chrysanthemum Akita dogs paused for a moment before launching a wave of attacks. Because the ground was narrow, the dog group could only send out 15 dogs each time. Fang Yuan quickly mobilized the 7 wild dogs to resist. Both sides fought intensely, as Fang Yuan used his exquisite control to resist. At the same time he waved his arm, finding an opportunity, and threw out 5 dog enslavement goo. At once he had a new group of soldiers. 5 healthy Chrysanthemum Akita dogs changed sides, joining Fang Yuan's side, causing the situation to turn around. Originally 15 against 7, now it was 10 against 12. Fang Yuan had the advantage. Companions turned into enemies, causing the dog group to panic. Fang Yuan used the chaos to attack, killing 6 Chrysanthemum Akita dogs, and forcing the remaining 4 to retreat. He could have taken down 10 Chrysanthemum Akita dogs, but he purposely let the remaining 4 escape. Fang Yuan's rich experience was not just limited to this. He had 20 dog enslavement goo, but he did not use them all at once but in batches. This terrain limited the number of dogs that could fight. At the same time, the fewer the dogs, the more Fang Yuan's exquisite control could be displayed. With more dogs, he had the advantage in numbers, but if he was distracted, he would not be able to use his exquisite control. The Chrysanthemum Akita dogs charged towards Fang Yuan's defensive circle, launching a wave of attacks. Fang Yuan planned meticulously. Every time he used the dog enslavement goo, he used it at the most crucial moment. He did not limit himself to choosing the healthiest Chrysanthemum Akita dogs, but to disrupt the formation of the dogs. Such gains did not seem obvious, but as time went by, it became more and more. The Chrysanthemum Akita dog group launched close to 10 waves of attacks, but were repelled by Fang Yuan each time. When Fang Yuan only had 3 dog enslavement goo left, the remaining dozen or so Chrysanthemum Akita dogs scattered and escaped. These Chrysanthemum Akita dogs were all injured. Fang Yuan had purposely let them escape earlier, to prevent them from retaliating in a frenzy before they died. But now they were afraid and chose to retreat. Without King Quan's leadership, they would not have escaped so easily. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, choosing not to chase. After this battle, his original 7 wild dogs were left with 3, but he gained 16 Chrysanthemum Akita dogs. Chapter 354. 13th round, 14th round, 17th round, 18th round. Fang Yuan passed round after round, as the number of dogs in his hands continued to increase. By the end of the 19th round, he had over 80 dogs. Among them were over 40 Chrysanthemum Akita dogs, over 20 lightning symbol dogs, and 19 hedge dogs. During this period he killed another person. It was a rank 3 Waterpath Peak Stage Goo Master with 6 goo. However, he did not encounter Bai Ningbing. 20th round. Fang Yuan calculated in his heart. 3 kings inheritance. After every 10 rounds, the difficulty would increase by several times. At the start of the 20th round, 100 beast kings would appear, with hundreds, or even thousands of dogs fighting. In the fog 3 lumps of light appeared on the left, right and front. The lumps of light in front were orange-yellow, about the size of a wicker basket. The lumps of light on the left were eerie blue lightning, flickering continuously, about the size of a millstone. The lumps of light on the right were the moon in the water, flowers in the fog, indistinctly green and white. Among the 3 lumps of light, this lumps of light was the smallest. Feng Yuan knew clearly, the size of the lumps of light represented the number of dogs. The bigger the lumps, the more dogs there were. The orange-yellow lumps in front represented chrysanthemum Akita dogs, about 200 of them. The eerie blue lumps on the left meant there were about 150 lightning symbol dogs. The green and white lumps on the right meant there were dog groups with the smallest numbers, about 100 of them. Feng Yuan first eliminated the chrysanthemum Akita dogs. The chrysanthemum Akita dog groups with a dog king became more united. The larger the numbers, the stronger their battle strength. Over 200 chrysanthemum Akita dogs to Feng Yuan was a disaster. Secondly, he eliminated the dog groups. Dogs were special, they did not have a physical body, and were like a lump of dog-shaped qi, floating in the air. Ordinary attacks could not kill them. They could even penetrate rocks, burrow underground, hide in water and so on. The dogs in Feng Yuan's hands did not have such methods. Lightning symbol dogs were only fast, they did not have the ability to release lightning. After thinking for a while, Feng Yuan chose the left direction. The mist dissipated, and the dogs circled around him, silently following him. A rank 2 dog enslavement goo descended from the sky, landing in his hands. When he completely walked out of the fog, the lightning symbol hounds were scattered around. On the hill, a huge dog beast was lying on the grass taking a nap. It was more than twice the size of a normal lightning symbol dog. Its entire body was covered in dark blue fur. The tips of its fur were sharp and flashed with a faint electric glow. This was the king of 100 beasts, the big lightning symbol dog. A heaven-sent opportunity. Feng Yuan understood the whole situation. His eyes shined with brilliance as he instantly made his decision. With a wave of his hand, he brazenly sent out all his forces. More than 80 dog beasts surrounded him in the middle, and rushed towards the big lightning symbol dog. The big lightning symbol dog's reaction was also very quick. Its ears twitched, and it immediately opened its eyes, standing up like lightning. It raised its head and howled, summoning the pack of lightning symbol dogs near the hill. Hearing the king's summon, the surrounding lightning symbol hounds immediately responded and gathered around the king from all directions. Although the lightning symbol hounds were fast, Feng Yuan had the initiative. He gathered all his forces together, attacking the root of the problem without hesitation. Some of the lightning symbol hounds that were closer gathered around the dog king before Feng Yuan did. Charge! Feng Yuan's eyes shone with determination. At this moment, hesitation was the worst. Since he had made up his mind, he would charge forward. The lightning symbol hounds that came to block him were quickly dispersed by Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's formation was dense, while the lightning symbol hounds' formation was loose. Their numbers were few. Woof! As the 100-beast king, the lightning symbol hound saw that its underlings were all slaughtered. Its ferocious nature was aroused. It pounced towards Feng Yuan with its 4 paws. Feng Yuan willed, and the 20 lightning symbol hounds split into 2 groups, flanking from the left and right. The 19 hedgehog hounds formed a formation and charged towards the lightning symbol hound without fear of death. The rest of the group, the 40 chrysanthemum Akita hounds, surrounded Feng Yuan and spread out, following behind the hedgehog hounds. The lightning symbol hound fell into the encirclement set up by Feng Yuan, and was trapped in the center. Feng Yuan disregarded the exhaustion of his mental energy, and used all his energy to mobilize the hounds under his command, displaying their exquisite coordination. The lightning symbol hound's speed was even faster than the other lightning symbol hounds, but under Feng Yuan's intentional encirclement, its greatest advantage was suppressed. It raised its head and howled, attempting to gather its underlings. Its underlings were rushing over in a frenzy to save the king. Feng Yuan had to encircle the lightning symbol hound, and at the same time he had to defend against the attacks of the hounds outside. The pressure was immense, and not long after, his head was throbbing, and a layer of sweat covered his forehead. The situation was dangerous. If it was a direct confrontation, even if he won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory, and he would not have many soldiers left. Thus, Feng Yuan's plan was to capture the leader first. But if he could not control this 100-beast king, then Feng Yuan would be wrapped up like a dumpling. Not only would he fail, he would have no hope of entering the next round, and might even die on the spot. In this goo immortal blessed land, other than the goo worms from the inheritance, other goo worms could not be used. Thus goo masters could easily die. Feng Yuan could not use the strength chi goo and all-out effort goo either. Of course he still had his trump card, Spring-Autumn Cicada. With Spring-Autumn Cicada's current condition he could barely activate it. But activating Spring-Autumn Cicada itself carried a huge risk. There was a high chance that he would self-detonate and die. Thus, unless Feng Yuan was at his wit's end, he would not use it recklessly. The sweat on his forehead gathered into beads, rolling down his body. Feng Yuan did not bother to wipe it. He tightly held the rank 2 dog enslavement goo in his hand, not making a move. He was carefully looking for an opportunity. Using the rank 1 dog enslavement goo to subdue ordinary hounds, that was easy. But using the rank 2 dog enslavement goo to subdue the 100 Beast King had a chance of failure. Because there were natural goo worms on the 100 Beast King's body. These goo worms could ruin Feng Yuan's plans. Feng Yuan only had one chance. If the rank 2 dog enslavement goo was destroyed, he would be finished. Thus he had to be careful. Woof! The lightning symbol dog was anxious. It opened its mouth and spat out a lump of blue plasma. The dark blue plasma was like a sticky liquid, falling down with a plop sound. It smashed on the grass but did not dissipate. It was still flickering, hitting the grass and mountain rocks, causing them to crackle, and soon they were charred black. This is the rank 2 plasma goo. Feng Yuan immediately recognized the culprit that created this plasma. Plasma goo's attack power was not strong. Although the attack was sudden and covered many of Feng Yuan's Chrysanthema Makita dogs, Feng Yuan immediately pulled out all the hounds within the plasma. The fur of these dogs had been charred black by the lightning. At the same time they were not agile, paralyzed by the electric current. But they still had some fighting strength. Woof woof woof. The lightning symbol dog continued to spit out plasma, covering patches of grass. Feng Yuan's brows furrowed deeply, his expression becoming more solemn. Plasma goo's attack power was not strong, but when it covered the ground it would last for a period of time. During this period of time, this area would become a restricted zone for Feng Yuan's hounds. Feng Yuan's troops were surrounded at the center and could not move around much. Once the plasma covered the area, this problem was magnified. This was a huge obstacle for Feng Yuan's movement of troops, rotation of defense lines, and distribution of damage. Without a choice, Feng Yuan could only change troops. He moved the lightning symbol dogs that were defending outside to the inside to deal with the 100 Beast King. He mobilized the Chrysanthema Makita Inu to defend against the 100-odd lightning symbol dogs outside. The lightning symbol dogs could move freely within the plasma's range, and their bodies were even stimulated by the electric current, becoming faster. But the situation was disadvantageous to Feng Yuan. The lightning symbol dogs couldn't help but be afraid of the 100 Beast King lightning symbol dogs of their own kind. This made Feng Yuan expend more effort to control them, and the effectiveness of his commands was also greatly reduced. Outside, the speed of the Chrysanthema Makita dogs could not match the lightning symbol dogs. They could only form a tight formation and defend passively. If it was the lightning symbol dogs, Feng Yuan could use his speed to restrict them. Persevere, I need to persevere. 100 Beast King's first goo has been detected. I need to work harder from now on. Feng Yuan was in a dangerous situation, but his heart was still as calm as ice. Every time the plasma goo was activated, there was a 5-breath interval. The plasma goo itself needed to rest. In this 5 breaths of time, Feng Yuan could activate rank 2 dog enslavement goo, and did not need to worry about the plasma goo's attack. But Feng Yuan did not know if there were other goo on this 100 Beast King. To be safe, he had to continue probing. Time passed bit by bit. The situation became more and more difficult for Feng Yuan. He had lost 14 lightning symbol dogs, and only 9 were left. Hedge dogs did not belong to the same tribe as the lightning symbol dogs, so they had fewer losses, but only 11 were left. The Chrysanthema Makita dogs suffered the most losses, from close to 50. There were less than 20 left. But Feng Yuan could not detect the second goo on this 100 Beast King. Feng Yuan decided to make a move. I can't wait any longer. This lightning symbol dog's body most likely only has one parasitic goo. He had to take a risk. If he waited any longer, his perilous outer defense line would be broken. Rank 2 dog enslavement goo. While the lightning symbol dog was firing its plasma, Feng Yuan quickly made his move, dealing the crucial blow. Under Feng Yuan's watchful eyes, the dog enslavement goo flew to the lightning symbol dog's body, planting itself in its soul. A formless mental attack attacked Feng Yuan through this dog enslavement goo. Feng Yuan's head was already throbbing in pain, and with this attack, he felt a wave of dizziness. This was the 100 Beast King's soul, resisting unwillingly. Subduing a 100 Beast King was not easy. Feng Yuan's body shook, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. A spiritual connection was formed between Feng Yuan and the lightning symbol dog. The latter was still going berserk, wanting to tear Feng Yuan into pieces, but now it barked and wagged its tail at Feng Yuan in an attempt to please him. The lightning symbol dog group heard the dog kings barking and stopped attacking. The battlefield, which was in a stalemate just a moment ago, suddenly quieted down. Feng Yuan stood on the spot, slowly turning his head, looking at the battlefield. This risk was worth it. Although he suffered many losses looking at the battlefield, there were at least 120 lightning symbol dogs. Don't forget, there was still 100 Beast King with a plasma goo. Chapter 355. The fog in front of him was thick. Feng Yuan walked slowly in the fog, a large group of dog beasts circling around him. 11 hedgedogs, 132 lightning dogs, and 17 chrysanthemum Akita dogs. Besides them there was also 100 Beast King Big Lightning Dog. Restricted by the heavenly power of heaven and earth, this group of dogs followed Feng Yuan quietly and obediently, not making a single sound. The misty world was silent. It was so quiet that Feng Yuan's every breath could be heard clearly. Although he had passed the 20th round, and the number of dogs in his hands had reached an unprecedented high, Feng Yuan was not optimistic. This Three Kings inheritance after every 10 rounds, the difficulty increases by several times. Although I have 100 dogs to pass the next 10 rounds and reach the 30th round on my first try, it will not be easy. The 30th round was the goal that Feng Yuan set for himself in his first attempt at King Quan inheritance. In his previous life, the Three Kings inheritance was divided by many Gu masters after many years. Feng Yuan would definitely have to spend a long time on Sancha Mountain this time. It was not realistic to want to take the inheritance in one go. Three Kings inheritance, no matter which path it was, had a high difficulty. Even if Feng Yuan had the 100 Beast King and 100 dogs, he would only be able to temporarily gain a foothold. If he was careless in any of the rounds, he might suffer a crushing defeat and lose all the dogs he had painstakingly gathered. He might even lose his life. Demonic inheritances had always been cruel and merciless. This King Quan inheritance, the further I go, the more advantageous it is for the enslavement path Gu master. I had walked the enslavement path in my previous life, but in this life I am still a strength path Gu master. After experiencing that dangerous battle, Feng Yuan's head was still feeling dizzy. This was an intense use of mental energy, expending a lot of mental energy to command the dogs to fight. This was the aftereffect left behind. But if it was an enslavement path Gu master with a strong soul, this aftereffect would be much smaller. Enslavement path was a Gu master path that enslaved beast groups and insect groups. To command large numbers of insects at the same time, it consumed a lot of mental energy. Thus, enslavement path Gu masters often use specific Gu worms to temper and deepen their soul foundation. In King Quan inheritance, the heavenly power did not restrict the Gu master's soul foundation at all. Thus, enslavement path Gu masters would be like fish in water in King Quan inheritance. But enslavement path Gu masters are also very tough. Firstly, the burden of food was extremely heavy. The larger the size of the insect beasts, the more they would eat. Secondly, it was not easy to subdue a powerful insect beast. It was very likely that he would suffer a backlash and become an idiot. Thirdly, enslavement path Gu masters were overly reliant on worms and beasts. If I'm weak, I'll be easily targeted, Feng Yuan pondered. Gu masters have their own advantages and disadvantages, as well as their own difficulties. The vicissitudes of the world. In the current Gu master world, Chi path was almost extinct, strength path had completely declined. Only some remnant light was left. Enslavement path followed the rules. It was hard to prosper. Occasionally, a few enslavement path experts would appear, but they were like shooting stars, only dazzling for a moment. Enslavement path Gu masters often have huge requirements towards resources. Moreover, it was exhausting. Even small or medium-sized clans could not afford to raise enslavement path Gu masters. At most, large or super clans would specially nurture several enslavement path Gu masters for large-scale battles. In the demonic path, enslavement path Gu masters were even more difficult to manage. They were very rare. Thus I did not choose this path. Feng Yuan composed himself. He collected his scattered thoughts. In this short while, he felt his mind clearing up. The dizziness had mostly disappeared. He moved his eyes and started to assess his surroundings. On his left and right, as well as in front of him, there were lumps of light. The earlier lumps were all blurry. But after 20 rounds, the lumps had become extremely clear. On the left, there was a group of chrysanthemum Akita dogs. There were over 200 of them. Some were resting on the ground, some were playing around, and some were drinking milk from the female dogs. Feng Yuan looked at it attentively, his gaze constantly searching. Chrysanthemum Akita dog beast kings were different from other dog beasts. The stronger they were, the smaller their bodies would become. Especially on the chaotic battlefield, the beast king mixed in with the pack of dogs and was inconspicuous. This was a good way to protect themselves. Where will the 100 beast kings be? Feng Yuan's gaze moved back and forth. When the lumps of light suddenly changed, a gu appeared. This gu was the size of a fist. Its shape was like a cobblestone, dark brown in color. Its surface was smooth, as if it was covered with a layer of oil. Dog guts gu. Feng Yuan recognized this gu at once, appearing after the beast groups. This means if I choose to fight these chrysanthemum Akita dogs and win, I will get a dog guts gu. After a while, the lumps of light dissipated. Feng Yuan did not make a choice but looked ahead. The lumps of light ahead showed a group of black dogs. These dogs barked at each other, charging at each other and crashing into each other. This displayed the fierceness of these dogs. These were steel armor dogs. These dogs had leather armor on their bodies. The leather armor was black and heavy like steel. Its defense was impressive. During the process of growth, the armored dogs would bump into each other to reduce the intense itch of their bodies as they grew. The steel armor dog 100 Beast King was about the same size as the big lightning dog. It was very conspicuous among the dog groups. Feng Yuan found it immediately. Next, the lumps of light changed, turning into a gu. Feng Yuan was familiar with this gu. He had used it earlier. It was the rank 2 dog enslavement gu. If I choose the steel armor dog group, if I win, I will get a dog enslavement gu. Feng Yuan mumbled before looking to the right. The lumps of light on the right had no dog beasts. Instead, it showed the scenery of a mountain. Gray and white rocks were steep. The trees were verdant and swaying with the wind. After a while, the lumps of light disappeared, and there was no gu worm like before. This is a chance to leave King Quan inheritance. Feng Yuan understood. King Quan inheritance was set up in the Blessed Land. The gu masters who entered were restricted by the heavenly power and could not enter as they wished. However, the Three Kings' inheritance was not a place where one could only enter but not leave. There was a chance of survival. At a certain stage, the inheritance would give a chance to leave. Like this time, if Feng Yuan chose the right. When he walked out of the fog, he would be transported out. The location he would appear at was the mountain in the lumps of light. This mountainside wasn't far, it was somewhere in the Sancha mountain. But Feng Yuan did not choose the right. I have resources, I can try again. It would be a pity to leave now. Of course, there might not be another chance for me to leave. This was actually a formless test. Many gu masters had the strength, but to be safe, they chose to give up and leave the inheritance, wasting a great opportunity. Some gu masters had no resources, but advanced rashly, missing the chance to leave and regretting it when they died. Feng Yuan never lacked courage, he resolutely gave up the chance to leave. To him there were only 2 choices left. The left is the chrysanthemum Akita dog. This dog is the most united. The location of the Dog King is unknown. But if I win, I will get Dog Guts gu. Dog Guts gu is a rank 2 gu. An enslavement path support gu, specially used on dogs. Once the Dog Guts gu is activated, it can increase the courage of the dogs within a certain range, sweeping away their cowardice and unleashing their full battle strength. Feng Yuan could not help but think of the battle earlier. He was forced to use the lightning dogs to attack the big lightning dog. In the end, the lightning dogs were too timid to advance, trembling in fear, and their battle strength was greatly reduced. Feng Yuan could only expend his mental energy to urge them to fight, causing his mental strength to be greatly depleted. Beast kings would have a form of suppression and deterrence towards ordinary wild beasts. But if Feng Yuan used Dog Guts Goo earlier and applied its effect on his lightning dog group, then these lightning dogs would be full of courage, no longer afraid, and could bravely attack the big lightning dog. Thus, although Dog Guts Goo was not an offensive goo, it was an excellent support goo. It targeted dog beasts, increasing their courage and raising their morale forever. Dog Guts Goo is only rank 2. It can allow ordinary dogs to overcome the deterrence of 100 Beast King. Further up is the rank 3 Dog Guts Mountain Goo. It can resist the deterrence of 1,000 Beast King. At rank 4, it is the Dog Guts Sea Goo. It can resist the aura of a myriad Beast King. If it is lucky enough to advance to rank 5, it will be the famous Dog Guts Heaven Goo. It can make eunuchs go crazy and old dogs go crazy. Even facing the Emperor of Dogs, it has the courage to overturn them. Feng Yuan was very clear about this, and also knew that in King Quan inheritance, there were goo related to dog guts from rank 1 to rank 5. In his previous life, many people obtained rank 3 and 4 dog guts goo. There was also a lucky person who obtained the only rank 5 dog guts heaven goo. I want to achieve great things in King Quan inheritance. Having dog guts goo is a must. Feng Yuan had to admit, he had a desire for dog guts goo. But he did not move towards the left but towards the front. He chose the steel armor dog group. Although he really wanted dog guts goo, he did not let it get to his head. Chrysanthema Makita dog group was extremely united and had great battle strength in group battles. They were tough to deal with. At the same time, their dog king was hidden very well. Feng Yuan could not find it. This was a huge hidden danger. But the steel armor dog group was different. Their dog king was very obvious, and Feng Yuan had a weapon that was specially used to deal with the steel armor dog group. Feng Yuan walked out of the fog, and the steel armor dog group was very alert, immediately reacting. As the 100 Beast King, the big steel armor dog howled towards the sky, and the dog group quickly gathered around it. The whole process Feng Yuan watched quietly. He did not attack like last time. Last time was because he had rank 2 dog enslavement goo, but this time he did not have it. Chapter 356. The two dog groups confronted each other. On Feng Yuan's side, the blue lightning symbol dog group was supported by gray hedge dogs, orange chrysanthema Makita dogs, and others. On the other hand, the steel armor dog group was covered in a heavy black color. Feng Yuan moved the big lightning symbol dog to the front lines and waved his hand. The dog group split into the vanguard and attacked first. The big steel armor dog barked, seeing the big lightning symbol dog appear. It also joined the fray. The steel armor dog group followed closely behind it. A black mass like a lump of dark cloud flew down from the hill with an imposing aura. The dog group collided. Feng Yuan's vanguard was limited and was immediately engulfed by the steel armor dog group. But because of the big lightning symbol dog's existence, the steel armor dog group could not take down this tough bone. The big lightning symbol dog was after all 100 Beast King. It charged left and right in the dog group's encirclement. It was very valiant. Ordinary Thai family dogs were not its match at all. Woof! The big steel armor dog stood up, finally restraining the big lightning symbol dog's ferocious charge. In the end, only 100 Beast King could restrain 100 Beast King. In the intense battle, the big lightning symbol dog was gradually losing ground. It had just gone through a battle, it was injured, and its battle strength was not at its peak. Moreover, its advantage was speed. Now that it was fighting against the big steel armor dog that specialized in defense, it was at a disadvantage. Feng Yuan saw this and sent his dogs forward. The new troops charged into the battlefield like a torrent, bringing chaos with them. But the opponent was a steel armor dog with outstanding defense. It specialized in this kind of battle. Although Feng Yuan sent his army and only left a few dogs to protect himself, he could not change the situation. Whether it was a battle between 100 Beast Kings or a battle between dog groups, he was at a disadvantage. But Feng Yuan was not anxious. In fact, this was the result he wanted. He was waiting. waiting for the weapon that could restrain the steel armor dog group to appear. Woof! The big lightning symbol dog could not resist the big steel armor dog's attack. It suddenly barked and spat out a blue liquid. Rank 2 plasma goo. That's it. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed and the corners of his mouth curled up. The steel armor dogs gathered around the Dog King and attacked the big lightning symbol dog. On the other side, they were being squeezed by Fang Yuan's dogs, so their formation was especially dense, forming a black iron bucket formation. Blue plasma. It landed on the ground and sprayed everywhere. A large number of steel armor dogs covered in plasma instantly trembled and howled. Not to mention the drastic drop in combat power. The operation of the entire dog pack was greatly hindered. The armored dog lived up to its reputation. His leather armor was made of metal. Iron gave them a defense that far surpassed that of their peers, but at the same time they were harder to defend against lightning strikes. Plasma goo's attack power was not high, but if it was used on an armored dog, it would be quite impressive. The large lightning symbol hound continued to spit out plasma that covered the battlefield, greatly reducing the combat power of the steel armor hounds. Under the effect of the plasma goo, the battle formation that was originally as sturdy as an iron bucket began to crumble. He suddenly became extremely weak. Fang Yuan saw the opportunity and urged the dogs to pounce. The dogs were outside. They resonated with the big lightning symbol dog at the center, erupting with immense destructive power. If one looked from above, they would see that the black color on the ground was first covered by patches of blue, before being devoured by the other colors. The black color became lesser and lesser, while the blue, yellow and gray colors became stronger, leaving behind more and more colors. The situation of the battlefield changed rapidly. Soon Fang Yuan reversed the situation and killed most of the steel armor dogs, surrounding the big lightning symbol dog at the center. Sensing the danger, the goo worms on the big lightning symbol dog's body also erupted. The big lightning symbol dog became even stronger, and many black spikes protruded from its body. 15 minutes later, the big lightning symbol dog bit the big lightning symbol dog's throat, and it fell down unwillingly. Blood flowed on the ground, and it did not get up again. The battle was over. Of the two goo worms on the big lightning symbol dog, one was destroyed by the shockwaves of the battle, while the other flew away. Fang Yuan's expression was gloomy. To kill this 100-beast king, he had paid a huge price. Less than half of the dog group was left, and they were in a precarious situation for the rest of the challenge. After the 20th round, a beast king would appear. With a beast king, the dogs would display even greater battle strength. At the same time, the beast king itself was a huge threat. The more goo worms the beast king had, the stronger it was, and the worse it would be for the goo master challenging the challenge. Fang Yuan's luck was bad this time. The big lightning symbol dog he encountered had two goo worms. Especially one of the goo, it could attack and defend at the same time, causing Fang Yuan to suffer huge losses. Challenging the Three Kings' inheritance also depended on one's luck. The steel armor dog group was Fang Yuan's best choice this time, but Fang Yuan's luck was slightly worse. A rank 2 dog enslavement goo fell from the sky, landing in Fang Yuan's hands as a reward. Fang Yuan did not use the spring-autumn cicada, and with the help of the heavenly power, he instantly refined this goo. This goo is the key to my next challenge. With such a resolution, Fang Yuan walked slowly in the fog. In front, on the left and right, there were lights flashing. They were a large number of corpse dogs, a certain number of dogs, and a huge number of hyenas. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered, carefully distinguishing. His strength was limited this time. It was important to choose his opponents. He had to pick the weakest ones. But he could not forget the reward after the challenge. If I can defeat the corpse dogs group, I can get a white silver relic goo. Killing the dogs, the reward is a simultaneous 2 tasks goo. White silver relic goo had no use to Fang Yuan. At his level, only the yellow silver relic goo was attractive. Unfortunately, the yellow silver relic goo was restricted even in Shang Clan City. Rank 4 goo masters were already experts in the mortal goo master world. One yellow silver relic goo could influence or even change it. The difference in battle strength between rank 4 goo masters. In the market, the white silver relic goo was circulating, while the yellow silver relic goo was very rare. It was often strictly controlled. Feng Yuan knew that superclans like Shang Clan definitely had a lot of yellow-silver relic goo in stock. But even if he had the purple thorn token, he could not buy them. Shang Yanfei kept these yellow-silver relic goo in his hands, not allowing them to flow into the market. This was an invisible temptation. If Feng Yuan was sincere in joining Shang Clan, the yellow-silver relic goo would be a method to reward him. Shang Yanfei's shrewdness. He could not be compared to ordinary people. Feng Yuan did not want to compete with him for a yellow-silver relic goo. It would distract him. In the Three Kings' inheritance, there is a yellow-silver relic goo. But that is after the 40th round. If I can get one by luck, the situation will improve greatly. Feng Yuan had a need for the yellow-silver relic goo. He had a desire. But he was very clear whether he could get the yellow-silver relic goo. It depended on his own luck. This could not be forced. As for the dual-use goo, it could easily split a goo master's mind into two. It was very convenient for commanding the insect beast army. Feng Yuan could already do 4 things at once. If he added this goo, he could do 6 things at once. Dual-use goo, and it is only a rank 2 goo. Further up there are 3 things at once for things at once, 5 things at once goo, and so on. Multi-use goo is a necessary goo for enslavement path goo masters. Wait, this is? Feng Yuan saw a change in the light on his right. After the large hyena group disappeared, a bronze plate appeared in front of him. Normally, the reward for victory was an enslavement path goo. But the reward here was a little special. It was an unremarkable bronze token. The bronze token was clearly crudely made. Its shape was not even neat, as if it was casually molded by a person's hand. On the surface of the bronze token, there was an image of Sancha Mountain, but the lines of this image were simple and crude. It was filled with a feeling of being rushed. With one look, one could tell that the person who had created this medallion had not put much effort into it. He had been sloppy and casual. But when Feng Yuan saw this token, his eyes shined. This is King Quan's travel token. He immediately threw the white-silver relic goo and the dual-use goo to the back of his mind. I was really lucky to encounter this travel token. I must get it. Feng Yuan's determination was firm. He had to get this token no matter what. This bronze token looked worthless, but it was one of the best items. Right now, the public had not realized its value. But Feng Yuan clearly remembered that in the later stages of Three Kings' inheritance, this bronze token was worth as much as a rank 4 goo. But this hyena group is huge, and most importantly, there are 2 dog kings. If I choose the right side, I will have to take a huge risk. The ideal plan is to use the rank 2 dog enslavement goo to subdue a large hyena in battle. But even so, even if I win this battle, it will be a Pyrrhic victory, and I will not be able to advance to the next round. Feng Yuan had a clear understanding of his own strength. This was the benefit of having an abundance of resources. It could let Feng Yuan understand the pros and cons of a choice. Feng Yuan thought about it and decided to take a risk. Since he walked the demonic path, he had to take risks, and take an unconventional path to obtain the greatest benefits. After making a choice, he would not regret it. This was a happy life. For hours later, the tragic battle slowly came to an end. Dog corpses were everywhere on the hill. Blood flowed and limbs were everywhere. Feng Yuan stood on the hill, his body also injured. In this goo immortal blessed land, he could not use his original goo, and was very weak. But I won in the end. Feng Yuan looked at his footsteps. There were only a dozen dog beasts left and sighed. His dog beasts were almost all dead. In this cruel demonic inheritance, there was no hope of continuing. But Feng Yuan still had a trace of hope in his heart. The heavenly power descended, and teleported him into the fog again. If I can meet Bai Ningbing and borrow her strength, I can continue. But Feng Yuan was disappointed. In 3 directions there were huge dog groups. If he did not have the token, Feng Yuan would definitely die. He took out the token he had just obtained. Holding the token in his hand, he bit the tip of his tongue, and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood stained the token, and Feng Yuan opened his mouth again, and called out to the token, "Woof!" The token shined brightly, the void shattered, and Feng Yuan was sucked in. Chapter 357. Mountain winds blew gently. At the waist of Sancha Mountain, in an unremarkable bamboo forest, The space suddenly shattered and light blossomed. The light flashed and disappeared. Then a person appeared in the empty grass. This youngster had black hair and black eyes. His expression was calm and he was holding a token in his hand. It was Feng Yuan. I came out from King Quan inheritance. Feng Yuan only felt his vision blur, and the next moment, he was in an unfamiliar place. He looked around and confirmed there was no danger in the surroundings, and he was at the waist of Sancha Mountain. According to his initial estimation, his cave was at the north of Sancha Mountain, and the cave he had once occupied with Bai Ningbing was at the southeast direction. He raised his head and looked at the mountain peak. Sancha Mountain's unique three peaks stood proudly in the clouds, like three spear tips that were shoulder to shoulder. The light pillar on the mountain peak had already shrunk. The yellow light pillar represented the door to King Quan inheritance. The blue light pillar represented King Xian, and the red light pillar led to King Bao inheritance. The light pillar's current size had already shrunk by half compared to when Feng Yuan had just entered. As time passed, the more Gu masters entered the inheritance, the smaller the light pillar would become, until it completely disappeared. At that time, the door to the three inheritances would close. After a period of time, the light pillar would open again and cause another round of carnage. Feng Yuan lowered his head and looked at the token in his hand. There were already several deep cracks on the surface of this ugly King Quan token. Feng Yuan was not surprised. King Quan's token could only be used 3 times at most. After 3 times, the token would completely shatter into pieces and become useless. But 3 chances to escape was already extremely precious. This was not only a good chance to survive. More importantly, Gu masters had a psychological advantage and could make more choices. Feng Yuan kept this token and rushed to the cave he had stayed in not long ago. It's Fengzheng. Little Beast King has finally appeared. Along the way, Feng Yuan met many Gu masters, be it the righteous path. Regardless of whether it was the devil Dao, they all stared at him with strange and amazed gazes. What happened? Feng Yuan frowned, keenly aware that something important had happened. On the way, he casually caught a person and interrogated him. It turned out that Bai Ningbing had killed a Tai clan Gu master in King Quan inheritance. After leaving the inheritance, she was immediately discovered by the Tai clan. Tai clan Gu masters surrounded the cave. They surrounded Bai Ningbing. For rank 3 peak stage Gu masters attacked at the same time. Using the iron cabinet Gu, he sealed the surrounding area. Bai Ningbing failed to break out of the encirclement and was now being attacked by Tai clan's Gu masters. Little Beast, Wang Da's people, this matter has caused a huge commotion recently. The entire Sancha Mountain knows about it. This is no longer a personal grudge, but a battle between the righteous path and the demonic path. Actually, everyone is looking forward to seeing you. Lord, once you make a move that Tai clan Gu master will not be able to resist. You are a genius of our devil Dao. The banner of our demonic Dao. Lord, this lowly one has said everything. Can this lowly one leave now? That unlucky fellow who was caught by Feng Yuan cried and begged. Such a huge matter actually happened. Feng Yuan held the unlucky fellow's collar and frowned slightly. Although this news was shocking, it was not out of Feng Yuan's expectations. But it was not out of Feng Yuan's expectations. To challenge the Three Kings' inheritance, there would naturally be conflicts. This was a demonic inheritance. The competition was extremely cruel. Sometimes even if one wanted to retreat they could not. Tai clan has the rust flower Gu. This Gu is in the souls of Tai clan Gu masters. Whoever kills a Tai clan member will be stained with this formless fragrance. It is not surprising that Bai Ningbing was found. Feng Yuan nodded and muttered. Lord, you are truly knowledgeable, you are absolutely right. You don't know, these days you did not appear, the entire Sancha Mountain is talking about you, saying you are a coward and became a tortoise after encountering the super clan Tai clan. Do you think I am not clear what kind of person you are? This lowly one admires Lord the most. The moment you arrived at Sancha Mountain you killed Tyrant, beheaded Fei Li and took care of Flying Sky Tiger. Who doesn't know of your prestige? Who doesn't know of it? You must have your reasons, it is not worth telling outsiders. Now that you are here, won't those Tai clan members be scared witless and kneel down, begging Lord to let them go? Feng Yuan had great strength. Grabbing this unlucky Gu master's collar made it hard for him to breathe and his face turned purple. But this Gu master, in order to survive, kept on flattering and displayed his enormous life potential. Fang Yuan heard his words and sank into contemplation. After a while, he slowly said, "You are right." His grip loosened. This rank 3 Gu master's face immediately showed great joy. What kind of person is Lord? Anyone with a discerning eye knows very well what kind of person Lord is. He is absolutely a great hero. Those slandering Lord are all bastards. Their dog eyes are blind. Lord, this lowly one has always supported you and even argued with others. But right at this moment Fang Yuan sneered. His hand moved like lightning, attacking fiercely like an eagle's claw, grabbing this rank 2 Gu master's neck. Crack. The Gu master's eyes opened wide. His spine was completely crushed by Fang Yuan, dying on the spot. Seeing this scene, the Gu masters who were hiding and observing in the dark could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Fang Yuan was an influential person, but because of Bai Ningbing's matter, his traces were exposed the moment he appeared, and his every action attracted the attention of many people. Fang Yuan killed this person and immediately searched his body. Unfortunately, be it on his body or in his aperture, the Gu worms had all self-destructed. Fang Yuan moved like lightning, but how could he be faster than a person's thought? A person's thought could be as fast as lightning, not even 1/100th of the time it takes to blink an eye. In the outside world, the chances of obtaining Gu worms as spoils of war from a Gu master were quite low. Unlike in the 3 Kings' inheritance, where there was the suppression of heaven and earth, rank 1 to 5 Gu worms could not self-destruct. Looking at Fang Yuan's skillful body search method, the Gu masters who were observing in the dark felt a chill in their hearts, and could not help but deepen. Such skillful methods, how many people has he killed? Fang Jing did not even let off a rank 2 Gu worm. He is clearly a rank 4 Gu. It can be seen how greedy he is. Fang Jing is extremely bloodthirsty. That Gu master had clearly begged for mercy. There was no mercy at all, but he still did not let him go. Have you guys seen enough? If you have, then scram. Fang Yuan raised his head and stood up, his fierce gaze sweeping around as he shouted in a low voice. Soon after, from the lush grass, the dense forest, the mountain stream, under the soil and rocks, figures appeared. These figures quickly retreated, and in a few blinks of an eye, they disappeared. Fang Yuan's surroundings regained its calmness. It was hard to imagine that there were so many people hiding just now. Fang Yuan was infamous now. He had consecutively killed 3 rank 4 middle-stage demonic Gu masters. He did things by hook or by crook, despicable and cold-blooded, cruel and bloodthirsty. These people were all scared out of their wits by Fang Yuan's simple words, and did not dare to loiter around in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, and looked around again before leaving the place. But he knew there were definitely people watching him. Those who were scared away by him were all small fries. The rest definitely had their own unique abilities, and the capital to be confident. Fang Yuan did not care about them, and swaggered out of the place. In fact, although his combat power was outstanding, scouting was a weakness of his. Moreover, these Gu masters who were secretly following him were definitely experts in speed. Even if Fang Yuan discovered them, with just the charging crash Gu in his hands, it would be very difficult to chase after them. Where is he going? This direction isn't where Bai Ningbing is trapped. Did he discover me? Just now when he swept his gaze over, my heart skipped a beat. Is Little Beast King afraid? Wait a minute, this cave seems to be Li Xian's residence? These Gu masters carefully followed Fang Yuan, and were inwardly astonished when they saw Fang Yuan stop at a cave entrance. Little Beast King's partner, the inseparable white demon Bai Ningbing, was trapped, but Little Beast King did not seem anxious at all. Instead, he walked to Li Xian's residence. This Li Xian was a demonic Gu master with rank 4 upper stage cultivation. He had a crafty nature and had never suffered a loss, a troublesome character. Could it be that Little Beast King was unhappy with Li Xian and came to find trouble with him? The Gu masters following behind Fang Yuan secretly guessed. Fang Yuan's arrival immediately attracted Li Xian's attention. Li Xian had already set up a scouting method near the cave. Little Beast King, human Wangda, what a rare guest. What business do you have with me? Li Xian took the initiative to welcome Fang Yuan. When he was 20 steps away, he stopped and cupped his fists in greeting. He did not dare to get too close to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was a temperamental thug. Li Xian, this unscrupulous businessman, also felt uneasy when facing him. Fang Yuan's arrival was out of his expectations. Who knew what this crazy, crafty and shameless Fang Yuan would do in the next moment? Thus, Li Xian's expression was amiable and full of smiles, but he was already extremely vigilant in his heart. I came to find you to make a deal, of course. Why aren't you going to invite me in? Fang Yuan lightly smiled, his gaze deep. Since you are a guest, I will naturally welcome you. Please come in, please come in. Li Xian's gaze flashed as he moved aside, letting Fang Yuan enter first. Fang Yuan swaggered to his side and glanced at Li Xian. Li Xian smiled and walked side by side with Fang Yuan into the cave. The two of them went in. I can't track them anymore. There are investigative goo all around this cave entrance. Once I barge in, I will definitely be viewed as an enemy by Li Xian. Is Little Beast King really going to make a deal? Why do I feel that Li Xian is going to be unlucky this time? Fuck me, I can already foresee a thunderous explosion later. The earth will shake and the mountains will shake, and the scene of the two of them fighting. Li Xian is rank 4 upper stage, he definitely has a lot of trump cards. If they fight, it will definitely be a fierce battle. Chapter 358. Inside the cave. Li Xian invited Fang Yuan to a seat and sat beside him. Please have some tea. Li Xian stretched out his 5 stubby fingers. With a flick of his fingers, a cup of fragrant tea appeared in his open palm. Fang Yuan looked at the tea and did not move. He did not take it, instead sighing. Eastern Sea's blue sky goo is really useful. This goo not only has a large capacity, it far surpasses other goo of the same rank. It is also fast and convenient to use. Oh, to think that Sir Little Beast King recognizes this goo. Li Xian's gaze shone slightly. He was not a southern border native, but a wanderer from Eastern Sea. Blue sky goo was a goo worm that only Eastern Sea had, and was very rare in Eastern Sea. When Li Xian interacted with others, he often used this goo to display his methods. Southern border goo masters did not recognize this goo, but when they saw this method, they would often think highly of Li Xian. Fang Yuan smiled and said slowly, "This rank 4 blue sky goo is refined from rank 3 empty warehouse goo. The success rate is very low, and it is very rare even in Eastern Sea. If blue sky goo wants to advance further and advance to rank 5, the best method is to fuse it with skywell goo to refine rank 5 blue skywell goo. But this skywell goo is a natural goo that only exists in Eastern Sea's Skywell Island. Li Xian, it will be troublesome if you want to advance. In this southern border, only E-Clan has the Heavenly Well goo. E-Clan was a super clan on par with Shang Clan, Wu Clan and Tai Clan. They had close relations with Eastern Sea forces. E-Clan's trade was very prosperous, second only to Shang Clan. Their flying blue whale caravan traveled by air. They did not even have Shang Clan. Empty warehouse goo, Skywell goo, blue Skywell goo, as well as Skywell Island. How does Little Beast King know so much? Li Xian was shocked and suspicious when he heard Fang Yuan's words. The Goo Master world was extremely vast between southern border, northern plains, Eastern Sea, Western Desert and Central Continent. There were natural barriers. It was hard to communicate with each other and information was also blocked. Li Xian had already investigated Fang Yuan's background. Fang Yuan was a native of southern border. How could he be so knowledgeable at such a young age? He even knew about Eastern Sea in detail. Li Xian could not help but feel a vague pressure in his heart. Strange. Where did this Little Beast King come from? How did he know so much? Could it be that there is an expert behind him? With his age and experience, how could he know so much detail? That's right, he had stayed in Shang Clan for a period of time. He might have received guidance from Shang Yanfei. Shang Yanfei was Shang Clan leader, a rank 5 upper stage Goo Master, an expert at the peak of the mortal realm. Under his guidance, it is not surprising that the Little Beast King knows these things. Li Xian's eyes kept flickering, and his heart was filled with doubts. His whole body was stiff, and his hand was still holding the purple clay teacup. That's not right. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind, and he realized the crux of the matter. I originally wanted to display my skills and suppress him. He didn't expect that he would become restless with just a few words from the Little Beast King. So what if he had Shang Yanfei behind him? Others may be afraid, but I, Li Xian, have my own methods. Humph! Li Xian snorted in his heart and put the teacup in his hand on the table. Using this time he calmed his mind. He was after all an elite of the demonic path, and in just a few breaths of time, he adjusted his state of mind and calmly faced Feng Yuan again. But this time, his gaze was filled with vigilance and seriousness. Sir Little Beast King, drink some tea. What transaction do you want to make with me this time? Li Xian asked. Don't think too much, it is just an ordinary transaction. Feng Yuan said, and took out goo worms from his aperture, showing them to Li Xian. These goo worms were the spoils of war he obtained from killing goo masters in King Quan inheritance. There were rank 3, rank 4, but none of them were suitable for Feng Yuan's strength. Seeing these goo, Li Xian's eyelids couldn't help but narrow. He was an astute person, and immediately understood many things. To think this little beast king has such skill in the enslavement path. After entering King Quan inheritance, he killed 2 goo masters. Such talent, truly a monster. Li Xian couldn't help but think of Mo Wutian. After coming to southern border, he had mingled in the demonic path for so long, and had come into contact with all kinds of people. He felt that in terms of aptitude, talent and temperament, Mo Wutian was the best among the younger generation of the demonic path. But today, he realized that this little beast king in front of him had talent on par with Mo Wutian. Little beast king Mo Wutian, if these two collide, I wonder what the situation will be like? But little beast king's cultivation is slightly weaker now, and Mo Wutian is older than him, and is already rank 4 peak stage. Li Xian pondered in his heart, but said with an excited tone, Sir Little Beast King, you are absolutely right to find me for this transaction. I have a goo in my hands right now, and it will be very useful to you. Oh! Feng Yuan raised his eyebrows. Li Xian spread out his palm and a ball appeared. This ball had an extremely good appearance, reflecting a bright platinum light. Feng Yuan carefully looked at it, and saw that this ball was an ant ball, formed from over 100 flying ants climbing and clinging to each other. The appearance of these flying ants was not much different from ordinary ants. Other than their size being several times larger, they also had a pair of transparent membranous wings on their bodies. This is a rank 3 gold-eating flying ant goo. A total of 120. Those old fogies from Tai Clan surrounded Lord White Demon, and they used iron cabinet goo in combination with chi flow goo. Right now, the radius of 300 meters around that area has been covered. But in front of this group of flying ants, iron cabinet goo will not be able to withstand a single blow. Sir Little Beast King, I just calculated, the price of your goo is just enough to buy this group of flying ants. Li Xian smiled amiably. But out of his expectations, Feng Yuan only took a glance at this group of gold-eating flying ant goo before shifting his gaze. Who said I want to buy this thing? This is the list, all the things on it are what I want. Li Xian took the list and looked at it. There were many goo worms on this list, as well as numerous refinement materials. Although there were all sorts of items on the list, with Li Xian's experience and shrewdness, it was not hard to see that these things were all needed for strength path. Bai Ningbing is surrounded by Tai Clan. Why is Little Beast King not anxious at all? Strange. It is not easy to destroy iron cabinet goo with just the strength path goo in his hands. Does he have some special method? Or perhaps, among the items on this list, I can refine the nemesis of destroying iron cabinet goo? Li Xian squinted his eyes. A bright light flashed past his eyes as he probed. Sir Little Beast King, there are many things on this list, I cannot take them out at once. Moreover, the total price is far higher than the goo you want to sell. No problem, no problem. Feng Yuan waved his hand. I want to buy all the things on this list. Whatever you have on hand now, you can exchange for it. As for the others, I will have to trouble you to pay more attention in the future. As for money, it is not a problem. Feng Yuan had a lot of yuan stone on hand. He had ample financial resources. Li Xian smiled but did not probe anything, he could only nod and agree. Light flickered in the cave. Feng Yuan sat cross-legged on the ground, concentrating his attention on the paste in front of him. This paste was colorful and floated in the air, rolling around and emitting a strange fragrance. The fusion of the goo worm had entered the crucial stage. Feng Yuan threw out yuan stone continuously. Piece by piece, the primal stones were thrown into the paste, and immediately dissolved into primal essence liquid, diluting the thick paste. Fang Yuan did not care how many yuan stone he threw. He only stopped when the paste thinned to a certain extent. Next, he quickly took out a thunderclap goo. Thunderclap goo was a rank 3 goo. After the paste engulfed it, it immediately flickered with lightning. In an instant, the fragrance in the air intensified, the colorful light dissipated, and blue light filled the air. The lightning produced a slight crackling sound, like a string of small firecrackers being lit. Fang Yuan's breathing rate increased, and when he smelled a trace of burnt smell in the air, his eyes shined brightly. The time is ripe, all-out effort goo. The image of the boar immediately flashed above his head. Strength Chi Goo. Fang Yuan activated Strength Chi Goo, and the boar phantom attached itself to the formless Strength Chi, immediately raising its threat. Fang Yuan willed, and the boar phantom flew towards the paste. The moment the two collided, lightning shone brightly, illuminating the darkness in the cave. After the light dissipated, the boar phantom in the air had changed greatly. The new boar phantom was twice the size of the boar, with tusks like an elephant and blue fur all over its body, especially the blue fur on its back. It was thick and long, standing in a row and pointing to the sky, with lightning coiling around it. Thunderboar Phantom. Success very good. Thunderboar is comparable to dragon elephant, tiger and lion mastiff. With the strength of Thunderboar, my battle strength has risen by another level. Next is the strength of the rock crocodile. A night passed unknowingly as he cultivated. When the light of dawn shone on Sancha Mountain, Fang Yuan walked out of the cave he was staying in. Although he was tired, his heart was filled with joy. He had successfully raised the strength of boar and crocodile to the strength of thunder boar and rock crocodile. His battle strength had risen by at least 30%. By Ningbing. He looked towards the southeast direction. At the waist of the mountain, there was an area covered in a deep purple chi barrier. The chi barrier was like a tall tower, sealing the space and isolating the inside from the outside. Iron cabinet goo and chi transformation goo made by Ningbing a trapped beast in Tai Clan's cage. Fang Yuan snorted in his heart. This situation looked simple, but it was very subtle. The 4 old-timers of Tai Clan surrounding Bai Ningbing were all rank 4 middle stage. Although Bai Ningbing was a genius, he was still at rank 4 initial stage. If Tai Clan's death row prison had really made up their mind, they would have captured Bai Ningbing long ago. But they did not. Firstly, they wanted to preserve their strength to contest for the 3 kings' inheritance. Secondly, they were wary of the purple thorn token in Bai Ningbing's hands. Thirdly, it was to lure Fang Yuan into the trap. Once Fang Yuan barged in, the 4 old-timers of Tai Clan could activate the rank 5 search lock goo together and easily suppress him and Bai Ningbing. In Fang Yuan's previous life, the 4 old-timers of Tai Clan used this killer move to capture the demonic path's Kong Ri Tian. But soon they were killed by a rank 3 goo master. Chapter 359. The dark purple chi barrier was like a tall tower, tightly covering the surrounding 300 meters. The chi barrier did not completely block one's sight, and who knew how many pairs of eyes were hidden outside the barrier? Bai Ningbing, just surrender obediently. You won't be able to escape here. Tai Clan's 4 old-timers occupied the 4 cardinal directions, surrounding Bai Ningbing in the center. Bai Ningbing sat cross-legged on a huge rock, holding a yuan stone with both hands, replenishing her primeval essence. Bai Ningbing, don't have any delusions. You killed our Tai Clan's people and still want to escape? Humph! Tai Clan's 4 old-timers stared at Bai Ningbing with solemn gazes, tightly surrounding her. Bai Ningbing's squinted eyes slowly opened, her blue pupils were calm, and her tone was cold as ice. Tai Clan's 4 old-timers, what use is there in saying so much? If you want to kill me, just bring it on. Even if I, Bai Ningbing, die in your hands, I will drag a few of you down with me. Pausing for a moment, she continued. Maintaining this chi barrier must have consumed a lot of your primeval essence, right? I know the 4 of you specialize in joint attacks and I am only a rank 4 initial stage. But please believe me, if you kill me, even if you don't die, you will be heavily injured. What if my companion appears? What will you do then? Tai Clan's 4 old-timers were speechless. Bai Ningbing's words, although she borrowed Fang Yuan's power, hit their weak spot. Bai Ningbing, don't be so stubborn. Come, let me fight you. One of Tai clan's 4 old-timers stood up. Bai Ningbing laughed lightly, standing up and accepting the challenge. She had silver hair and snow-white clothes standing out from the crowd. Even though she was trapped, she was still calm and collected, giving off a carefree aura of someone who disregarded life and death. Both sides fought. Sand and rocks flew in the chi barrier. Snow-white light shone and metal collided. On a short mountain peak far away, a group of Shang clan Gu masters stood. The tag team battle has started again. This Bai Ningbing is indeed a famous person in the battle stage. To be able to resist the attacks of 4 rank 4 middle stage Gu masters, she is not simple. One of them sighed. Bai Ningbing has outstanding battle talent and is indeed very strong. However, the other reason is that the Tai family's 4 elders don't dare to use their full strength. Someone analyzed. Not bad. The Tai family's 4 elders were apprehensive, afraid of Bai Ningbing's final counterattack. They were proficient in joint attacks, but their individual battle strength was not as high as a Gu master of the same cultivation level. Once we lose a member, our overall strength will plummet, and it will be difficult for us to compete for the 3 kings' inheritance. What I'm worried about now is that Bai Ningbing has the redbud token. Once she reveals it, should we act? Don't do anything for now. I've already sent a message back, and the family has already sent strong reinforcements. Elder Yihua is already on his way. Hearing this news, Shang clan's Gu master's spirits rose. Yihua was not an ordinary Gu master. He was one of the 5 great elders of Shang clan and had rank 4 peak stage cultivation. He was Shang Yanfei's right-hand man. He was sent here to change the situation of the entire Sancha mountain. I didn't expect things to turn out this way. If Bai Ningbing is killed by Tai family, Shang clan's business will be ruined. In a bush, Meng Tu's eyes shone as he stared at the battle inside the chi barrier, speaking with a worried tone. He was at the prime of his life and was also a rank 3 peak stage Gu master like his partner Jiao Huang. These two were a famous assassination duo in the demonic path. Back then even the rank 4 middle stage righteous path Gu master Xiao Fulu died in their hands. They received a promise from Shang clan that if they could kill Fang and Bai, they would be allowed to join Shang clan. They had already fought on Huatan Mountain, but the lava crocodile group they attracted did not bring much trouble to Fang and Bai. The two did not give up, and followed Fang and Bai to Sancha Mountain, waiting for an opportunity. Sai, what can we do? We are good at assassination but not at attacking. The chances of success are too low if we attack in public. If Bai Ningbing dies, we can't do anything. We can only do our best for this transaction, and leave it to fate. The old man Jiao Huang sighed. Yes, who knows how many eyes are watching us in the dark. We might even approach stealthily and get discovered halfway. Meng Tu weakly added. They were assassination Gu masters and paid particular attention to concealment. They did not attack, but once they did, they would kill in one blow. Before attacking, they had to go through meticulous calculations, make large amounts of preparations, and then unleash their full strength. If the chances of success were too low, they would absolutely not attack, and would rather give up on the transaction. This was also the reason why they were still alive after being in the demonic path for so long. Every famous Gu master had their own unique way of survival. Tai clan's 4 old men are in an awkward situation now. Li Xian stood in front of the chi barrier, watching the battle inside. His eyes squinted, filled with a gloating smile. Although this place had already become the focus of Sancha Mountain's attention, Li Xian did not care at all. He was extremely confident that he would not be exposed in front of everyone. This confidence came from the rank 5 Gu in his possession, concealment and invisibility Gu. Once Gu worms reached rank 5, they became rare. Many rank 5 Gu masters would only have 1 or 2 rank 5 Gu worms in their possession for many years. Concealment and invisibility Gu could only be seen through by rank 5 special investigative Gu. But 3 Kings' inheritance had just opened not long ago, and no one had even broken through to the middle stage, so it was not enough to attract those rank 5 Gu masters. Li Xian also had his own fortuitous encounter, obtaining a rare rank 5 Gu when he was rank 4. This iron cabinet Gu's recipe was researched and refined by Tai clan's refinement pathmaster, Tai Tong. His original intention was to research and refine a sturdy and safe storage Gu. After the first refinement, he gave it to Tai Shuelung to test. In the end, the divine investigator used it to capture people, and it was very durable. If it was supplemented with Qi transformation goo, the effect would be even better. From then on, Iron Cabinet Goo became Tai Clan's method to capture demonic goo masters. But now, Tai Clan's 4 old-timers have to maintain this Iron Cabinet Goo and Qi transformation goo, and are unable to attack together. If the 4 of them attack together, this purple Qi barrier will vanish. Without any obstruction, if Bai Ningbing escapes, it would be a huge loss of face. Ha ha ha, interesting. Tai Clan's 4 old-timers are in a difficult position now. Li Xian's lips curled up uncontrollably as he watched a good show. But when he thought of a person, his smile slowly faded. Little Beast King actually did not come to rescue her. Did he see the subtlety of this situation? Or is he so cold-blooded and heartless that he directly gave up on Bai Ningbing? No matter which it is enough to show how terrifying this person is. I should just send that goo to him. A goo was handed to Feng Yuan. It was shaped like a bedbug, flat and wide, with a small head and oval body. Its whole body was yellow, emitting a copper-like metallic luster. People called it ancient bronze skin goo. Bronze skin goo existed from rank 1 to rank 3. But if it advanced to rank 4, it would be ancient bronze skin goo, and its defense would be even stronger than rank 3 bronze skin goo. Li Xian, you are indeed a famous merchant in the demonic path. You can take out ancient bronze skin goo so quickly. I feel that making a deal with you was the right choice. I don't have tea here, please have a drink. Feng Yuan's tone was polite and his expression was amiable as he received Li Xian and poured wine for him. Not at all. It is my honor to be able to do business with little beast Wang De. Li Xian was very humble and placed his position very low. The two conversed for a while and the atmosphere was very harmonious. If outsiders who were not in the know saw this, they would feel that these two were kind and refined. Who would think that these two were two-faced and ruthless demonic goo masters? Li Xian, you don't need to be so polite, just call me Fangzheng. I will give you 50,000 yuan stone first as a deposit. Feng Yuan took out the primeval elder goo and with a wave of his hand, took out 50,000 yuan stone. The primeval elder goo was like a crystal ball. The more yuan stone it stored, the friendlier old man Yun Xiao in the ball. Li Xian looked at old man Yun Zhao's smiling face and his evaluation of Feng Yuan rose by another level. There is something I need to trouble you with, Feng Yuan said. Li Xian's gaze flashed as he quickly said, please speak. Feng Yuan brought Li Xian deep into the cave and pointed at a stone vat. I made a stone vat, but there is no fire-type goo. Li Xian, I need your help to boil these copper pieces into liquid and store them in the stone vat. Li Xian let out a sigh of relief and smiled. I happen to have a batch of fire-type goo. This is easy, it is as easy as lifting a finger. The temperature in the cave rose rapidly. After a while, Li Xian boiled these copper pieces into liquid metal, almost filling up the stone vat. Feng Yuan took out charcoal and piled it under the stone vat to keep it warm. Then, under Li Xian's shocked gaze, he lightly jumped into the vat. The scalding copper water instantly burned his clothes to pieces with a sizzling sound. Feng Yuan's whole body was soaked in the copper water. Only his head was exposed. Little beast Wang De, why are you doing this? Li Xian could smell the smell of roasted meat. Feng Yuan activated the ancient bronze skin goo in his aperture while gritting his teeth. Li Xian, don't you know? There is a trick to using this ancient bronze skin goo. That is to use it with a copper liquid to increase the speed by 30%. The ancient bronze skin goo needed to be activated for a period of time to turn the goo master's skin into ancient bronze skin. If it was used with the copper liquid, the time would be shortened. Li Xian had already heard of this, but he did not think of this. When he prepared these things for Feng Yuan, he thought they were supplementary materials for goo refinement. Because this method was extremely painful and cruel. The goo master had to touch the boiling copper liquid with their skin, and could not use any defensive methods. Only a perverted masochist would choose this method. But was Little Beast King a masochist? On the way back, Li Xian kept thinking about this question, causing him to be in a daze. At the same time, there was another person who was also talking about Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan, why haven't you appeared yet? Bai Ningbing sat cross-legged on the ground, her eyes half closed, having a bad feeling. Chapter 360. A goo worm floated above Fang Yuan's head. The primeval sea level in Fang Yuan's body slowly fell to activate this goo. This goo was like a black bone, round at both ends and long and thin in the middle. It floated in the air, emitting waves of black light. The black light shone on Fang Yuan's body, passing through his skin and flesh, affecting his bones. Fang Yuan had already used the iron bone goo. His skeleton was pitch black and as hard as iron. But under the effect of this goo, his bones gradually became harder. This was Essence Iron Bone Goo, a rank 4 goo worm. One could obtain iron bone goo by reverse refining it. 3 days after Li Xian handed over the ancient bronze skin goo, he personally handed it to Fang Yuan. Essence Iron Bone Goo could make Fang Yuan's bones even harder. The effect was several times that of the iron bone goo. But at the same time, the time it needed was also several times longer. These days, Fang Yuan had been using Essence Iron Bone and Ancient Bronze Skin, these 2 goo, to refine his body. During this period, he was also using Nine Eyes Liquor Worm to refine his primeval essence, refining the initial stage light gold primeval essence into bright gold primeval essence. Next, he used the bright gold primeval essence to cleanse his aperture walls, increasing his aperture's foundation. He grasped every minute and second, cultivating bitterly, and could feel his strength growing a little every day. It has been over a month since I came out of King Quan inheritance. The ancient bronze skin goo is almost used, but Essence Iron Bone Goo is still far from success. Unless I use a time path goo to accelerate time. Fang Yuan pondered. Time path was a goo master path related to time. The goo masters of this path used goo worms that were related to time and darkness. Third Watch Goo and Spring Autumn Cicada were the representatives. But in fact, time path goo were not limited to these, there were many more. From rank 1 to rank 5 there were all sorts of them. Ordinary goo masters, if they did not have the patience to do this kind of painstaking work, and wanted to speed it up, they would ask a time path goo master for help, or use their own time path goo to accelerate time. But my situation is different from ordinary goo masters. I have Spring Autumn Cicada with me. If I speed it up, it will recover faster, and that will be my death wish. In the goo immortal blessed land on Sanchao Mountain, time flowed 3 times faster than the outside world. Fang Yuan had entered King Quan inheritance for some time, and Spring Autumn Cicada's recovery had already improved. Thus, Fang Yuan could only be patient and work hard. Just as he was cultivating, an unfamiliar voice came from outside the cave. "Little Beast King, can you come out for a chat?" Fang Yuan walked out of the cave and saw the person. His gaze narrowed. So it is Elder Yihua. Yihua was very handsome. He had sharp eyes and a tall nose. His long red hair was like a burning flame. He was a fire path goo master and was very famous in the whole of southern border. People called him Blazing Prairie. He had rank 4 peak stage cultivation. He is Shang Yanfei's right-hand man and is ranked above White Light Swordsman Wei Yang. He is a fire path goo master and is very famous in southern border. Only Shang Yanfei can order him around. Once he arrives, Sanchao Mountain's situation will change. These thoughts flashed past Fang Yuan's mind as he let Yihua into the cave. "Little Beast King, my purpose here is very simple. I want to invite you to join our Shang clan." Yihua entered the cave, but did not sit down, and directly stated his purpose. "Join your Shang clan?" Fang Yuan's brows rose. He could feel Fire Prairie's swift and decisive nature. "That's right." Yihua nodded and stared at Fang Yuan, smiling. "You and Bai Ningbing have stayed in our Shang clan for a period of time. You must have a deep understanding of our Shang clan's strength. I won't say much. The important thing is, your companion Bai Ningbing has been trapped by Tai clan's 4 old-timers for 2 months. As long as you two join our Shang clan, I will immediately appear and rescue Bai Ningbing for you." His tone was filled with confidence, as if rescuing Bai Ningbing was a matter that could be done easily. When he spoke, his whole body was smiling. His handsome face was as perfect as a sculpture, and when he revealed his pearly white teeth, he was as dazzling as the sun in the sky. Many people couldn't help but feel ashamed when they interacted with her. Yihua and Wei Yang had the same background. They were both tyrants of Shang clan's battle stage, and were absolute geniuses. Among the 5 great generals, he was the most famous, and was publicly recognized as the elder most likely to advance to rank 5. Hearing this, Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with a contemplative light. He was not surprised that Shang Clan sent Yihua. Shang Clan had once controlled the situation on Sancha Mountain, but was later suppressed by Wu Clan. Afterwards, demonic Gu master experts appeared, causing Shang Clan to be even more unable to raise their heads. In such a situation as a super clan, Shang Clan naturally had to send out capable generals to open up the situation here. In Fang Yuan's previous life's memories, Yihua was also sent here by Shang Clan, and suppressed Wu Shentong, Yichong, and defeated Kong Ri Tian and Long Qing Tian, becoming the tyrant of Sancha Mountain for a time. But afterwards he was unforgiving, and forced Long Qing Tian into a corner. Long Qing Tian used green halo goo, and Yihua was poisoned, and could only return to Shang Clan City to find Dr. Su Shou to treat him. However, once Yihua came to Sancha Mountain, he came to recruit him. This was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. Lord Yihua, I wonder if this recruitment is from Shang Clan? Or is it your idea? Fang Yuan's gaze flashed as he asked. Ha ha ha, of course it is my idea. Fang Jing, you caused quite a commotion in Shang Clan's battle stage, and almost became the tyrant of the battle stage. I have always been paying attention to you. You are a talent. Joining Shang Clan will be very beneficial to you. Yihua laughed loudly. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, the trace of doubt in his heart dissolving. Sir Yihua, as far as I know, Shang Clan's external elders do not have the authority to recommend talents, right? The term external elder caused Yihua to frown slightly. You're right. But if you can become the tyrant of the battle stage, you can become a Shang Clan elder. With your talent, I believe it is only a matter of time before you dominate the battle stage. Fang Yuan couldn't help but scoff but did not speak. Yihua's frown deepened. This scoff was extremely piercing to his ears. He controlled his temper. Fang Jing, I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. When I came here, Lord Clan Leader had already promised me. As long as I make great contributions on Sancha Mountain, and control the situation here, I will be bestowed the surname of Shang Clan after returning to Shang Clan City. At that time I will no longer be Yihua but Shang Hua. As a Shang Clan member, I will have the authority to recommend talents. Oh, is that so? Fang Yuan showed an obviously moved expression. His gaze flickered as he fell into deep thought. Yihua waited for a while, but did not get a reply from Fang Yuan. His frown deepened as he asked, Have you thought it through? Fang Yuan shook his head. This is a very important matter, I need to think about it. Yihua's frown eased a little. In that case, I will give you 3 days' time. 3 days later, I will come back here again. I hope to hear a satisfactory answer. All right. Fang Yuan nodded, agreeing, and sent Yihua out of the cave. 3 days later. You still haven't thought it through? Yihua looked at Fang Yuan, his gaze slightly serious. This is a serious matter, I really need to think about it. Fang Yuan replied with a deep voice. All right, I will give you 3 more days. Fang Jing, I have high hopes for you. Another 3 days later. Lord Yihua, I have thought about this matter for a long time. I appreciate your good intentions, but the demonic path is truly free and happy. Fang Yuan said with a sincere expression. What? You thought about it for 3 days and gave me this answer? Yihua's tone was slightly angry. Lord Yihua. A forcefully picked melon is not sweet. Fang Yuan's reply was soft but firm, his gaze deep. Yihua gritted his teeth and said with a deep voice. Fang Jing, you need to think it through. Tai Clan's 4 old-timers are not easy to deal with. If not for me, Bai Ningbing might not have survived. Other than this, you went to kill Sky Tiger Shui Sanxi. She is Century Boy's goddaughter. Century Boy has been eyeing you covetously. He is a rank 4 upper stage Wood Path Gu master, a troublesome person in the demonic path. Oh, is that so? Fang Yuan showed hesitation, then. Let me think about it. Give me 10 days' time, I will think about it again. 10 days. Yihua immediately frowned. All right. He thought for a moment and nodded. Such a long time is enough for you to think it through. I believe you will make the wisest choice. But there is one thing I need to remind you. You can't drag this on any longer. Your woman is in jail now. During this time, anything can happen. Yihua treated Bai Ningbing as Fang Yuan's woman. This knowledge made Fang Yuan feel like it was funny. Whether Bai Ningbing died or not, to him, was not an important matter. Anyway, the poison Vow Gu was broken, and he had already matured, having rank 4 initial stage cultivation. Whether Bai Ningbing was saved or not, it was up to him. But without Bai Ningbing, Feng Yuan would be alone, and it would have a negative impact on his plans on Sancha Mountain. There is no need to rush to save Bai Ningbing. I am still cultivating and improving. I no longer need the bone-flesh unity goo. As for Bai Ningbing, she can be placed outside to attract attention for me. I can use this chance to surpass her, and suppress her in the future. With so many eyes watching, those 4 old foxes from Tai clan will not make a move. Feng Yuan had a clear understanding of the situation. As for Yihua's recruitment, 10 days later. Lord Yihua, thank you for your good intentions. These days I have been thinking about it, tossing and turning in bed, but I still feel it is better to be free. Feng Yuan had a sincere expression. Yihua's expression naturally turned ugly. Fengzheng, are you toying with me time and time again? Lord Yihua, you are wrong. I have always been sincere towards you. I understand how you feel. But right now, the most important matter is the 3 kings' inheritance. It has been a while since it opened. Chapter 361. 5 days later. On Sancha Mountain 3 light pillars pierced the sky, piercing through the clouds. The red light pillar was as hot as fire. It was King Bao's inheritance. The yellow light pillar was dazzling. It was King Quan's inheritance. The blue light pillar was beautiful. It was King Xian's inheritance. After several months, the 3 kings' inheritance opened again. Yihua looked at the 3 light pillars on the mountain peak, his tiger-like eyes flickering with eerie radiance. This is the 3 kings' inheritance? It really has an earth-shattering spirit. As long as I make a great contribution here, I can truly rely on Shang Clan, change my name to Shang Clan, and become a part of Shang Clan. At this moment there was a surge of passion in his heart. This little beast king doesn't know what's good for him, rejecting me time and time again. However, he seems to know some secrets related to the 3 kings' inheritance. If I can take him in, it will be a great help to me in controlling Sancha Mountain. Yihua couldn't help but think of Feng Yuan. Yihua was one of the 5 great elders of Shang Clan. He had his own intelligence channels. He already knew that Feng Yuan had earned a lot of money from knowing the 3 kings' inheritance's secrets in Shang Clan City. Other than that, Feng Yuan had outstanding battle strength and had rank 4 middle stage battle strength. Moreover, Bai Ningbing had always been together with Little Beast King. If he recruited one of them, he would naturally obtain the other. Thus Yihua accommodated Feng Yuan and displayed his utmost sincerity to move Feng Yuan. But Feng Yuan didn't know what was good for him and rejected him time and time again. Yihua couldn't help but feel annoyed. Wait until I come out of the 3 kings' inheritance. I will deal with this little beast king and let him know he can't just wait for the right price. However, for now, I should suppress these hindrances. Yihua retracted his scattered thoughts and turned his gaze towards the people in the surroundings. Pink butterfly gentleman Kong Ri Tian. Once died the blue sky Long Qing Tian. Wu clan elder Wu Shin Tong. Yi clan elder Yi Chong. These 4 were all rank 4 peak stage Gu master experts. Every time the inheritance opened, they would first have to exchange pointers. This time was no exception. Ha ha ha, I've reserved King Bao's inheritance. Who dares to compete with me? Yihua raised his head and laughed 3 times. His laughter was wild and heroic. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and scanned the 4 of them with his tiger-like eyes. He was a fire path Gu master. King Bao was also of the same path. The inheritance of King Bao was naturally his best choice. Prairie fire. Wu Shuntong narrowed his eyes as he mumbled, fearful of Yihua's fame. Yihua was one of the 5 great generals of Shang Clan, with the name of Fire Prairie, powerful and flourishing. Even Wu Shuntong had to admit that he was weaker than Yihua. I will fight you. Kong Ri Tian coldly snorted. His body suddenly exploded, unexpectedly transforming into many phoenix-winged golden butterflies. There were hundreds and thousands of golden butterflies. The butterfly wings that were as sharp as knives shrouded Yihua. Fire Prairie, you've been in the limelight for the past few years, haven't you? Long Qing Tian smiled sinisterly and pushed his palm forward. Whoosh! A green palm of light with poisonous smoke curling around it tore through the void and slapped towards Yihua's face. Let me experience it as well. Yi Chong snickered and also attacked. Swoosh! Jade water waves appeared out of nowhere. The waves surged and engulfed Yihua. At once, 3 rank 4 peak stage Gu masters attacked Yihua at the same time. Good. Yihua's lips curled into an arrogant smile as he straightened his arms and fiercely slapped his chest with his palms. Boom! The flame was majestic. It suddenly erupted. In an instant, a fiery red color appeared. It covered the 3 kings' inheritance's light pillar and illuminated the peak of Sancha Mountain. The fire rose with unparalleled heat, wild and fierce. The fire easily covered the water waves and burned the disinfectant palm. The phoenix-winged golden butterflies fled in a sorry state. They flew far away and gathered back into Kong Ri Tian. This is his rank 5 Gu Prairie Fire? Seeing such a huge fire, Yi Chong and Long Qingtian's expressions slightly changed. Kong Ri Tian did not speak, while Wu Shuntong's eyes shone. Elder Yihua is mighty. Shang Clan's Gu masters excitedly shouted. Yihua stood proudly in the fire, giving people a feeling of a god. His fiery red hair almost fused with the fire, his posture wild and blazing. The fire dissipated and he walked towards the red light pillar. King Bao inheritance. Along the way, the other 4 Gu masters looked at him with stiff and unsightly expressions, but they did not stop him. This was acknowledging Yihua's strength. After Yihua entered King Bao inheritance, Kong Ri Tian and the other 3 glanced at each other, but had no interest in fighting. Among them, Kong Ri Tian and Long Qingtian entered King Xian inheritance, while Wu Shuntong and Yi Chong entered King Quan inheritance. Yihua is indeed one of Shang Clan's 5 great generals, possessing the rank 5 Prairie Fire Gu. He is really strong. These days, Yihua has been going to Little Beast King's side. Their relationship is not ordinary. Black and white demons, these 2 are demonic path members, but they are actually the dogs of the righteous path. They have stayed in Shang Clan for some time and their relationship with Shang Clan's young master Shang Xian Ci is even closer. Everyone knows this. A group of rank 4 upper stage Gu masters discussed as they saw Yihua suppress the other 4 Gu masters and walk into the inheritance light pillar. Birds of a feather flocked together. Rank 4 peak stage experts had already entered the inheritance. Now it was these people's turn. Century Boy, your goddaughter Shui Sanxi was killed by Little Beast King. When are you going to take revenge? A righteous path Gu master among the crowd suddenly asked with a sense of schadenfreude. Century Boy snorted. Yihua has rank 5 Gu, but the spar just now was just probing. No one used their true methods. If they really fought, it is still uncertain who will die. Although he said so, he was actually very fearful in his heart. He wanted to find trouble with Fang Yuan while Bai Ningbing was locked up. But Yihua kept going to Fang Yuan's residence, so he could only restrain his impulse and watch silently. Now that he saw Yihua easily suppress the other 4, Century Boy's heart became even heavier. A great opportunity like 3 Kings' inheritance is right in front of us. Who would be foolish enough to fight to the death? Let's go in. Soon, this group of rank 4 upper stage Gu masters also entered the inheritance. Fang Yuan climbed to the peak and someone immediately recognized him. Little Beast King. It's Fang Zheng. He entered King Xian inheritance. At the peak, halfway up the mountain, many Gu masters stared blankly at Fang Yuan entering the light pillar. Did he really forget his companions? Bai Ningbing is still trapped by Tai Clan's 4 old-timers, but Fang Zheng is completely unconcerned, as if nothing had happened. Even the demonic path Gu masters felt a chill in their hearts. Look, this is the cold-blooded and emotionless demonic path Gu masters. Some righteous path Gu masters snorted disdainfully as they evaluated Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing also witnessed this scene from inside the qi barrier. Her face was pale from anger. She clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. Tai Clan's 4 old-timers looked at each other. Their current situation. It was quite awkward. Although they had successfully trapped Bai Ningbing, Fang Yuan did not come to rescue her. This made their defensive tactic become an ironic joke. Damn it! We can't split up, we won't have a share in this 3 Kings' inheritance. How about we retreat? Absolutely not. The 4 of us attacked together but got nothing. Retreat now. This is an insult to our Tai clan. We won't be able to raise our heads in the future. Then what should we do? 3 pairs of gazes gathered on the leader of the 4 old-timers. The old man pondered for a while and made a decision. He said solemnly. Ask for reinforcements. Shang clan has sent reinforcements. Our Tai clan will naturally also send reinforcements. In the current situation, the competition is even more intense. Only rank 4 peak stage strength can fight for a spot. As long as the clan sends a rank 4 peak stage strength, together with the 4 of us rank 4 middle stage strength. Big brother is absolutely right. Shang clan has sent Yihua. We won't lose face if we ask for reinforcements now. Right, ask for reinforcements from the clan. Boundless gray fog. It filled Feng Yuan's vision, reminding Feng Yuan that he had entered King Xian inheritance. Feng Yuan looked around, unable to differentiate between north, south, east and west. But in his aperture, spring-autumn cicada happily flapped its wings. Here, the flow of time was still 3 times faster than the outside world. I need to hurry. Feng Yuan felt a sense of urgency. The constantly recovering spring-autumn cicada. To him it was a life-threatening sign. He took out the paper crane goo and activated it. To enter King Xian inheritance, the key needed was a paper crane goo. At this moment, Feng Yuan could only use the paper crane goo. The other goo, other than the spring-autumn cicada, were all sealed by the heavenly power. The paper crane goo fluttered in the air, flapping its wings and leading the way. Feng Yuan followed the paper crane, moving forward slowly. He walked to a hill, and a blurry figure appeared in the fog. Human, come outside, let's have a match. The figure spoke, his voice was rough and not continuous. When Feng Yuan got closer, the figure gradually became clearer. He was similar to an ordinary human, with 2 hands and 2 legs. But he was tall and muscular, and his whole body was covered in hair. His chest, limbs, even his face and butt were covered in reddish-brown hair. He stared at Feng Yuan with his bell-like large eyes. Let's have a match. The loser will die. He growled. His eyes were bloodshot and his expression was malevolent. Feng Yuan had already expected this. His expression was calm and not surprised. This was a variant human. There were variant beasts among beasts, like the biao among tigers, the bay among wolves, and the mastiff among dogs. There were also variant humans among humans, and the one Feng Yuan was facing now was one of the variant humans, hairy men. Hairy men were covered in hair. Even their eyelids had a layer of fine hair. This type of variant human had low-level intelligence, and innately had talent in goo refinement. In King Xian inheritance, there was a group of hairy men. They were an obstacle for goo masters. Only by defeating them could they continue to advance. And if they lost to the hairy men, the goo master would be torn to shreds by the powerful hairy men, becoming their food. Come. Feng Yuan stood 10 steps away from the hairy man, his expression calm. In the air, several goo appeared out of nowhere, as well as some materials, lightly landing on Feng Yuan's hands. At the same time, the hairy man also obtained a similar set. The goo refinement began. Chapter 362. Records of hairy men were first recorded in the legends of Ranzu. It was said that Ranzu dug out his eyes and turned into a son and a daughter. The son was Verdant Great Son and the daughter was Desolate Guyue. While Verdant Great Son liked to drink good wine, he got into trouble while drinking and was trapped in ordinary abyss. Finally, it was a blessing in disguise and he obtained the chrysanthemum-like reputation goo, escaping with his life. Because of reputation goo, Verdant Great Son's reputation gradually grew. Soon, the news that Verdant Great Son was a drunkard spread all over the world. One day, a group of tiger-striped bees dragged their beehive and found Verdant Great Sunday. Verdant Great Son, I heard you like good wine and have always said that the wine of the 4 heaven and earth monkeys is the best. But how can the wine they brew compare to our honey wine? Today we specially brought the honey wine, please have a taste. These bees were about the size of a leopard, and the patterns on their bodies looked like tiger stripes. They were gold with black spots on them. They spoke politely but had a threatening and forceful tone. Verdant Great Son complained in his heart. This was called a disaster coming from the heavens while staying at home. The tiger-striped bees were extremely strong. He was not their match by themselves. Not to mention a group of them. Verdant Great Son could only reluctantly taste the honey wine in the beehive. He had just drunk a mouthful when his eyes shone. The honey wine was sweet but not greasy. It was mellow and delicious. It was the absolute best wine in the world. Delicious, delicious, too delicious. This honey wine can make people feel like they are the happiest people in the world. Verdant Great Sun drank mouthful after mouthful, praising it endlessly. The tiger-striped bees laughed, feeling very happy. The leader asked Verdant Great Sun, "Then tell me, our honey wine or the 4 heaven and earth monkeys' wine, which one is better?" Verdant Great Sun was already drunk and forgot about the terror of the tiger-striped bees, directly saying, "Each has its own merits. It is hard to compare." The tiger-striped bees were furious. Their wine was actually on par with that group of damned monkeys. "This Verdant Great Sun is too hateful. We need to teach him a lesson." They were just about to attack when Verdant Great Sun suddenly disappeared. Verdant Great Sun was drunk for 7 days and 7 nights. In a daze he heard a voice calling him in the darkness. "Verdant Great Sun, wake up. If you don't wake up, you'll be eaten." Verdant Great Sun woke up with a start. He found himself tied up and carried by a group of savages. This group of savages was covered in fur. His eyes were a deep blue. He had already lit a bonfire, and there was a big pot on top of the bonfire. The barbarians sat quietly, speaking pleasantly to the ear. "We want to refine eternal goo, and we need a person as the ingredient." In the end, the heavens sent the Verdant Great Sunday. This is a cause for celebration. Man is the spirit of all creatures, and the human ancestor is the ancestor of spirits. The Verdant Great Sun was formed from his left eye. It was full of spiritual energy. In my opinion, this goo refinement will succeed. Quickly throw him into the frying pan. We can obtain eternal goo and live forever. Verdant Great Sun turned pale with fright when he heard these words. He quickly shouted and struggled with all his might. However, the barbarians were unmoved. At this time, Verdant Great Sun once again heard that voice from before. "Sigh, it's useless. These savages. They were all hairy men. Heaven and earth loved them. They had an innate talent to refine goo worms." Verdant Great Sun forgot about the danger and curiously asked in his heart, "Who are you?" That voice replied, "I am divine travel goo. As long as anyone drinks the 4 top quality wines of heaven and earth, I will be born in their heart. I can teleport you to any place." Verdant Great Sun was overjoyed. "Then please make a move. Bring me out of here." Divine Travel Goo sighed. "It's useless. Only when you are drunk will you be able to move me. Your mind is so clear right now it won't work." Verdant Great Sun came to a realization. "No wonder I was trapped on the island and almost starved to death. Fortunately, I obtained reputation goo and escaped from ordinary abyss. So it was you who harmed me." Divine Travel Goo replied, "Sigh, human, I did not intentionally harm you. It was you who activated my strength when you were drunk. Don't blame me. Last time you were almost captured by the tiger-striped bees. It was thanks to me that you escaped. One harmed and one saved. We are even now." Verdant Great Sun also recalled the matter of the tiger-striped bees, and no longer blamed Divine Travel Goo. He was thrown into the pot by the hairy men. The fire burned at the bottom of the pot, and the water temperature gradually rose. "Add agate red pepper." A hairy man threw the precious agate red pepper into the pot. The water in the pot immediately turned red, and even dyed Verdant Great Sun's body red. "Add blue fox smoke infant." A hairy man carried a small fox and threw it into the pot. The small fox was furry and had a pair of black diamond-like eyes. It was very cute. But once it touched the water, it turned into green smoke and fused into the water. The water in the pot gradually became boiling hot. Verdant Great Sun also felt despair. He could not escape this calamity. The hairy men added many supplementary materials and goo worms one after another. "Add vanity goo." A hairy man threw a goo into the pot. This goo was very strange. It looked like a large green crab. But different from a real crab, its shell was hollow. Once it saw Verdant Great Sun, the crab-like vanity goo was very excited. You are Verdant Great Sun? I have heard of you, but to think I could see you here, this is the fortune of 3 lifetimes. I am too happy, too excited." Verdant Great Sun did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Fortune of 3 lifetimes, we are going to die soon. I don't care about death. I only want to ask you, how did you become so famous? I am so envious. I admire people like you the most." Vanity Goo asked impatiently. I am not in the mood to talk about this, I need to escape. Verdant Great Sun struggled in the pot, trying to climb out, but was quickly pressed down by the guarding hairy men. Quickly tell me, quickly tell me. Vanity Goo was not tactful, it wanted to ask for advice. Verdant Great Sun scolded angrily. Look at your current situation, can't you see it? Vanity Goo opened its eyes wide and stared at Verdant Great Sun, suddenly smiling. I understand. If you want to be red, you have to endure the heat. Thank you for your guidance. Thank you for your guidance. Verdant Great Sun, in order to thank you, I will do one thing for you. Saying so, the Vanity Goo exploded. The explosion was not intense and was very light. It only produced a soft bang. Next, Vanity Goo turned into a formless poisonous wind, assaulting all of the hairy men's hearts. The serene blue eyes of the hairy men. Everything turned red. Verdant Great Sun stared blankly for a good while before coming to his senses. He could not be bothered with the sacrifice of Vanity Goo. He quickly shouted, You hairy men might be able to refine goo, but it is nothing to me. So what if all of you are immortal? You guys look so ugly. It's covered in hair, it's so ugly. The hairy men were stunned. If it was before, they would not care about Verdant Great Sunday. But now the poison of vanity pervaded their hearts and clouded their wisdom. Hearing Verdant Great Sun's shout, a hairy man immediately retorted, Nonsense, nonsense. We hairy men are the most beautiful. Our hair is too beautiful to behold. Verdant Great Sun had a flash of inspiration. No matter how beautiful your hair is it as beautiful as my hair? Because he had drunk the strong wine brewed by the Vajra monkeys, his hair had turned into burning flames. The hairy men heard his words and went into a daze. The beauty of fire. It was changing at every moment. Even they had to admit that Verdant Great Sun's hair movement was beautiful. Verdant Great Sun continued to provoke them. Even if you obtain immortality, you will not be as beautiful as me. Look at my hair, it is the same color as the flames. It is equally moving. The hairy men could not resist his provocation. Finally, a member became restless. You have this kind of hair. I also have it. Watch me. Saying so, he used the torch to ignite his whole body. The hair on his body was burning. He became a man of fire. Ha ha ha, you only have beautiful hair, but my whole body is beautiful now. This hairy man shouted. Soon the other members followed suit. One by one, they became men of fire. The flames burned them, and the intense pain made them wail uncontrollably. But even though they knew this, they still did not extinguish the flames, instead boasting and showing off their beauty. Divine Travel Goo was overjoyed, praising Verdant Great Sun endlessly in his heart. Human, you are really too smart. You actually thought of this method. Verdant Great Sun escaped the oil pot and successfully survived. He sneered in his heart. It is not that I am smart. It is that vain people will become stupid. They often silently endure pain for the sake of illusory beauty, giving up on what they should be pursuing. Grand White Moon Gold, Skullstone, Dragon Tusk, Small Autumn Grass, as well as 50 Yuan Stone, 1 Flower Boar Goo and 1 Boar Cage Goo. These were the materials for Fong Yuan to refine goo. And in front of him, this hairy man was already sitting cross-legged on the ground, refining goo. Although Fong Yuan was not a refinement path goo master, he had a lot of experience in his previous life. He had a wide range of knowledge in refinement path and knew many recipes. Right now he had 3 choices. Each choice could refine a new goo worm. The inheritance did not specify what goo to refine. This meant that the goo he refined would at least be better than the hairy man's. Fong Yuan looked at the hairy man's goo refinement process. He had already guessed what goo he was going to refine. He sneered in his heart, but his face showed a flattering smile of worship. Lord Hairy Man, you are really amazing. Looking at your goo refinement technique, I am truly in awe. You are a goo refinement master. There is no goo in this world that you cannot refine. Ha ha. You are sensible. The hairy man heard this and laughed heartily. He was very happy. With this distraction, the goo refinement immediately failed. The hairy man's expression changed. He shouted in panic, No! But it was already too late. The heavenly power descended and turned into a bolt of lightning, turning him into charcoal. Chapter 363. As the light faded, a goo landed in Fang Yuan's palm. This was water cage goo. It was specially used to capture wild goo worms and had a miraculous effect. The hairy man opposite him was still in the process of goo refinement. When he saw that Fang Yuan was done, he let out a roar of despair. A bolt of lightning fell from the sky and with a crack he was killed. Similar to King Quan inheritance, King Xian inheritance was also incomparably cruel. Every step a goo master took, they had to tread on blood and death. Fang Yuan sighed as he stored the water cage goo and continued to move forward. If he remembered correctly, this was the 32nd round of King Xian inheritance. King Xian inheritance was a refinement path inheritance. With every 10 rounds, the difficulty would increase, and the hairy men that appeared would become smarter and stronger. In the first 20 rounds, Fang Yuan could rely on words to flatter the hairy men and disturb their mental states, causing them to fail in their goo refinement and winning without a fight. But at the 30th round, these hairy men had huge bodies and outstanding intelligence. Fang Yuan could only compete with them personally. But fortunately, the goo refinement materials for the first 20 rounds were all in Fang Yuan's hands, giving Fang Yuan ample choice when refining goo. These goo refinement materials could be saved and used as capital for the following rounds. This was also a trick that King Xian left behind when he set up the inheritance back then. Even in Fang Yuan's previous life, this trick was only announced a year later, and was widely known by everyone. It was kept a secret now, and even if someone figured out this trick, it would only be a small number. Fang Yuan continued to move forward like this. Relying on the rich accumulation in his hands, as well as the love from his previous life, he managed to achieve better results than King Quan's inheritance. And after the 40th round, King Xian inheritance's difficulty increased by several times. At this time, the goo masters could use one of their goo worms. But in King Xian inheritance, only refinement path goo could be used. Fang Yuan did not have any refinement path goo worms, and the materials he had were almost used up. He started to feel the difficulty of moving forward. Every stage was extremely difficult to pass. But fortunately, after the 40th round, King Xian inheritance would give goo masters corresponding rewards. These rewards, there were refinement path goo worms, recipes, yuan stone and so on. It was very generous. Fang Yuan made it to the 44th stage and received a chance to be teleported out. He grabbed hold of this opportunity and retreated from King Xian's legacy. The time taken to clear the trial this time was much longer than King Quan's inheritance. Returning to Sancha Mountain, Fang Yuan noticed that the Tai clan's purple barrier was still standing. The 4 elders of the Tai clan were very patient and did not enter the 3 kings' inheritance. Bai Ningbing was still trapped. As for the 3 light pillars on the mountain peak, they had already shrunk beyond recognition and were only as thick as the mouth of a bowl. However, as long as the pillar of light existed, even if it was as thin as a needle, it meant that the door was not closed and one could still enter. However, every time it was opened, no matter which inheritance it is, a goo master can only enter it once. Fang Yuan found Li Xian carry out another transaction. Li Xian was secretly surprised that Fang Yuan could take out so many things. I have some bad news for you. Tai clan's 4 old-timers have already requested reinforcements from the clan. Tai clan has already sent a group of strong reinforcements. They might harm you. Fang Yuan was not surprised. Tai clan's 4 old-timers' actions were within his expectations. Oh? Who are the strong reinforcements? The leader is Tai clan's Tai Xiao. He is a strength path goo master with rank 4 upper stage cultivation. Other than that, there is also Tai Ruanan. This girl is one of the 8 young masters of Tai clan, a rising star who has been in the limelight for the last 2 years. Tai clan's 8 young masters are all dragons and phoenixes among men. Especially this Tai Ruanan. She is the daughter of Tai clan's divine investigator Tai Shuelong, and has already reached rank 4 initial stage at such a young age. Li Xian emphasized on Tai Ruanan towards these strong reinforcements of Tai clan. On the contrary, he did not introduce Tai Xiao much. Tai Xiao was already a famous person. Everyone knew about him. But Tai Ruanan was a rising star. She could only be said to have some fame and had not reached the level where everyone in southern border knew about her. Li Xian did not know that Fang Yuan was very familiar with Tai Ruanan. As expected, she also advanced to rank 4. Tai Bashio, Tai clan really sent this person just like in my previous life. Fang Yuan pondered in his heart. Li Xian had been observing Fang Yuan's expression, and seeing that Fang Yuan's expression was very calm, he felt even more fearful. Little Beast is Wang Da's man. Once Tai clan's reinforcements arrive, Tai clan's 4 old-timers will be able to deal with Bai Ningbing. If you make a move now, it is still not too late. Li Xian advised with a sincere expression. Li Xian, please pay more attention to the following transaction. Fang Yuan smiled and left the cave. Once Fang Yuan left, Li Xian's expression sank. His small eyes flickered with sharp light. I have already fanned the flames, but this little beast king can still sit still? Is he really not worried about his companion's safety? Don't tell me his relationship with Bai Ningbing is not as close as the rumors say? No, Bai Ningbing is so beautiful as a man, he will definitely go and save her. Seems I need to contact Hu Mei Er. To him, fanning the flames had already become an instinct. Only by watching them fight and fishing in troubled waters could he obtain greater benefits. Is this true? Hu Mei Er's eyes shone with excitement when she heard Li Xian's news. Why would I lie to my little sweetheart? Li Xian smiled as he touched Hu Mei Er's waist. Hu Mei Er laughed charmingly and threw herself into Li Xian's embrace, acting spoiled. Brotherly loves me the most. A round bead was quietly lying in Fang Yuan's palm. It was completely golden in color and was only the size of a thumb. In the dim light of the cave, it emitted a faint metallic luster. This was a yellow gold relic goo. A rank 4 goo worm. This goo was strictly controlled by all the clans in the market. Even Li Xian would find it difficult to get his hands on it. Because of this goo, it could directly raise a rank 4 goo master's realm by a small realm. Rank 4 and rank 5 were already the clan's higher-ups. A yellow gold relic goo could change the situation of the higher-ups. I can be considered lucky this time. In King Xian inheritance, I actually obtained a yellow gold relic goo as a reward. Fang Yuan sighed and activated this goo with a thought. The yellow gold relic goo immediately turned into a golden light and entered Fang Yuan's aperture. In Fang Yuan's aperture, 90% of his primeval sea was fluctuating. At the center, the spring-autumn cicada was faintly discernible. The moment the yellow gold relic goo entered, it was firmly suppressed by the spring-autumn cicada's aura. Fang Yuan could only let the spring-autumn cicada hide before manipulating the yellow gold relic goo. A ball of golden light immediately spread and enveloped the entire aperture. It converged with the bright golden primeval sea. The 4 walls of the aperture were also being nourished. After a night like this, when the morning sun shone on Sancha Mountain, Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Rank 4 middle stage. If he used 9 Eyes Liquor Worm, he would possess rank 4 upper stage essence gold primeval essence. At this moment, he had officially surpassed Bai Ningbing and caught up in terms of cultivation. At the same time, the aperture's sturdiness could withstand more of the spring-autumn cicada's pressure. This caused the life-reaping talisman, spring-autumn cicada, to be slightly delayed for a period of time. Next, it is time to refine goo. Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to activate the liquor worm, but took out a goo. This goo was like a quail egg-sized bone ball. On its surface, there were alternating black and white stripes and zebra stripes. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing had once used this to escape to heaven. That's right, this was the footless bird goo. Although it was only rank 3, it could travel 10,000 li in a day and was a first-rate moving mount below rank 5. But it also had a major flaw: it could only fly once. When it landed, it would be the moment of death. This footless bird goo was the reward Fang Yuan obtained from King Xian inheritance. 9 Palace Flower Aspiration Stone, Golden Crow Essence, Frost Grass. Fang Yuan threw in the materials one by one, and at the same time threw in Yuan Stone at intervals. Most of these goo refinement materials were saved from King Xian's inheritance, while the rest were purchased from Li Xian. He used up over 180,000 Yuan Stone to refine the goo. Bone Wings Goo. Rank 4 goo shaped like a feather, pure white and flawless. Its body was made of bone and was as light as a feather. With a thought from Fang Yuan, this goo flew to his back and spread out, forming 2 pairs of folded wings that covered almost all of Fang Yuan's back. Then he mobilized his primeval essence and poured it into the Bone Wings goo. An intense pain assaulted him, and countless bone spikes grew on Fang Yuan's spine and ribs. The bone spikes pierced through his flesh and extended out, intersecting and forming two large bone wings. These bone wings were like the wings of a bird, wide and long. When folded, the tail could even touch the ground. One had to know that the current Feng Yuan had a true 8 feet tall body. Swoosh! With a light sound, the bone wings spread out. The cave immediately did not seem so spacious. Ordinary bone wings were pure white in color. But now Feng Yuan's bone wings were not only black like ink, but also emitted a metallic luster, like steel and iron. This was because Feng Yuan's bones were extraordinary, and had the effect of the iron bone goo. At the same time, he had been using the rank 4 essence iron bone goo recently. This caused Feng Yuan's bone wings to be far stronger than others. Rather than saying it was a pure bone wing, it was better to say it was an iron bone wing. Feng Yuan waved his hand lightly, and with a whooshing sound, a strong whirlwind started blowing. The bone wings could be used at will like a natural part of the body. Feng Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Ordinary goo masters were very cautious when using the bone wings goo. They often needed 2 to 3 years of training before they could use it to fly. If they were to use it for battle, the training time would be even longer, at least 5 years. After all, humans walked on the ground and were not flying creatures. But Feng Yuan did not have such a problem. In his previous life's 500 years of experience, he had also left behind a huge amount of wealth in the aspect of flying. It could be imagined that if he suddenly used it, the enemy would be caught unprepared. Newly advanced cultivation bone wings goo. These were Feng Yuan's new trump cards. Chapter 364. The group of 7 silently ran in the forest. We have been rushing day and night these days. We are already very close to Sancha Mountain. Tai Basho thought as he ran, crossing mountain rocks and tree roots. He was tall and sturdy with a square face and a resolute expression, giving people a feeling of reliability. He had rank 4 upper stage cultivation and was famous in southern border. When he was young, he was not welcomed in the clan and was ostracized, forced to wander outside. In the end, he encountered a righteous path goo master inheritance and turned to strength path, making a name for himself. Now, he was a famous figure in the righteous path, possessing rank 5 goo earth overlord. People called him present age overlord, with battle strength surpassing ordinary rank 4 peak stage. On Sancha Mountain there are currently 5 rank 4 peak stage. They are Longqing Tian Yichong Kong Ri Tian Wu Shentong and Yihua. Among them, Yihua has outstanding battle strength and is the most important opponent. But other than them, there will be more and more powerful figures joining the fray. I wonder what Tai Ruanan plans to do. Thinking of this, Tai Basho turned around and looked at Tai Ruanan who was running beside him. Although he had outstanding battle strength, the team sent by the clan this time was not led by him, but by a young junior, Tai Ruanan. After Tai Ruanan returned to the clan, she worked hard and displayed extremely strong aptitude and talent. Now, she was one of the 8 young masters of Tai clan. She was meticulous and perceptive, gradually gaining the title of Little Divine Investigator. She was the strongest rising star of Tai clan in recent years. She was gradually rising and was the center of attention. This time, when the 4 old-timers of Tai clan requested help, the clan made an exception and appointed Tai Ruanan as the leader of the team. Even a famous elder like Tai Basho had to listen to her instructions. It could be seen how much Tai clan's higher-ups had high expectations of her. Tai Basho only took a glance before retracting his gaze. He did not mind or feel any jealousy towards the clan's arrangements. Tai Basho was extremely loyal to the clan. For the clan's future hope, he was willing to assist and become the stepping stone. In fact, when he was in trouble, he had received divine investigator Tai Shuelung's help. Tai Basho had always been grateful. These days of traveling, Tai Basho felt Tai Ruanan's excellence. As expected of the divine investigator's daughter. Brother Shuelung, you have a successor, you can rest in peace. Tai Basho was filled with gratification. He was very satisfied with Tai Ruanan. Not only did he admire her talent in cultivation, but he also valued her leadership ability. Beside Tai Ruanan, there was a group of outstanding young goo masters. Let's not talk about others, just look at this group of people. Tai Mu, a rank 3 peak stage goo master. He had a delicate appearance and was brimming with talent. He was recruited by many parties, but chose to side with Tai Ruanan. Tai Aokai was at rank 3 upper stage. Don't be fooled by his dazed expression, as if he had not woken up yet. In fact, his scouting ability was top-notch and he was very strong. There was also Tai Daoku. He was adept at offense and had outstanding battle prowess. He had once served another young master before being recruited by Tai Ruanan, Tai Xianhua, one of the clan beauties of the clan. She was young and beautiful, and her defense was praised by the clan elders. These talents were gathered under Tai Ruanan's command, and they would become her foundation in the future. Tai Basho could already see this foundation continuously growing, strengthening, and finally assisting Tai Ruanan to ascend to the position of patriarch. Each of the Tai family's 8 young masters had a chance to compete for the position of patriarch. As she ran at top speed, the light and shadow in her field of vision changed, sprinkling down waves of green, flowing on Tai Ruanan's face. Her long and slender legs displayed the youthful beauty of youth as she ran. After these years of training, Tai Ruanan had clearly matured. Her eyebrows were straight like swords, and her eyes were bright like the stars. As she looked around, she gave off a fierce aura. Her thick eyelashes cast a shadow, covering the resolute light in her eyes. Sancha Mountain. She muttered this name in her heart. She had heard of the news regarding the 3 kings' inheritance long ago, and knew that Sancha Mountain had already become the center of attention of the whole southern border. The whirlpool of conflict devoured all lives, and engulfed countless people of the demonic path and righteous path. Originally, Tai Ruanan did not want to participate, but an unexpected piece of information made her understand that there was a hidden story on Qingmao Mountain. Her father Tai Shuelong died on Qingmao Mountain, a fallen hero. This matter concerned her father. She had to go. Thus, she personally accepted the order and rushed to Sancha Mountain. By Ningbing, Fengyuan, I will investigate the truth of what happened on Qingmao Mountain. The group moved forward. A group of 7 people, displaying a standard battle formation. The investigative Gu Master Tai Aokai was at the front, Tai Ruanan and Tai Basho were in the middle, the healing Gu Master was at the back, and Tai Xianhua, who was in charge of defense, was beside him. No matter how the terrain changed, the battle formation did not show any signs of chaos. No matter what happened, this group could react quickly and not be caught unprepared. Who is it? Suddenly, Tai Aokai, who was at the front, stopped and shouted loudly, giving a warning. There was a situation. The whole group stopped abruptly and the group changed rapidly. The formation was slightly adjusted, reaching the optimal position. They were tightly united, but also slightly scattered, leaving a path of retreat. They could advance and attack and retreat and defend. One person with his arms crossed stood on a huge rock looking down at the group. He was tall, with a broad back and a thin waist. Although the muscles on his body were not ridiculously bulky, they still gave people a feeling of sturdiness and strength. He was dressed in a tight black robe. Although he was standing alone, he was like a towering mountain in front of him. Especially his pair of black eyes. They were as deep as an abyss, giving off a feeling of unfathomable depth. Fengzheng. Seeing this person, Tai Ruanan's pupils shrunk, blurting out, "That's right, the person was Feng Yuan. Tai Ruanan, we meet again." Feng Yuan's lips curled into a faint smile, revealing a trace of callousness in his calmness. Little Beast King. Tai Basho squinted, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. The other 5 were on high alert, as if they were facing a great enemy. They were familiar with the relevant information, and knew that this person in front of them was a rising star of the demonic path. His battle strength was strong, and his conduct was wild and unrestrained, an extremely dangerous person. Fengzheng, how have you been? A complicated expression surfaced on Tai Ruanan's face as she sighed and continued, Fengzheng, are you here to reconcile? Actually, there is nothing impossible. I know about the 3 kings' inheritance contest. It is either you die or I die. There is no way out. Bai Ningbing met my Tai clan's Gu masters and killed him. It was a helpless action. I have friendly relations with you two. How about this? You two come to Tai clan as guests, explain the matter clearly, and do something for Tai clan to atone for their sins. I can plead for mercy for you two, and let Tai clan not pursue this matter. As she spoke, Tai Aokai nervously activated his Gu worms, secretly investigating the surroundings. It was too strange for Fang Yuan to appear alone. There might be some other ambush. Hearing Tai Ruanan's words, Fang Yuan could not help but sneer. Sin? Just killing a person, what sin is there? The only difference is that this person's background is slightly strong. Tai Ruan, to think you are still so childish. You want to trick me into going to Tai Clan trying to catch a turtle in a jar? Once I get to Tai Clan, I will be like a dragon in shallow waters, a tiger in plain sight. You can do whatever you want to me. Tai Ruanan frowned deeply. Fangjing, you have changed too much these years. Don't you feel any guilt killing people? But I did not lie to you. I can guarantee with my character that you will be safe, and that the trial will be fair and just. Fang Yuan sneered. Is your Tai Clan safe now? Now that divine thief Lu Zuanfeng is causing havoc in Tai Clan, and even sneaked into Demon Suppression Tower, your Tai Clan can't even look after themselves and you want to guarantee my safety? Laughable, laughable. What? Divine thief Lu Zuanfeng's matter has been kept secret by the clan. He is an outsider, and is far away at Sancha Mountain. How could he know so clearly? The 7 Tai clan members' expressions changed. Divine thief Lu Zuanfeng was a rank 5 Gu Master expert. He had already caused great trouble for Tai clan's higher-ups by sneaking into Demon Suppression Tower. Tai clan had always viewed themselves as the holy land of the righteous path, and Demon Suppression Tower was the world's famous prison of the demonic path. Yet, Lu Zuanfeng was able to come and go as he pleased. Such a great humiliation was kept secret by Tai clan, and even super clans like Wu clan and Shang clan could not find out about it. This little beast king actually knew. You actually believe such nonsense? Tai Bashio could not help but deny the matter concerned Tai clan's reputation. Leader, there is no ambush around, he is alone. At this time Tai Aokai reported in a low voice. Tai Ruanan immediately had a flash of inspiration, and looked at Fang Yuan. Fangjing, I understand your meaning. You want to use this information to threaten us, and exchange for Bai Ningbing's life? Sure. But we still need to know how you found out about this secret, otherwise, we will absolutely not let her go. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed loudly. Tai Ruanan, you are really naive. I was just saying those words casually. Don't you understand my intention? Don't tell me you don't know there is a battle tactic called besieging a point and attacking reinforcements? What, you want to deal with us? Tai Ruanan's pupils slightly widened, revealing an incredulous expression. The others stared at Fang Yuan as if they were looking at a madman. There are 7 of us and you are alone. We have rank 4 upper stage senior Tai Bashio, rank 4 initial stage Tai Ruanan, and 5 rank 3 Gu masters, all of them are experts. You want to deal with us alone? This little beast king, has he gone crazy from anxiety? Is there something wrong with his brain? At once, this thought emerged in everyone's mind. Fang Yuan saw the changes in everyone's expression, and knew what they were thinking. He was too lazy to argue, and with a cold smile, his figure suddenly flew down from the sky, and like a goshawk, he pounced towards the group. He really attacked? Courting death. The 7 were shocked and furious. Not right, this aura, how did he reach rank for middle stage? The next moment, the hearts of the 7 thumped as they felt the aura on Fang Yuan's body. Facts speak louder than words. Rank 4 middle stage. Isn't it initial stage? Tai Ruanan stared with her eyes wide open, feeling astonished. Chapter 365. Fang Yuan had been using breath concealment Gu to restrain his aura. Now that he made a move, his true aura burst out. Moreover, Tai Ruanan and the others had a preconceived notion that Fang Yuan was rank 4 initial stage. Thus, the 7 Tai clansmen were extremely shocked. Rank 4 middle stage. This little beast king has actually surpassed our young master Ruanan at such a young age. Rank 4 middle stage, no wonder he is so arrogant. So what if he is rank 4 middle stage? He actually dared to come to us. He is simply courting death. Many thoughts flashed in the minds of the Tai clansmen. Bam! With a muffled sound, Tai Bashio flew out of the group and collided with Fang Yuan's fists in the air. Tai Bashio landed on the ground calmly while Fang Yuan flew back. Fangjing, you want to find trouble with us alone? I know you want to save your companion Bai Ningbing, but you need to reconsider. You cannot act rashly when it comes to saving people. It is not too late for you to stop now. If you continue to fight, you will truly be opposing our Tai clan. If that happens, your companion's life will be in danger. Tai Bashio's words seemed to be advising with good intentions, but in fact he was trying to break down Fang Yuan's fighting spirit. In the end, the older the wiser. Fang Yuan chuckled, staring at Tai Bashio and the others with killing intent. Who does Tai clan think they are? So what if we are opposing them? If I really cannot save Bai Ningbing, then she can only blame her bad luck. Anyway, I have already tried my best. These words were so cold and emotionless. The 7 Tai clansmen could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. Fang Yuan's eyes turned, looking at Tai Aokai. The one over there, you don't need to investigate anymore, it's just me. Honestly, the route you chose is very good and secretive. It is suitable for me to kill all of you. Hearing such words, Tai Bashio's expression completely sank. Fangjing, you are courting death. Die. Fang Yuan laughed loudly towards the sky, showing off his arrogance. Is this person crazy? Has Little Beast King already gone berserk and lost control of his temperament? Demonic cultivators are all such lunatics. Watching Fang Yuan's maniacal laughter, everyone from the Tai family felt troubled. The fierce are afraid of the unreasonable, and the unreasonable are afraid of the reckless. Even the 7 of them from the Tai family. Since Fang Yuan was alone, the Tai family's people also felt apprehensive. This kind of madman who didn't care about his own life, what else couldn't he do? Fang Yuan's laughter suddenly stopped, and he took a step forward. With a loud boom, he charged forward like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain. Fight! Tai Ruanan's expression was solemn as she shouted. She knew that this battle was unavoidable. Tai Bashio retreated and stood beside Tai Ruanan, while Tai Daoku and Tai Xianhua moved forward. Tai Aokai ran to the side. The entire formation suddenly loosened up, as if a sack had suddenly opened up, displaying the exquisite tactical cooperation of the Tai family members. Charging Crash Goo. Fang Yuan was like a raging bull, trampling everything in his way. The mountain rocks under his feet crumbled as he fearlessly charged into the Tai family's sack. Little Beast King, you are too arrogant. Tai Xianhua shouted angrily. She opened her right hand's 5 fingers. With a soft sound, a huge black gold lotus flower blossomed in her palm. Instantly it bloomed in her palm. The lotus flower bloomed, and the huge petals curved downwards, forming an arc like the surface of an umbrella. The dark green flower stalk continued to grow, and in the blink of an eye, it grew to the length of an arm, becoming the handle of an umbrella. Tai Xianhua stretched out her left hand and plucked this lotus flower from her right hand. She then carried the dark green flower stalk and charged towards Fang Yuan. Umbrella Lotus Goo. Tai Xianhua's body was petite, while the umbrella lotus was huge. It completely covered her and became a shield, firmly protecting her. Fang Yuan sneered as a white elephant appeared above his head. Beast Phantom, the strength of an elephant. Boom! Without any surprise, Tai Xianhua, who was blocking in front of Fang Yuan, was directly sent flying. Tai Xianhua flew over 10 feet away, like a fallen leaf swept by the wind. Such strong strength! She gritted her teeth, enduring the intense pain from the collision. Her body spun in the air, quickly finding her balance and landing on the ground. But the expected attack did not follow. Fang Yuan ignored her existence and charged towards Tai Ruanan. Damn it! He is attacking young master. We need to stop him and protect young master. Fang Yuan's target was Tai Ruanan, arousing everyone's battle intent and killing intent. Tai Ruanan half knelt on the ground, pressing her hands on the ground. From the start of the battle, she had been creating puppets. Around her, the grass and trees grew wildly. The small grass by her feet grew as tall as a person. Dozens of huge grass intertwined together, and under the green light, weaved into a grass puppet. Grass puppet goo. Rank 1 grass puppet goo. Fang Yuan had seen it before on Qingmao Mountain. It had once been used by the academy as a target to communicate with moonblades. Rank 1 grass puppet goo posed no threat, but at rank 2, it could easily kill an ordinary hunter. And Tai Ruanan was currently using a rank 3 grass puppet goo. The grass puppet she created had a short and sturdy body, with tightly woven grass leaves, one hand holding a bamboo blade, the other holding a rattan shield. This was a rattan shell grass soldier. It had the battle strength to kill a rank 1 Gu master. A single rattan shell grass soldier posed no threat to Fang Yuan. But once there were a lot of them, they would be troublesome. Rattan shell grass soldiers were often used as cannon fodder to expend the enemy Gu master's primeval essence. More importantly, dozens of rattan shell grass soldiers could combine into rank 4 grass sword elite soldiers under the power of a rank 4 Gu. In this short period of time, Tai Ruanan already had 18 rattan shell grass soldiers. Tai Ruan. Fang Yuan's heart was filled with killing intent. His sharp and cold gaze locked onto Tai Ruanan. This girl had outstanding talent similar to Bai Ningbing, and had investigated the matter on Qingmao Mountain. She could not be left alive. Fang Yuan had wanted to kill her back in Shang Clan City, but the time was not ripe then. Tai Ruanan did not move. She chose to believe in her comrade, and continued to create rattan shell grass soldiers. Stop him! Tai Aokai waved his sleeves, and a large swarm of golden needle mosquitoes flew out. Don't even think of taking a step forward. Tai Daoku activated Hand Blade Gu and Swift Shadow Gu, slashing towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. He did not dodge but fought head-on. The golden needle mosquitoes drilled bloody holes on his body. Tai Daoku's arms left 2 long wounds on his chest and back. Amidst his maniacal laughter, Fang Yuan walked forward with his head held high, blood splattering everywhere. He is injured. The Tai clansman had a grave expression. If it were any other opponent, the Tai clansman would be happy and relaxed. But Fang Yuan had bitter strength Gu. The heavier his injuries, the stronger his battle strength. Green bull, horse, stone, tortoise. As expected, 3 beast phantoms appeared on top of Fang Yuan's head. Huge strength opened the path, unstoppable. Tai Xianhua rushed over, but was sent flying by Fang Yuan. Tai Daoku retreated helplessly, while Tai Aokai could only roam around. Good tyrant strength Gu. Seeing that Fang Yuan was getting close to Tai Ruanan, Tai Bashio shouted, stepping forward bravely. Bam! With a loud sound, the two fiercely collided, and both retreated 7 to 8 steps back. They were evenly matched. For beast phantoms appeared above Fang Yuan's head, but Tai Bashio was not someone with an undeserved reputation. His rank 4 tyrant strength Gu was also inherited from the ancient strength path. It allowed him to possess the strength of an overlord. Interesting again. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance as he charged forward again. Tai Bashio met him head-on, firmly blocking him. Tai Daoku and the others. Seeing this, they let out a breath of turbid air and relaxed. Little Beast King is finally stopped. As expected of senior Tai Bashio, Fang Jing has fallen into our encirclement. He is dead for sure. The Tai clansman's morale surged, and Fang Yuan lost his momentum. In their eyes, he was like a raging bull that had fallen into a pit. His threat greatly reduced. They all joined in the encirclement. Golden needle mosquitoes, flower rain, hand blades, all kinds of attacks attacked Fang Yuan from all directions. Fang Yuan's flesh was torn open, his injuries were getting heavier, and he had no choice but to use Golden Shield Gu to defend himself. At the same time, he was using Self-Reliance Gu to heal himself. The more he fought, the stronger he got, but Tai Bashio was also the same. He had rank 5 Earth Overlord Gu, which allowed him to absorb strength from the earth, making the effect of Tyrant Strength Gu stronger and stronger. Tai Bashio continued to activate Earth Overlord Gu, obtaining formless strength from the earth and using it on Tyrant Strength Gu. His strength also continued to increase. The battle entered a deadlock. Fang Yuan and Tai Bashio engaged in an intense battle, both punching and kicking, becoming the center of the battle. They were like giant beasts in human form. Every move they made carried the force of 1,000 caddies. Wherever the battle group went, mountain rocks would fly and dust would fly. Howl! Suddenly a beast roared, and a beast phantom appeared above Fang Yuan's head. It had lightning coiling around it, and its sharp teeth were exposed, showing its ferocious aura. Thunderboar Phantom. Tai Xianhua, who was blocking in front of Fang Yuan, was sent flying. Umbrella Lotus Gu was broken, its petals fluttering in the air. Xianhua, hold on. Tai Mu quickly rushed over and hugged Tai Xianhua, who was vomiting blood, quickly healing her. At the same time, a group of rattan shell grass soldiers surrounded them, blocking the gap and protecting these two. Till now, Tai Ruanan already had close to 1,000 rat shell grass soldiers supporting the battlefield. At the same time, new grass puppets were being created. Tai Ruanan walked the enslavement path, and an enslavement path Gu master like her could not be given enough time to prepare. Enslavement path Gu masters were most proficient in battles of attrition. The longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for Fang Yuan. The best way to deal with it was to behead the leader. But this tactic would not work. Fang Yuan was currently entangled by Tai Baxiu. Such an amazing junior! Tai Baxiu could not help but exclaim in admiration towards Fang Yuan. Even though he had expected it, the strength that Fang Yuan displayed still made him shocked. He had thought that Fang Yuan's strength lay in his set of strength path Gu worms. Inheriting the afterglow of the ancient strength path, the Gu worms were rare and exquisite. But till now the shrewdness, ruthlessness, calmness and steadiness that Fang Yuan displayed made Tai Baxiu almost unable to believe it. Chapter 366. The battle raged on like wildfire. Little Beast King is actually so terrifying. We have so many people, yet we still can't take him down. Tai Mu healed while gazing at the battlefield, his expression fluctuating. His battle strength has advanced by leaps and bounds. To this extent, Tai Daoku looked at the battle in front of him and felt that he could no longer interfere. No wonder he was arrogant enough to intercept us, such battle strength. But no matter how fierce you are, what can you do? 2 fists can't fight against 4 hands. We still have 7 people. This is the power of teamwork. Fang Yuan, you have undoubtedly lost this battle. Tai Ruanan occupied a high spot on the mountain rock and looked down at the battle. In her vision, Tai Baxiu and the other 5 surrounded Fang Yuan, fighting in a group. And around this group there was a large area of green. A large number of rattan shell grass soldiers, forming a tight encirclement. At the same time, some rattan shell grass soldiers were combining with each other, forming rank 4 grass sword elite soldiers. The outcome has been decided, Little Beast King. Look at your surroundings. You are already heavily surrounded. Do you still want to persist in going about things the wrong way? Surrender, maybe you can still live. Tai Xianhua stood up and attacked Fang Yuan's fighting spirit. Her injuries had already been healed by Tai Mu, and she had the strength to fight again. Fangjing, you can't escape even if you have wings. This is the price you have to pay for overestimating your capabilities. Tai Mu stood beside Tai Xianhua and echoed, "Oh, can't escape even if I have wings?" Fang Yuan exerted strength and temporarily pushed back Tai Baxiu. A mocking expression emerged on his face. "Can't escape even if I have wings? I'd like to give it a try." Whoosh! A sharp pain came. A pair of pitch-black bone wings emitting a metallic luster unfolded on Fang Yuan's back. There's actually one? What? Under the astonished gazes of the Tai clansmen, Fang Yuan exerted strength to flap his wings and easily left the ground. He continuously rose and flew into the air. Tai Mu did not expect that his prophecy would come true and was stunned. According to the information, Little Beast King doesn't have a flying type Gu. This is clearly a rank 4 flying type Gu. How did he get it? Tai Xianhua stared with wide eyes, feeling extremely puzzled. Flying Gu, as one of the movement type Gu worms, had high value and was also very rare. Very few Gu masters had them. Fangjing can fly. No wonder he arrogantly intercepted us. Tai Daoku immediately understood. Tai Ruanan's expression was also ugly. Her vine shell grass soldiers had no anti-air ability. With Fang Yuan's flight, the encirclement that she had painstakingly created immediately revealed a huge loophole. What are you panicking for? Just at this moment, Tai Baxiu's loud shout resounded. This rank 4 peak stage strength path Gu cultivator was the cornerstone of Tai clan. His eyes shone brightly. His rich life experience allowed him to see through Fang Yuan's weakness. How is it easy to control a flying type Gu? Humans were born with 2 feet on the ground. If they wanted to fly into the sky and soar freely, how much hard practice did they have to go through? If they wanted to use flying to fight, how much sweat and bitter practice did they have to put in? Even verdant Great Sunday, the Grand Renzu's son, also died while flying. How long has it been since Little Beast King obtained the flying type Gu? Tai Baxiu's words startled the Tai clansmen awake. Their gazes became excited. That's right, according to the information, Fangjing doesn't have a flying type Gu. The time he has obtained this pair of bone wings is pitifully short. Flying requires a lot of practice. It can't be used immediately after obtaining it. Little Beast King is really too naive. At the crucial moment, Senior Tai Bashiao is really reliable. The Tai clansmen regained their fighting spirit. My long-range battle methods are insufficient, you guys attack. Knock him down. Fangjing, your actions are utterly stupid. If you fought honestly, you could have lasted for a while, but now you are digging your own grave. Tai Bashiao shouted again. Oh, is that so? Fang Yuan smiled lightly, his gaze revealing a trace of pity. Little Beast King, you won't be happy for long. Golden Needle Mosquito. Tai Aokai was just about to use his best method, but his expression suddenly froze. In the battle just now, his Golden Needle Mosquito Gu had already been completely used up. That was because he found that Fang Yuan never defended against the Golden Needle Mosquito's attacks. It was very useful. The intense battle also made him forget the intensity of the Golden Needle Mosquito's consumption. Not good. My Star Arrow Gu has already been destroyed by Little Beast King. Damn it, there are only 2 Flower Rain Gu left. Similar situations were playing out more or less on the others. Tai Bashiao's heart sank. It turned out Little Beast King had already targeted him earlier. His schemes were truly hidden deeply. No matter, I have Blade Chi Gu, I can fight from long range. Tai Daoku stood up. I have Snowball Gu. I can also make Little Beast King suffer. Another Tai Clan Gu master also stood up. Tai Clan had 7 Gu masters. They had the advantage in numbers and abundant methods. Even if Fang Yuan had targeted them, he could not kill them all at once. Little Beast King, come down. Tai Daoku sent out a Blade Chi. The Blade Chi whistled over, but Fang Yuan easily flapped his wings and dodged it. 3 snowballs were shot in succession, sealing Fang Yuan's escape route. Fang Yuan retracted his left wing, and with a nimble maneuver, he safely passed through the gap between the snowballs. Seeing this, Tai Bashiao's heart thumped. A bad feeling flashed in his heart. He actually dodged it so easily. Is this luck? Soon, Fang Yuan skillfully and confidently dodged countless attacks, causing the Tai clansmen to feel astonished and helpless. He can actually control the flying Gu so well. Damn it, I can't even hit him. My primeval essence is somewhat insufficient. The Blade Chi Gu's consumption is too high. It seems I can only let Fangjing escape this time. The Tai clansman's firepower gradually became sparse. Little Beast King, I can't help but admire you. You are indeed a genius. Letting you escape so easily today is also your talent. But remember, be careful the next time we meet. Tai Ruanan warned in a heavy tone. When Fang Yuan heard this, it was like he had heard the funniest joke in the world, and he laughed loudly. What are you laughing at? The bad feeling in Tai Bashiao's heart intensified. Ha ha ha, of course I am laughing at your naivety. Why should I run? The true battle has only just begun. Fang Yuan had just finished speaking when a voice rang out. All-out effort Gu and strength Chi Gu were activated at the same time. Green bull, horse, stone tortoise, white elephant, black python, 5 beast phantoms turned into solid forms and pounced down. Bam bam bam. For a moment the battlefield was in an uproar. Rocks cracked and dust rose. The rattan shell grass soldiers were sent flying by the beast phantoms, scattering. The Tai clansmen rapidly retreated. Attack. We cannot take a beating passively. Make sure he can't even take care of himself. Tai Bashio roared, raising his bull-sized fist and punched towards Fang Yuan. The formless, piercingly cold fist energy exploded forth, creating a sonic boom. But Fang Yuan flapped his wings. His body flew up and easily dodged. Tai Bashio sighed helplessly. Although his fist force was a long-range attack, the distance was still too short. He was a strength path Gu master, and this path had always been lacking in long-range battles. Fang Yuan was an anomaly, because his strength Chi Gu originated from the ancient Chi path. After receiving Tai Bashio's reminder, the other Tai clan Gu masters resisted the beast phantoms and counterattacked. But right now Fang Yuan was displaying an unparalleled flying ability. He was like a butterfly fluttering in between attacks, nimbly dodging. Sometimes he was like a goshawk, soaring into the sky, making people feel helpless. Sometimes he was like a swallow, his black bone wings drawing arcs. Sometimes he was like a dragonfly, hovering and flying, waiting for an opportunity. Most of the attacks, he dodged them all. Scattered attacks landed on his body, but were all blocked by the golden shield goo. How can this be? His flying ability, how can it be so strong? This is simply not inferior to Lan Meihe, Hong Feiyu, and Feiyu Wang. Lan Meihe, Hong Feiyu, and Feiyu Wang were all flying experts, and were famous in southern border. The Tai clansmen were dumbstruck, extremely shocked. Fang Yuan continued to activate goo worms, bombarding to his heart's content. The previous battle was only a preparation for this. Tai Ruanan's expression was ashen. She had painstakingly created so many rat and shell grass soldiers, but she could only passively take a beating. And she had wasted a large amount of her primeval essence for nothing. Die! Fang Yuan circled for a long time, before suddenly grabbing an opportunity and pouncing down from the sky. Tai Mu, be careful! Dodge! Everyone's screams reached Tai Mu's ears, and he hurriedly looked up. The dazzling sunlight in the sky first blinded his eyes. Next he saw a black shadow like a goshawk pouncing down from the sky. An intense whistling sound filled his ears. An enormous sense of danger instantly filled his heart. Not good escape. This thought had just appeared in his mind when Fang Yuan's hands grabbed his shoulders. Beast Phantom Recall. Fang Yuan's enormous strength surged as he spread his arms and ruthlessly tore them apart. Bright red blood gushed out like a waterfall. Tai Mu's two arms were torn off at the base by Fang Yuan. The intense pain almost drowned Tai Mu's mind. He let out an angry roar, his handsome face contorting to a terrifying degree. Bam! Fang Yuan retaliated and clapped his hands. Tai Mu's head was like a watermelon that was forcefully smashed. In an instant, blood and brain matter sprayed all over Fang Yuan's body. His face and hair were either white brain matter or red blood. There was even an eyeball stuck to Fang Yuan's clothes. The intense smell of blood assaulted his nose. If it were anyone else, they would have vomited on the spot. But to Fang Yuan, it was like he was smelling the most fragrant smell in the world. He enjoyed it as if it was malt syrup, and even felt an intense excitement from the deepest part of his body. Death, how sweet and fragrant. Kill, kill. Let the intense flower of life bloom brightly in the blood. He raised his head and roared, actually composing an impromptu poem. Tai Mu. Seeing Tai Mu's sacrifice, the Tai clansmen were furious. Their anger could burn the sky and boil the sea. Chapter 367. You killed Tai Mu, I want you dead. Tai Xianhua raised the umbrella lotus goo and shouted, pouncing over crazily. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, and when the iron thread flower got close, he used his ankle to turn his body nimbly and spread his wings, moving like he was dancing as he brushed past the iron thread flower. Tai Xianhua rushed for 5 to 6 steps before stopping. Her beautiful face was in a daze. The umbrella lotus goo fell to the ground, and a trace of blood appeared on her snow-white neck. Then blood spurted out like a fountain, sending her head flying and separating from her body. Xianhua! The Tai clansmen screamed, but they could not save Tai Xianhua's life. Tai Bashio rushed over. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, flapping his wings and flying into the sky. Tai Bashio was obstructed by the rat and shell grass soldiers, and even though he tried his best to open a path, how could he match Fang Yuan's speed? Fang Yuan flew into the sky and bombarded indiscriminately for a while before charging towards Tai Ruanan. Oh no, his target is young master. Tai Daoku and the rest quickly went to help. Fang Yuan suddenly changed his direction and landed in front of Tai Daoku. Die! Fang Yuan's expression was cold. He did not dodge Tai Daoku's punches and kicks, he was extremely fierce. Tai Daoku had a brave and resolute nature. He brazenly attacked Fang Yuan. Swift Shadow Goo. Hand Blade Goo. Iron Hand Goo. Consecutive Slash Goo. Swift Battle Wind Goo. Blade Chi Goo. He was an offensive goo master, and right now, he attacked with all his strength. His arms were like the wind, creating rolling blade lights and blood shadows. Fang Yuan's golden shield goo only lasted for a while before it was broken. Even though Fang Yuan had the defense of bronze skin, his skin and flesh were lacerated, blood and flesh splattered everywhere. That's it, persevere. The others quickly changed their direction and went over to help. Oh no, my primeval essence is exhausted. Suddenly, Tai Daoku's attack stopped. He was a rank 3 Gu master, and had been fighting intensely all along. Now that he was attacking wildly, the little bit of true essence he had left was quickly exhausted. Without primeval essence, Tai Daoku was like a tiger turning into a sickly cat. Fang Yuan snickered, grabbed his neck and squeezed. Crack! Tai Daoku's neck was easily crushed by Fang Yuan. A bladesman of his generation, Tai Ruanan's capable general, brave and decisive, died here. No! Seeing this, Tai Ruanan's eyes turned blood red. Sorrow and anger ignited the flames of hatred, wanting to burn her to ashes. Under her command, the rattan shell grass soldiers converged into a torrent of green that swept towards Fang Yuan. Thousands of grass soldier puppets had the advantage of numbers and were enough to pose a threat to Fang Yuan. The corners of Tai Ruanan's eyes, nose and mouth were all bleeding. This high-intensity control was extremely taxing on her mental energy, and it was even reflected on her body. Ruanan, don't be rash, don't be blinded by anger. Tai Bashio saw this and quickly reminded her. But Tai Ruanan had already lost her rationality. She watched helplessly as her family and friends died tragically. It was a huge blow to her, and it even brought back the grief she had for her father's death. You are still too inexperienced. Fang Yuan sneered, flapping his wings and flying up. The aggressive rattan shell grass soldiers pounced on empty air, colliding with each other and squeezing into a ball. This not only caused the formation to be in chaos, Tai Bashio and the others had no room to move. This is the weakness of teamwork. Once the teamwork is not good, our own people will become the biggest stumbling block. The detailed division of labor also makes our members overly reliant on others. It is better to rely on ourselves than others. This is the truth of this world. Fang Yuan flew up. His cold and emotionless gaze swept through the battlefield, before focusing on Tai Aokai. As an investigative Gu master, Tai Aokai had been roaming around the periphery from the start of the battle. He was very fast and could easily escape to report for reinforcements. He was a huge influence on Fang Yuan's plan of total annihilation. Thus Tai Aokai had to die. Seeing Fang Yuan flapping his wings and flying towards him, Tai Aokai could not conceal the shock on his face. Fang Yuan's body was bathed in blood. His black hair, black eyes and black wings. He was simply like a demon god descending into the world, ruthless and cunning at the same time. Tai Mu, Tai Xianhua and Tai Daoku had all died in his hands. Even Tai Bashio could not do anything to him. How could he be a match for such a strong enemy? The densely packed rattan shell grass soldiers had once given Tai Aokai a sense of security, but now it had become a huge cold mockery. Escape. Escape to Sancha Mountain and report to the 4 old-timers of Tai clan. Tai Aokai was afraid. After giving himself a reason to retreat, he immediately retreated from the battlefield and ran. Don't run, quickly come back. Tai Bashio saw Tai Aokai enter the forest and shouted anxiously. If Tai Aokai stayed and banded together, he might have a chance to survive. However, he was running alone. His Zhen Yuan was insufficient, his cultivation was low, and his legs were restricted by the terrain. How could he not be caught by Fang Yuan? Sure enough, not long after, Fang Yuan flew back with Tai Aokai's head in his hand. Ah! Guyue Fangzheng, Guyue Fangzheng. You're dead, you're definitely dead. You've killed my Tai clan's disciples. You've committed a heinous crime. There is no possibility of you being pardoned. If you have the guts, don't run hiding from me. What kind of man are you? You gutless coward, come and fight with me. I will tear you into pieces, grind your bones and scatter your ashes. Tai Bashio was extremely angry and let out a thunderous roar. Fang Yuan sneered, not accepting his words. Heinous crime? Hey, I've killed many people before, why haven't I heard you say anything heinous? Touching a Tai clan member is a heinous crime? I really like this kind of sin, then I will kill some more and add more sin. Saying so, Fang Yuan flapped his wings and continued to fly, killing the remaining Tai clan Gu masters one by one. Tai Bashio's eyes were bloodshot. He was about to vomit blood from anger. But he was obstructed by the rattan shell grass soldier. His speed could not match Fang Yuan's. He could only watch as these outstanding Tai clan youngsters were slaughtered by Fang Yuan, losing their lives. Soon on this battlefield, only Tai Ruanan and Tai Bashio were left. Die, I want you to die. Tai Ruanan's eyes were bloodshot. She gritted her teeth so hard they were about to shatter, muttering these words. She used all her strength to control the rattan shell grass soldier. Blood flowing out of her 7 orifices converged on her face, giving off a terrifying feeling. Ruanan, calm down, calm down. Tai Bashio rushed to her side and shook her shoulder. But Tai Ruanan did not notice it. Her hateful gaze was fixated on Feng Yuan, who was in the air. Below Feng Yuan, the rattan shell grass soldiers had gathered into a group, squeezing tightly together. Unfortunately, they could not hit Feng Yuan. They were like headless flies. Tai Bashio helplessly sighed. He was experienced, and knew that this battle had given Tai Ruanan an unparalleled impact. It had already caused her mental state to collapse, and she was filled with hatred and anger. She was close to going berserk, and in a short period of time she would not be able to help. Feng Yuan flapped his wings from time to time, causing his body to float in the air. There were only 2 Tai clan members left, but Feng Yuan had stopped for the moment. Because of these 2, Tai Ruanan was crazy like a demon. While Tai Bashio had high battle strength, they were hard to deal with. If one was careless, they would suffer a backlash. Looking at Tai Ruanan, Feng Yuan's eyes flashed with contemplation. Tai Ruanan has already lost her rationality in this state. I might as well leave these rattan shell grass soldiers to expend her mental energy. When her mental state collapses, I will take her life. No, there is a better method. She is Tai clan's young master. Tai Bashio will definitely protect her. I can use Tai Ruanan to beat Tai Bashio. If I can kill Tai Bashio, that would be the best. Tai Bashio had been famous for a long time. His cultivation was rank 4 upper stage, but because he had Earth Overlord Gu, his battle strength surpassed ordinary rank 4 peak stage. It could be said that he was the strongest opponent Feng Yuan had met since he left Qingmao Mountain. In a direct confrontation, even if Feng Yuan used all his strength, he could not win. His only weakness was his lack of long-range combat ability. But this was not his fatal flaw. However, battles were always unpredictable. Tai Bashio himself had no flaws, but right now there was someone beside him that he had to protect. Unknowingly, Tai Ruanan had already become Feng Yuan's hostage. If I can kill Tai Bashio, even Yihua will be wary of me. But I need to pay attention to the surroundings. I cannot drag this on for too long. Although these 7 from Tai clan chose a secretive route, there is no guarantee that the 4 old-timers of Tai clan will come to help. Feng Yuan warned himself in his heart. He was cautious, calm and rational, not panicking in difficult situations, and not arrogant even when he had the upper hand. The 4 old-timers of Tai clan had a killer move called Limitless Search and Lock. As long as the lock Gu was planted on a Gu master, no matter where the Gu master went, they could be captured. It was a top-tier capturing method. In his previous life, even Kong Ritian fell for this killer move, and a demonic expert of his generation was defeated. Although Feng Yuan had the Bone Wings Gu and could roam the world freely, attacking and retreating were all in his mind. But as long as the lock Gu was planted, even if he flew to the 9 heavens, he would still be captured. There is always someone better, there is always someone better. All living things are balanced. Although Bone Wings Gu was good, it could be countered by other methods. The reason why this battle was so effective was because Feng Yuan had relied on his previous life's memories, and had a good understanding of these 7 Tai clan members. Secondly, it was because Feng Yuan had continuously expended and destroyed the long-range combat methods of the 7 Tai clan members in the previous battle. All these thoughts happened in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint. After Feng Yuan made up his mind, he took out Yuan Stone and started to recover his primeval essence. The primeval sea level in his aperture started to rise rapidly. At the same time, he inspected his body and used self-reliance Gu to heal some dangerous injuries. Damn it! Seeing this, Tai Bashio's heart felt like it was being pressed by a mountain rock, extremely heavy. If Little Beast King had continued to attack, he would have been happy instead. But now Feng Yuan was calm and unruffled. He was not immersed in the pleasure of having the upper hand. Instead, he stopped attacking and started to recover his primeval essence and heal his injuries. Chapter 368. Feng Yuan's calmness caused Tai Bashio to feel a chill in his heart. If it was at the start of the battle, Tai Basho would never have expected that he would be in such a situation and be at a disadvantage. But now, this famous pillar of Tai clan had no choice but to admit that he was in a perilous situation. The main culprit of this situation was this young man in front of him. He fought 1 against 7 and forced his side into such a situation. How did he do it? From the moment Little Beast King appeared, his every action, every word and action was a trap with unfathomable meaning, luring the 7 of us into his trap. He has a flying goo and has such a skillful flying technique. This is even more unexpected. Relying on his flying ability, he held the initiative, advancing and retreating at will, slaughtering them one by one, finally leading to this situation. Tai Basho recalled and his heart turned even colder. How did Feng Yuan master such a mystical flying technique? It was no longer the scariest thing. This kid's truly terrifying aspect is his intelligence. How can such a youngster have such meticulous scheming ability? He is simply a monster. If used on the right path, he would be the brightest star of the righteous path. However, it was a pity that he used his wisdom on crooked ways. This is a calamity for all living beings in the world. Tai Basho suddenly had a premonition that one day, this youngster in front of him would become a great calamity for the whole of southern border. At that time, the land would be dyed red for thousands of li. Blood would flow like rivers. Who knows how many living beings would suffer under his evil hands? No, my current situation is very dangerous. Tai Ruanan can no longer fight, my long-range battle strength is insufficient, but Little Beast King can fly. Whether he wants to fight or retreat, it all depends on his will. Retreat. I must retreat and rush to Sancha Mountain to meet up with the 4 elders. Although Tai Basho had been famous for a long time, his temperament was steady and not tempted by fame and fortune. Although his battle strength had not been completely displayed, under the support of Earth Overlord Gu, Tyrant Strength Gu would become stronger and stronger, eventually surpassing Feng Yuan's current limits. But Tai Basho was not infatuated with his strength. Someone as experienced as him could see through his true situation. If he continued to fight, it would bode ill rather than well. The wisest method was to retreat. Even if he was forced to flee by a junior, it did not matter. Even if his reputation was ruined, it was still better than dying. Furthermore, Big Brother Shueleng, your descendant cannot lose her life in front of me. Thinking of this, Tai Basho decisively pulled Tai Ruanan and started to retreat. He wants to run. Feng Yuan's eyes suddenly burst with a fierce light. He found it rather troublesome. Tai Basho's decision to run away was too wise. This place was already close to Sancha Mountain. Once the Tai clan's 4 elders came to help, it would be Feng Yuan's turn to retreat. Kill. Feng Yuan naturally did not want to see such a situation happen. He pointed his finger, activating all-out effort Gu and strength Chi Gu. Beast phantoms materialized from phantom and descended, blocking Tai Basho. However, Tai Basho's strength was formidable. His fists and legs intersected, and wind and thunder whistled, scattering these beast phantoms. Feng Yuan suddenly changed his target, and all his beast phantoms flew towards Tai Ruanan. Despicable! Tai Basho cursed, standing up to protect Tai Ruanan. Feng Yuan laughed loudly at this. If Tai Basho abandoned Tai Ruanan and escaped alone, Feng Yuan would not be able to stop him. However, Tai Basho protecting Tai Ruanan was courting death. Because he was not a defensive Gu master, but an expert in offense. To protect Tai Ruanan, he naturally had to sacrifice himself. With his hands and feet tied, it was like using his weakness against the enemy's strength. Both sides were in a deadlock, one escaping and one chasing. No matter how Tai Basho cursed and provoked, Feng Yuan only flew in the air and used beast phantoms to attack. Tai Basho could not hit Feng Yuan, and could only passively take a beating. He also had to protect Tai Ruanan, and soon received light injuries. He is clearly only rank for middle stage. Why does he have so much primeval essence? Tai Basho gradually felt despair. He did not know that Feng Yuan not only had liquor worm, he also had heavenly essence treasure lotus. In terms of primeval essence, he did not lose to rank 4 upper stage. Feng Yuan bombarded indiscriminately without stopping. Every time he destroyed a beast phantom, another would immediately pounce on him. The beast phantoms attacked one after another, advancing wave after wave. Especially the thunder boar and rock crocodile beast phantoms from time to time. They were a threat to Tai Ruanan. Tai Bashio was exhausted from running for his life, and was gradually losing his strength, feeling powerless. Why aren't the 4 elders here yet? Tai Bashio ran all the way, and was already close to Sancha Mountain, but he still did not see the 4 elders. The route they chose was too secretive. To prevent information from leaking, they even set off 2 days in advance. These arrangements at this point had instead become Tai Bashio's escape obstacle. Tai Bashio fell into an extremely passive state. The injuries on his body continued to accumulate, turning from light injuries to heavy injuries. The beast phantoms became more and more threatening, and he gradually felt it difficult to move forward. Tai Ruanan became his biggest burden, struggling again and again. Tai Bashio could only knock her unconscious and carry her with his arm. We are already close to the foot of the mountain, persevere for a while more. Tai Bashio's body swayed, his vision already turning blurry. Are we really going to let him escape? Damn it! Fang Yuan flew in the air, his expression was gloomy, and his attacks became increasingly swift and fierce, like a surging tide. As they neared Sancha Mountain, Gu masters began to appear in the surroundings. There is a battle here, it is Little Beast King. Oh heavens, am I seeing things? That one being chased seems to be the present age overlord. Tai clan's cornerstone, Tai Bashio. Little Beast King is too heaven-defying. He is actually chasing rank 4 upper stage Tai Bashio. Along the way, the Gu masters who witnessed this battle were all dumbfounded and incomparably shocked. Some righteous Gu masters felt a chill in their hearts when they saw Tai Bashio being chased like a drowning dog. Big brother Li Xian, why hasn't Little Beast King appeared yet? We've been waiting here for a long time. Is your information reliable? In a hidden corner, Hu Mei Er looked at the purple light barrier in front of her and yawned in boredom. Within the light barrier formed by iron cabinet Gu, Bai Ningbing was still trapped by the 4 Tai clan elders. The information is naturally accurate. Let's wait a while more. Li Xian said while mumbling inwardly, it shouldn't be. I have already told him about Tai clan's reinforcements. How can he still restrain himself? Is he really not going to save her? If the Little Beast King were to really leave someone to die, even Li Xian would tremble in fear if he thought of this kind of cold-bloodedness. But if he saved her, it would be a situation where both sides would suffer. There would be many benefits in a chaotic battle. While the two were discussing in a low voice, they suddenly heard a clamor. What's going on? Hu Mei Er turned her head to look. Her puzzled expression quickly turned sluggish, and after the sluggishness it turned into shock. The person she had been waiting for had appeared, and was even flying in the air ostentatiously. But wait. The person Little Beast King is chasing seems a little familiar, right? It is Tai Bashio. Tai clan's present age overlord is being chased. So Little Beast King went to intercept this batch of reinforcements. Li Xian stared dumbfoundedly at this chase and could not help but curse. At the same time as he came to a realization, he also felt extreme bewilderment and shock. Little Beast King actually took the initiative to intercept this batch of Tai clan's reinforcements. How can he have such guts? Is he crazy? No, he is not crazy. He won and is chasing Tai Bashio to kill him. Tai Bashio was rank 4 upper stage. His battle strength was extraordinary. Ordinary rank 4 peak stage Gu masters were not his match. Even on Sancha Mountain, among the 5 rank 4 peak stage Gu masters, only Yihua could be mentioned in the same breath as this present age overlord. But now Tai Bashio was actually being chased by Little Beast King, fleeing in a sorry state like a dog. Oh my god, is this his illusion? Someone hugged his head, looking at the scene in disbelief. This world is too crazy, the changes are too fast. Someone mumbled with a lifeless gaze. Fortunately, I did not go head-to-head with Little Beast King. Li Xian rejoiced, but also felt a lingering fear. No, I need to be careful when dealing with Fangzheng. This guy cannot be judged with common sense. How many days has it been? He has already advanced to rank 4 middle stage and can even fly. Hu Mei Er covered her chest, feeling extremely shocked at Fang Yuan's abnormal growth speed. Demonic path scoundrel. Quickly save him, that is Tai Bashio. Tai clan's 4 old-timers also sensed the situation and quickly cancelled the iron cabinet Gu, rushing to the rescue. As for besieging Bai Ningbing, they could no longer care about it. Unfortunately, they were still a step too late. In the end, I was still lacking by a bit. Tai Bashiu felt extremely bitter. His eyes were blurry and the wounds on his body were already numb from the pain. He was already on the verge of death from being beaten by Fang Yuan. He had been protecting Tai Ruanan, not letting her suffer any harm. It is a pity that this little beast king did not come down to fight me in close combat. Otherwise he would have died. Tai Bashiu felt extremely regretful. He had hidden a trump card. But Fang Yuan had been very cautious. He never flew down and only bombarded indiscriminately from the sky. Bashiu, persevere. We are here to support you. Tai clan's 4 old-timers shouted in unison, rushing over. Ha ha ha, just one step away, Tai Bashiu, you have failed at the last step. Fang Yuan laughed towards the sky. A rock crocodile phantom pressed down and with a loud sound, Tai Bashiu fell to the ground. Tai clan's 4 old-timers were still rushing over. They were already very close, but with just this distance, the result was like the difference between clouds and mud. Everything is over. Fang Yuan's expression was cold as he pointed with his finger, launching a fatal attack. No, not yet. Iron cabinet goo. Tai Bashiu used the last of his strength and placed his palm on Tai Ruanan's back. A square-shaped metal cabinet quickly formed and sealed Tai Ruanan tightly. The beast phantom pounced down and tore Tai Bashiu into pieces, but the iron cabinet was as firm as before, and Tai Ruanan was safe and sound inside. At the crucial moment, Tai Bashiu gave his last chance to live to Tai Ruanan. Bashiu! Tai clan's 4 old-timers shouted in grief. They rushed to the scene but were still too late. Little beast king, our Tai clan will not rest until you are dead. The 4 old-timers stared at Fang Yuan in the sky, wishing they could bite him to death. Chapter 369. Heavens, Little Beast King fought 1 against 7 and actually won. Even the present age overlord died in his hands. It's number 1 demonic rookie. He is the current generation's number 1 rookie. The crowd was in an uproar. Countless people were discussing and whispering to each other. Tai clan's 4 old-timers paused for a moment before attacking. But Fang Yuan flapped his wings and easily dodged. His agility was breathtaking. Tai clan's 4 old-timers, I have not settled the score with you for trapping me. Please search for floating astronomy. Bai Ningbing slowly walked over. Her expression was cold as she glanced at Fang Yuan with a complicated expression. After being besieged for so many days, Fang Yuan had grown so much. Not only had his cultivation advanced to middle stage, he had also grasped such a proficient flying technique. Looking at this, southern border would have another flying expert. How did he do it? Bai Ningbing had also thought of practicing flying. But flying was too troublesome, the amount of practice required was huge, and at the same time it took a long time and required painstaking effort. She put in a lot of effort but the short-term effect was very little. Thus Bai Ningbing did not take it. She did not think that Fang Yuan had quietly practiced such a flying technique. This was simply beyond common sense. Did he have some fortuitous encounter in the 3 kings' inheritance? Bai Ningbing naturally thought of this. In fact, even without Fang Yuan's explanation, many people had linked his performance to the 3 kings' inheritance. Tai clan's 4 old-timers removed the iron cabinet goo, allowing Bai Ningbing to easily regain her freedom. Now that Fang and Bai had gathered, the situation was extremely dangerous. The 4 old-timers were like facing a great enemy. They tightly protected the iron cabinet goo that was wrapped around Tai Ruanan in the center, guarding against Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Fang Yuan looked at the iron cabinet goo. He was somewhat unresigned. Tai Bashiu retreated to the end, but all his efforts were in vain. He chased all the way, but all his efforts were in vain. He did not take Tai Ruanan's life. No doubt this was a threat. But if it wasn't for Tai Ruanan, I wouldn't have killed Tai Bashiu so easily. Now that things have come to this, I can only give up. Fang Yuan's killing intent was boiling on the surface. In reality, his fighting spirit was gradually dissipating. Along the way, he had insufficient primeval essence in his aperture, while the 4 old-timers of Tai clan were in perfect condition. Meanwhile, there were many Gu masters secretly watching the battle. Many jackals and wolves were secretly watching, waiting to take advantage of the situation. Not to mention others, just Li Xian alone. That was his plan. It's time to stop. Feng Yuan sighed in his heart. He shouted loudly, Tai clan's 4 elders, my companion killed one of your people, and you trapped her for so long. I killed 6 people from your Tai family. How long are you going to trap me? This was a pure provocation, causing the eyes of the Iron Clan's 4 elders to tremble. Little Beast King, don't be arrogant. You slaughtered my Tai clan's disciples and killed Elder Tyrant Xiao. Hunting down the Tai family's young master is an irreconcilable enemy of my Tai family. I swear on this. Even if I have to exhaust my entire lifespan and pay any price, I will capture you and imprison you in Demon Suppression Tower, suffering endless torture and punishment. The leader of the 4 Tai clan old-timers furiously shouted. Although he said so, he did not dare to act rashly. Little Beast King's battle strength made him extremely shocked. By Ningbing was added, haha, very good. Since it is so, I will also view Tai clan as my mortal enemy. From now on, as long as it is a Tai clan disciple, I will kill 1 if I see 1, kill 2 if I see 2. Feng Yuan laughed arrogantly, flapping his wings and flying away. Under the disappointed gazes of many Gu masters with ulterior motives, he took the initiative to leave. Bai Ningbing also left. The result of this battle spread like lightning throughout the whole Sancha Mountain. Now what was Sancha Mountain doing? The appearance of 3 kings' inheritance, the whole southern border, countless clans, righteous path and demonic path members all focused their attention on it. Soon the battle report of Feng Yuan fighting 1 against 7 and killing Tai Xiao spread throughout the whole southern border. Unavoidably, Feng Yuan's reputation rose. This child actually killed Tai Xiao? Is this information reliable? In Yin Clan village, young Master Yan Jun almost did not dare to believe his ears when he heard this news from his subordinate. What kind of person was Tai Xiao? He had been famous for a long time and was known as the present-age overlord. He had Earth Overlord Gu and had battle strength surpassing ordinary rank 4 peak stage. He was the cornerstone of the super clan Tai clan, an expert who could hold his own. But he was actually chased to death by a junior, Little Beast King Fengzheng, who only had rank 4 middle stage cultivation. This Little Beast King can actually jump ranks to challenge and even kill Tai Xiao. What kind of person is he? I have actually never heard of him. Yan Jun asked with a frown. The subordinate promptly reported, Young Master, you inherited the immemorial Phantom Path inheritance and went into closed cultivation for 5 years. It is normal that you do not know about Fengzheng. This person is only 25 years old. He is a rising star of the demonic path that has emerged in recent years. Little Beast King Fengzheng? These youngsters nowadays are really amazing. In the Yangtze River, the waves behind push the waves in front, and the waves in front die on the beach. TSK. In the mountain forest, Feng Tianyu walked slowly as he recalled the news he had just heard, sighing with a trace of fervor. I heard Little Beast King could grasp flying techniques and grow so fast because he obtained benefits from the 3 kings' inheritance. 3 kings' inheritance? Feng Tianyu thought of this and wished he could immediately rush to Sancha Mountain. He was a famous refinement path Gu master in southern border. King Xian inheritance was suitable for him. Fengzheng actually fought 1 against 7 and killed 6 Tai clansmen, including Tai Xiao. One of the 5 great generals of Shang clan, Elder Hua, came out of the inheritance and felt incredulous when he heard the news. Tai Xiao's battle strength was on par with his. If Feng Yuan could kill Tai Xiao, wouldn't he also be able to kill Ziji? How could this be possible? But the cold and cruel truth spoke louder than any argument. When Hua understood more details, he gradually came to a realization. So he has grasped the flying art and can use it in battle. No wonder he could fight 7 against 1 and kill Tai Xiao. Grasping flying techniques and being able to be used in battle. To Gu masters, it was a qualitative leap in their battle strength. Humans were creatures that walked on land. They were born with no wings. Even the ancestor of human did not have the ability to fly. If one were to fly, this itself was a heaven-defying miracle. Once one could fly, the encirclement on the ground would be of no threat. The vast sky would become a stage for Gu masters, allowing the flying Gu masters to roam freely. They could attack and retreat. they could firmly grasp the initiative on the battlefield. Southern Border's famous Flying Gu masters Fei Yu Wang Lan Mei He Hung Fei Yu, they all made people wary. They were existences that felt extremely troublesome and did not want to be enemies with. Yihua had a deep understanding of Flying Gu masters, because there was a perfect example by his side. That was Wei Yang. Wei Yang was known as the White Light Swordsman. He moved like light as fast as lightning. He was also a Flying Gu master. He did not have enough aptitude and only had rank 3 peak stage cultivation, but he was one of the 5 important ministers of Shang clan, and was known as one of the 5 generals, on the same level as a rank 4 peak stage Gu master like Yihua. Once Yihua felt that he was one of the 5 generals together with Wei Yang. It was an insult, thus he challenged him. The result? He was dejected. Wei Yang could come and go as he pleased. He could do nothing to him on the battlefield. In terms of flying speed, Wei Yang could be said to be number 1 in Southern Border. Even Little Beast King cannot compare. Recently, Wei Yang received clan leaders' help and advanced to rank 4. Yihua thought of this and the pressure in his heart increased. Shang clan's 5 generals were not united. They had their own factions and had always been competing with each other. Yihua had come to Sancha Mountain this time to make some contributions and become a member of Shang clan, and obtain Shang clan's living treasure doors resources, advancing to rank 5 Gu master. Fangjing has flying techniques and his battle strength rose sharply. But that Tai Bashio was weak in long-range combat, and he had Tai Ruanan by his side, thus he was killed by Little Beast King. In terms of true battle strength, Tai Bashio is higher than Little Beast King. Unfortunately, I can no longer recruit Little Beast King. Yihua thought of this and felt very regretful. Although the battle strength Fang Yuan displayed was not as good as Ziji, Yihua could not do anything to him if he could fly. Forcing the Little Beast King was not going to work. On the contrary, it would ruin Ziji's reputation, and make Fang Yuan Shang clan's Purple Thorn VIP. Apart from this, there was also the most important thing, the Tai family. Little Beast King had deeply offended Tai clan this time. Tai clan's losses were huge. They had to deal with Little Beast King. There was no way to turn the situation around. And Fangjing had announced in public that he would slaughter Tai clan's disciples. His tone was extremely arrogant. If Yihua really recruited Little Beast King, it would be equivalent to offending Tai clan. Tai clan and Shang clan were both super clans, giants of the righteous path. At that time, Yihua would have to bear endless pressure from Tai clan and Shang clan's higher-ups. Little Beast King must have grasped the secret of the 3 kings' inheritance. Otherwise, how could he have grasped such an exquisite flying technique in the blink of an eye? Li Xian sat on the sofa, his eyes narrowed into slits, flickering with brilliant light. He knew Fang Yuan's information like the back of his hand. Fang Yuan suddenly grasped the flying technique. This was simply inconceivable. It broke common sense. Even if he trained diligently in Shang Clan City, it would not be impossible for him to not leak any information. And how many years has it been? How could he possess such a powerful flying ability? Could it be? At the side, Hu Mei Er was also pondering. 3 kings' inheritance. A thought flashed in his mind, causing Li Xian to blurt out. In an instant. The matter of Little Beast King relying on the token to enter the 3 kings' inheritance to earn a lot of money in Shang Clan City. And the matter of him purposely delaying rescuing by Ningbing to enter the 3 kings' inheritance. And every time he came out to the inheritance, he would bring out so many gains. These matters converged in Li Xian's mind, forming a clear clue. Little Beast King must have grasped the secret of the 3 kings' inheritance. In the 3 kings' inheritance, the flow of time was different from the outside world. It was a land of Gu immortals. The reason he could grasp the flying technique was definitely due to the 3 kings' inheritance. It must be, Fangjing must have grasped the great secret of the 3 kings' inheritance. Hu Mei Er also came to a realization. Her thoughts of charming Fang Yuan and recruiting him to her side suddenly became even more intense. Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories. He naturally grasped the secret of the 3 kings' inheritance. Li Xian and Hu Mei Er had a secret discussion, and by chance they managed to deduce the truth. The problem now is, since we are in such a situation, how can we obtain even greater benefits? When Little Beast King matures, even Tai Bashio will fall in his hands. He is not someone we can control. Li Xian clicked his tongue, his thoughts moving rapidly. We can't, but that doesn't mean others can't. People's hearts can be stirred, who may err laughed charmingly. Chapter 370. Feng Yuan was originally only slightly famous on Shangliang Mountain. But after the battle with Tai Baxiu, his name spread throughout the southern border, becoming a well-known demonic path genius. When the news spread, it attracted the attention of many people. Among these people, some were experts who had been in close cultivation for many years, some were gu masters who roamed the world. The attention of the righteous path, the greed of the demonic path. It could be said that Feng Yuan had truly entered their field of vision. Some people chose to temporarily retreat, such as Century Boy. Some like Li Xian and Hu Mei Er secretly added fuel to the fire. There were also some whose battle intent was stimulated, directly declaring that they wanted to challenge him. At once the winds and clouds surged, as countless waves swept towards Feng Yuan. Sancha Mountain. In a certain cave, Feng and Bai were sitting cross-legged. Feng Yuan placed his palms on Bai Ningbing's back, instilling primeval essence into her. In Bai Ningbing's aperture, essence gold primeval essence was like a waterfall, falling from the sky and rushing into the primeval sea, creating countless waves. On the primeval sea, the waves surged unceasingly, continuously washing the aperture walls. Feng Yuan was rank 4 middle stage, possessing bright gold primeval essence. Under the effect of Nine Eyes liquor worm, it was purified to essence gold primeval essence. Right now, through bone flesh unity goo, it was injected into Bai Ningbing's aperture, helping her to nourish the aperture walls and increase her foundation. Several hours later, Feng Yuan retracted his palms, as Bai Ningbing slowly opened her eyes. Her expression was calm. She did not express any gratitude towards Feng Yuan's help, nor did she express any anger towards Feng Yuan's delay. She was extremely calm, as if the matter of her being trapped had never happened. But her inner feelings were extremely complex. All along, her cultivation was higher than Feng Yuan's. But at this moment, she had instead become the beneficiary of bone flesh unity goo. Essence gold primeval essence was a huge help to her. After all, she was still at rank 4 initial stage. It seems that cultivating with Feng Yuan is not bad. This thought was immediately extinguished by Bai Ningbing. She stood up slowly and said in a cold tone, as if she was taking pleasure in his misfortune, "Have you heard the recent rumors? Many people are saying that you hold the great secret of the 3 kings' inheritance. You didn't know how to fly, but you inherited the King of Confidence's legacy. You have to be careful. Right now, Tai family is furious. Tai family has publicly announced that you are a great enemy. The wanted list has already spread throughout the southern border." Feng Yuan was still sitting cross-legged on the ground as he replied indifferently, "Who doesn't know about our friendship? If the Tai family touches me, you won't be able to escape either." You continue to cultivate in the first half of the night. I'll stand guard for you. In the second half of the night, come out and replace me." Bai Ningbing then walked out. The current situation was even more dangerous than when he first came to Sancha Mountain. Feng and Bai tried not to cultivate at the same time. In the depths of the cave, only Feng Yuan was left. However, he was not in a hurry to cultivate. Instead, he fell into deep thought. The Tai family's reaction was within his expectations. He killed a Tai family elder and chased after the Tai family young master. He had already touched Tai family's bottom line. Tai family was a super clan, the leader of the righteous path. How could they tolerate this? Their revenge would definitely be extremely fierce. Other than Tai family, there were other troubles. Shang clan, Wu clan and other righteous path gu masters, Hu Mei Er, Li Xian, Century Boy and other demonic path gu masters. This was the price of becoming famous. At the same time that Feng Yuan became famous in one battle, he also pushed himself to the heart of the struggle, receiving the attention of countless people. From all directions, there were undercurrents that tried to probe him, or waves that wanted to drown him. They had already converged into a huge whirlpool. With his previous life's experience, Feng Yuan knew that he was facing a test. If he could struggle free from this whirlpool and resist the incoming waves, he would be able to truly stand firm and become a publicly recognized expert of the southern border. If he was swallowed by this whirlpool and crushed, there would be no need to mention anything else. Right now, divine thief Lu Xuanfeng has infiltrated Demon Suppression Tower several times and caused havoc in the Tai family. They are already in a terrible situation. I need to wait until they have the energy to deal with me. It is not a matter of a month or two. I can put it aside for now. There are rumors circulating outside that I hold the inheritance's great secret. It is likely that Li Xian and Hu Mei Er are behind this. I will deal with these two sooner or later. But Li Xian still has value at the moment. And Hu Mei Er has a rank 6 Gu immortal behind her. Do I need to scheme? Three Kings' inheritance is too big of a cake. I am destined to not be able to eat it all. I can only choose the essence. But if I can obtain the essence like undefeated 100 battles Gu, this trip will not be in vain. My strength will rise greatly. It will be of great help to the upcoming battle of Yitian Mountain. Thoughts churned in Feng Yuan's mind, spreading out as he thought of Central Continent. Looking at the days, the Hu immortal inheritance on Central Continent's Tianti Mountain should have opened already, right? This is a true Gu immortal inheritance. It is many times more precious than the Three Kings' inheritance. That Feng Kim Hong relied on this inheritance to become a Gu immortal, becoming a person whose name would shake the world in the future. At the same time, Central Continent, at the foot of Tianti Mountain, the elite disciples from Central Continent's 10 great sects gathered together. Among the crowd, the real Guyue Fengjing let out a breath of turbid air. The large competition that had lasted for several months had finally ended. Several months ago, the 10 great sects had passed down orders to organize these elite disciples to compete in the large competition to determine the rankings. Central Continent's 10 great sects were the strongest inheritances. This generation of elite disciples were all dragons and phoenixes among men. They were the pride of heaven. Even the weakest of people would have one or two trump cards. Because of Fairy Bai Xia, Guyue Fengjing's days were not good. In the large competition, many opponents had deep enmity towards Fengjing and dealt heavy blows. Fortunately, Fengjing had a deep foundation. He had the Ironbeak Flying Crane group, and also had Lord White Crane, who was inside the Spirit Incubating Fleet, to guide him in battle. He passed the rounds with difficulty and obtained a relatively high ranking. At this time, in the sky above Tianti Mountain, 10 formless Gu immortal divine senses were quietly conversing. This generation of elite disciples is only so, but there is still a batch of outstanding juniors. Spirit Butterfly Valley's Xiao Qixing is not bad. If I remember correctly, he is Xiao Baihong's great-grandson? Myriad Dragon Doxing Shangji is also very outstanding. Dragon Lady is the best at teaching him. Not at all. Your granddaughter Feng Kim Hong has beaten all her peers. No one can match her brilliance. She is the truly outstanding one. I say, don't flatter each other. Let's work together and completely open Hu immortal inheritance. All right. Let's do it together. Rise. 10 formless forces surged out from the void, majestic and vast like a tsunami, like a mountain flood. The heaven and earth changed color, winds blew and clouds surged. The 10 forces revolved around each other, then converged together and fiercely charged towards a certain place on Tianti Mountain. Without any sound, the terrifying formless forces suddenly vanished. In the platinum light, a vermilion red gate slowly rose. The gate was 30 meters tall and had a 9-colored signboard, shining brightly. In the sky, pink auspicious clouds gathered, and the resplendent multicolored light converged to form a staircase of light. The staircase extended from the gate, forming a rainbow bridge, landing right under the elite disciples' feet. According to the ranking of the competition, you can enter one by one. In the sky, an indistinct voice resounded, clearly entering the ears of the 10 sects disciples. This was the voice of a Gu immortal. The 10 sects disciples' faces were filled with awe, reverence, and fanaticism. Most of their gazes were focused on a young girl. She wore a phoenix coronet, had red phoenix eyes, long golden eyebrows, and a red mole between her eyebrows. Her appearance was dignified and graceful, and also incomparably beautiful. She was this time's 10 sect competition's first place, Feng Kim Hong. This girl was luxurious and glorious, her skin was white as snow, and her gaze was like lightning, like a phoenix soaring in the sky, elegant and pure, looking down on the world. Compared to her, the other elite disciples around her seemed to have become ordinary sparrows. When Fengjing fought with her, He only lasted for 6 rounds before regrettably losing. Hearing the Gu Immortal's voice, Feng Kim Hong let out a clear cry, turning into a ray of light and shooting up. The golden light turned into a phoenix, and when it crashed into the gate, the vermilion gate shook, tearing open a void and swallowing Feng Kim Hong inside. After Feng Kim Hong, it was Xiao Qixing, Ying Shangji and others who entered Hu Immortal Inheritance one after another. After 20 to 30 people entered, it was finally Guyue Fengzheng's turn. Fengzheng walked up the rainbow staircase and entered the gate. He felt the world spinning, and the colors in front of him formed a whirlpool, dazzling like 100 flowers, as if he was in a dazzling tornado, drifting with the wind. A cute and tender little girl suddenly entered his sight. Are you also a fated person who wants to inherit Hu Immortal Inheritance? In a while you will see a mountain peak. Only the first person to ascend to the peak of the mountain can have me. You'll have to work harder. Those in front of you in line have already been claimed. First you are a lot. The little girl was dressed in gorgeous colorful clothes. Behind her, there was a snow-white foxtail sticking up mischievously. Her big eyes were round and filled with innocence. Who are you? Fengzheng was shocked and suspicious. He could not understand why such a girl would appear in this Gu Immortal land. So it's a silly boy. As the girl spoke, she mischievously stretched out her fair little finger and lightly tapped Fengzheng's forehead. Then, just like how she suddenly appeared, she suddenly disappeared without a trace. With this, Fengzheng's feather-like body suddenly regained its weightlessness, and he abruptly fell down. Ah! Fengzheng screamed as he felt a strong sense of weightlessness. He wanted to activate his Gu worms, but to his horror, his entire aperture was sealed by a formless force. He could not use the power of the Gu. Chapter 371. Bam! With a muffled sound, dust flew up. Fengzheng fell heavily to the ground, his face landing on the ground as he fell flat on his face. He fell from a high altitude, but it did not take long before he landed on the ground. He did not fall to his death. Fengzheng lay on the ground, spitting out the grass and soil in his mouth, his whole body aching and suffocating. Where is this? He took a few breaths and stood up in a sorry state, looking at his surroundings. The surroundings were covered in green grass. Fengzheng felt like he was in a grassland. The grass swayed along with the wind. Countless colorful flowers formed a carpet of flowers, extending to the horizon. In the distance, a tall and precipitous crystal mountain stood abruptly. The crystalline peak was translucent and pink, looking dreamy and illusory. Fengzheng stood here and could clearly see that there were already people climbing the mountain. Compared to the entire crystal mountain, these people were as tiny as ants. The first person to climb to the peak will obtain Hu Immortal Inheritance. Suddenly, Fengzheng recalled the words of that mysterious girl. Who was that mysterious girl? Could he really obtain this Hu Immortal Inheritance by climbing the opposite mountain? Just as Fengzheng was feeling uncertain, Master Tenchuru's anxious voice came from the depths of his mind. Stupid disciple, what are you hesitating for? Quickly climb this Danghun mountain. Master! Fengzheng was surprised and joyful. Who is that girl? Also, why can't I use my Gu worms? Quickly run over and make the best use of your time. I will explain the reason to you. Listen carefully. Master Tenchuru hurriedly explained. This Hu Immortal Inheritance is no small matter. It is a complete Gu Immortal Inheritance. There is only one inheritor who can obtain it. They can soar to the sky and have a high possibility of becoming an immortal in the future. As for the others, they will not obtain any benefits or gains. The girl you saw earlier is the Hu Immortal Inheritance. You can only be the first to climb to the peak and become her master. Only then can you obtain the Gu Immortal Inheritance. Fengzheng looked at the peak as he ran. He had lived in the southern border since he was young, and there were many mountains in the southern border. Naturally, he knew the principle of the mountain in sight runs to the death. Master, I'm still very far away from this crystal mountain. Those people were already climbing the mountain. The gap was too big. I can't even activate my movement Gu. How can I win? Master Tenchuru snorted. Ignorant. This was Hu Immortal's blessed land. This world was different from the rest. although the fox immortal had already perished. But his will was still there. Your movement goo has already been restricted by Hu Immortal's will, of course you can't use it. The others were the same, unable to use any goo worms. If you want to reach the peak, you can only rely on your own physical strength to complete this test. Fangjing heard this and felt dejected. I can't use a movement goo and there is such a huge gap. How am I supposed to catch up? Strangely, we entered the gatehouse one after another. Why is there such a huge gap between them? Master Tenchiru replied. This is a goo immortal blessed land. The flow of time is different. 1 day in the outside world is 5 days in here. When you guys entered the gatehouse one by one in the outside world, the time difference was very short. But once you entered here, the time difference suddenly increased. Otherwise, why would there be a competition to decide the ranking? Every ranking represents a certain advantage. The last one basically has no hope of winning. So that's it. Fangjing finally understood how important it was to obtain a ranking in the competition. But unfortunately, he was not strong enough and his strength was inferior to others. The 10 great sects were the leaders of Central Continent. With hidden dragons and crouching tigers, their foundation was extremely deep. Even southern borders superclans could not compare. Among this generation's elite disciples, Fangjing, Fairy by Xia Guting, Wei Wuxiang and others could only be considered the second level. On the first level there were Feng Qimhong, Ing Shangji, Xiao Qixing and others. They all had Gu immortals supporting them. Their backgrounds were extremely deep. From the moment they started, they received meticulous nurturing. A vast amount of resources were supplied, never lacking. Occasionally, there were even Gu immortal level existences who personally taught them and gave them instructions. In comparison, a person like Fangjing was just a country bumpkin. Although he had some fortuitous encounters, how could it compare to the support of Gu immortals? My ranking is not high, but there is nothing I can do about it. I have already used all my strength in the competition. Even the Ironbeak flying crane group was almost wiped out. Fangjing felt regret and helplessness. But as he thought about it, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Master, since goo worms cannot be used here, how can you still talk to me? Master, you are truly amazing, you are truly amazing. Ha ha ha. Master Tenchiru could not help but laugh loudly. Stupid disciple, you finally realize this? But you overestimate me. I was only rank 5 when I was alive, and after death my soul is residing in this spirit incubating flea. It is even less of a problem. The reason I can talk to you is because of my Crane Gate's Supreme Elder, Lord He Fengyang. Fangjing, you must remember, in this world, only Gu Immortals can deal with Gu Immortals. Supreme Elder He Fengyang? Fangjing's heart was filled with shock. Crane Gate had many Gu Immortals hidden. Among them, He Fengyang was one of them. To think that he was actually involved with him. Master Tenchiru spoke in a meaningful tone. Fangjing, Hu Immortal's inheritance is not a small matter. It has a land spirit. That is to say, this blessed land has its own will. Even if Gu Immortals attack it, they will not have an advantage. The land spirit is pure and stubborn. It inherited the original owner's obsession. If they fight it, even if the land spirit cannot endure it, it will choose to self-destruct, causing the blessed land to collapse. The Gu Immortals who attack it will also get injured in vain. Their losses will be disastrous, and all their efforts will be in vain. Thus they sent you these elite disciples. In this great competition, Spirit Affinity House produced a Feng Qimhong. She is indeed amazing. This young girl can be said to be a genius among geniuses. Looking down on everyone, she is a dragon among men. Your foundation is insufficient, it is normal for you to lose to her. But our Crane Gate might not lose. You are our Crane Gate's hope of turning the tables. Me? Fangjing's eyes opened wide. He had not expected such a huge hope to be placed on him. He suddenly realized. This contest for Hu Immortal Inheritance seemed to be a competition between the elite disciples of the 10 sects, but it was actually a contest between the 10 great sections. He and the others were chess pieces, while the Gu Immortals of the 10 sects were the chess players. They stayed behind the scenes, arranging the chess pieces and competing with each other. And he himself was ignorant and was chosen by Crane Gate as their secret weapon. Master, aren't the sect's hopes on me too high? I can't even use my goo worms now, how can I be the sole victor? Master Tenchiru laughed complacently. Fangjing, do you know what this crystal mountain is? This is the famous Danghun Mountain in the legends of Ranzu. Danghun Mountain? Feng cried out in shock. The legends of Ranzu were widely spread in this world. Feng naturally knew of Danghun Mountain's great name. Master Tenchiru continued, all living beings in this world, as long as they enter the range of Danghun Mountain, their souls will be shaken. The closer they get to the peak, the stronger the vibrations. Many living beings have weak souls, and their souls will scatter when they reach the waist of the mountain. Of course, this is a righteous path inheritance. It is not as dangerous as a demonic path inheritance. Danghun Mountain's power has already been suppressed by the land spirit, allowing you elite disciples to ascend to the peak. If someone cannot hold on, they will be transported out by the land spirit. It can be said that your life is not in danger. Master Tenchiru's tone became more solemn. Feng, what I am going to say next is of utmost importance. Listen carefully. You were exterminated at such a young age, and the culprit was your own brother. You are determined to take revenge and have a firm will. After experiencing such a huge change, your soul is far stronger than your peers. But compared to people like Feng Qimhong and Xiao Qixing, there is still a gap. But don't be discouraged, He Fengyang's scheme is ingenious here. He secretly used a method to revive the spirit incubating flea. Next, I will use my soul to support you and push you to the peak of Danghun Mountain. Master Tenchiru was a rank 5 Gu master. His life experience was uncountable. At the same time, he had a long lifespan and abundant experience. His soul foundation naturally far surpassed people like Feng Qimhong and Xiao Qixing. Although these geniuses were high-spirited and had limitless futures, compared to Master Tenchiru, their soul foundation was still lacking. Feng was both happy and worried. With Master's help, I have a chance of winning. But isn't it unfair to cheat like this? What if other Gu immortals find out? What should I do? Master Tenchiru snorted and reprimanded. Silly kid, this is not cheating, it is ability and talent. With ability and talent, you will naturally obtain a Gu immortal's inheritance. This is fairness. Don't worry, you have Crane Gate behind you, and with Lord He Fengyang protecting you, other Gu immortals won't dare to touch you. Moreover, Gu immortals cannot enter the Blessed Land. Once they enter the Blessed Land, they will be attacked by the land spirit. Thus, even if they discover something, they can only watch helplessly. Ha ha ha. The land spirit is so powerful? Even Gu immortals are not its match? Feng was flabbergasted. One side attacks with all their might, while the other side is afraid of harming the innocent. Moreover, the land spirit and the blessed land are one. In the blessed land, the land spirit is an immortal god. Heaven and earth are under its control. Controlling the land spirit means controlling the blessed land. Master Tenchiru replied. Feng suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Oh, I understand, that little girl I saw just now is the land spirit. Ha ha ha. Master Tenchiru laughed loudly. Disciple, you are not too stupid, you finally understood. That's right, that little girl is Hu immortal land spirit. Charge forward. Charge forward courageously. This Danghun Mountain is very hard to climb. It will take at least a year and a half. Just in case, I won't speak much and will only help you in secret. With my help, you have at least an 80% chance of obtaining Hu Immortal's inheritance. As long as you obtain Hu Immortal's inheritance, you will soar to the sky, from a beggar to a tycoon, becoming fat in one go. This is ascending to heaven in one step. I understand, Master. I will do my best, I won't disappoint you. Feng tiger eyes shone with a resolute and courageous light. Go, the whole Crane Gate is watching you. Master Tenchiru's words roused Feng, igniting the hot blood in his body. Chapter 372. Several months later. Southern border Sancha Mountain. In a spacious cave, a banquet was in full swing. Gu masters were toasting each other. The lights were bright, and the aroma of the dishes permeated the air. Come, 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 eat and drink, there's no need to be restrained. Century Boy sat at the main seat, looking around and calling out loudly. Century Boy wore a black robe. He looked like a young boy, but he was actually over 180 years old. In this world, under normal circumstances, a person's lifespan was only around 100 years. To increase one's lifespan, the best way was to find lifespan Gu. But lifespan gu was hard to find and extremely rare. Man was the spirit of all living beings. Who would complain about having a long lifespan? Thus many other methods were thought of. Century Boy was such an example. Although he did not find lifespan gu, he had revert youth gu, which could accumulate his life force and slowly release it, thus achieving the effect of prolonging his lifespan. However, the disadvantage of this was that his body and appearance would always be fixed at a young age. Century Boy had rank 4 upper stage cultivation, and at the same time, he had over 180 years of rich experience, and was worthy of being a senior in the demonic path. He was old and experienced. He liked to hold banquets and invite people from all walks of life. Sometimes, he would give pointers to some people and impart some experiences. In the demonic path, he had the reputation of guiding the younger generation. Some demonic path gu masters were guided by him and recognized him as a godfather. Over time, a group of godsons and goddaughters gathered around the Century Boy, forming a relatively large group of forces. Today's banquet included many of his godsons and goddaughters. There were also distinguished guests, like Rock Lizard Li Chong and Fiery Star Bao Tong. They were famous demonic path figures and could not be underestimated. Shang Clan Zihua. He is indeed strong, suppressing the other 4 rank 4 peak stage gu masters. On Sancha Mountain, there is currently no one who can contend against him. Gu Refinement Master Feng Tianyu is here. He promised to refine gu for Yihua. I wonder what gu he refined, but Yihua's battle strength must have increased greatly. During the banquet, the topic that everyone discussed the most was naturally the current situation on Sancha Mountain. Yihua came from Shang Clan. He represented the righteous path. His strength had a huge influence. It caused all the demonic path gu masters on Sancha Mountain to be suppressed. They could not even raise their heads during battles, feeling fearful. Although Yihua is powerful, he is only at rank 4 peak stage. If Tai Ba Xiu was still alive, he would definitely be able to compete with him, and he wouldn't be in the limelight like he is now. When Tai Ba Xiu was mentioned, everyone couldn't help but think of Feng Yuan. A few days ago, Little Beast King killed Yutsong again. This is the 4th strength path gu master he killed this month. Someone said in a low voice. Yutsong was a righteous gu master and came from a small to medium-sized clan, Yu clan. Ever since Feng Yuan killed Tai Ba Xiu, his aura had grown stronger, and he had repeatedly caused trouble for others. Kill demonic path or righteous path gu masters. His ferocious might was awe-inspiring, and his murderous name shook a region. Centenarian Boy's ears twitched. His senses were very sharp. He heard the name Little Beast King. His expression turned ugly. The sky tiger Xue Sanxi that Feng Yuan had killed was one of his goddaughters. He had originally spread the word that he was going to cause trouble for Feng Yuan. However, after Feng Yuan killed Tai Ba Xiu, he immediately ceased all activities. They stopped talking about Feng Yuan. Little Beast King might be strong, but he also obtained the help of 3 kings' inheritance. He knows a lot of secrets regarding the inheritance. Thus, every time he enters the inheritance, his gains are much greater than ours. Li Xian, you transacted with him, so you know his situation very well. Is there such a thing? Rock Lizard Li Chong suddenly said loudly. Li Xian nodded. There is indeed such a thing. These few months, Little Beast King has sold some of the secrets of 3 kings' inheritance many times. 9 out of 10 of his intelligence reports were true, and all of them had been verified. For example, the first half of King Xian inheritance interferes with the hairy men's gu refinement. There are also some experiences of King Quan inheritance. Little Beast King definitely has many important secrets hidden in the depths of his heart. His luck has arrived. He really struck it rich this time. Relying on 3 kings' inheritance, his battle strength is getting stronger and stronger. Right now, he is one of the most popular candidates to inherit 3 kings' inheritance. Fiery Star Bao Tong said while drinking, his tone filled with envy and jealousy. Feng Jing is getting stronger and stronger. He is also increasing his gu worms. These few months he has been working together with Bai Ningbing. They are simply a pair of adulterous husband and wife. These two are colluding with each other. Who knows how many people have fallen victim to their treacherous schemes. Little Beast King's ambition is huge. Ever since he entered Sancha Mountain, he has been challenging strength path gu masters everywhere. Recently, he even declared that he wants to become the #1 strength path person and restore the glory of the ancient strength path. Fortunately, I am not a strength path Gu master, everyone discussed fervently. Fang Yuan only took the initiative to deal with strength path Gu masters. This caused strength path Gu masters to feel danger, while Gu masters of other paths watched from the sidelines with a gloating attitude. Fang Yuan might be arrogant, but he did not provoke public anger. Firstly, he had strong battle strength and could fly. He was not easy to deal with. Secondly, he leaked a lot of information about Three Kings' inheritance, causing many people to curry favor with him. Thirdly, he only dealt with strength path Gu masters, only one type of people. He did not blindly provoke all Gu masters. Lord 100 Years, you have to be careful. I remember you are also a strength path Gu master, right? Fangjing, that barbarian, when he acts tyrannically, he is really unreasonable, fierce and tyrannical. Rock Lizard Li Chong looked deeply at Century Boy, seemingly advising him with good intentions. Century Boy sighed inwardly. How could he have expected Fang Yuan to be so ferocious? Talented people appear in every generation. These days there are many talents. A few years ago there was Motian and now there is Little Beast King. This world is getting harder and harder. It is not easy to be a godfather. Century Boy thought this in his heart, but his mouth was still unyielding. Humph! If heaven wants a person to die, it will first make him crazy. This Little Beast King is getting crazier and crazier. He is not far from death. He killed my goddaughter Xue Sanxi. I will find him for revenge sooner or later. But there is no rush. After Three Kings' inheritance is over, I will slowly settle the score with him. The urgent matter now is still Three Kings' inheritance. Saying so, he turned to his godsons and goddaughters at the banquet. You also need to understand the principle of priority. Three Kings' inheritance is a once-in-100 years opportunity. It is an extremely rare opportunity. You need to grasp it as much as possible. If you miss it, you will regret it for life. The implication was that they should also avoid conflict with the Little Beast King. Godfather is right. Godfather's words are too reasonable. It is thought-provoking. That's right. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. This Little Beast King won't be able to jump around for long. He killed Tai Bashio and chased after Tai Clan's young master. Wait until he gets through Tai Clan's pursuit. I heard that Tai Clan's people have already secretly come to Sancha Mountain. Godfather, when I cultivate to rank 4, I will be able to deal with Little Beast King even without Godfather's help. Little Beast King won't be happy for long. Under my thunderclap Gu, his corpse will be preserved. These goddaughters and godsons spoke one after another. Some expressed their loyalty, as if they were willing to go through fire and water for Century Boy. Some even flattered, saying that Century Boy disdained to deal with Fang Yuan. Some judged the situation and said that Fang Yuan's joy would not last long. Good, you are all my good children. Godfather's guidance was not in vain. Century Boy laughed heartily. Just at this time, a voice suddenly came from outside the cave. Century Boy, Fangjing is here, come out. The noisy and lively banquet that had just been toasting each other suddenly became deathly silent. Little Beast King. Why did he come to find them? Everyone looked at each other and saw the shock on each other's faces. Especially Century Boy's godsons and goddaughters. They were dazed, not knowing what to do, not daring to make a sound. That's right, this is Little Beast King's voice. It seems he has indeed arrived. Li Xian held back his laughter and broke the silence. Rock Lizard Li Chong, Fiery Star Bao Tong and the others put down their wine cups, their expressions grave. Century Boy slammed his wine cup on the table and shouted towards the outside of the cave while gritting his teeth. I am here, what business does Little Beast King have? Outside the cave, Fang Yuan's voice immediately came. Humph, Century Boy, you set up a banquet and invited heroes from all over. But you did not even invite me? Are you looking down on me? Don't apologize, it is already too late. Since you are also a strength path Gu master, come out and compete with me. When the Century Boy heard this, he was shocked and angry at the same time. Fang Yuan's appearance made him apprehensive. Fang Yuan's arrogance made him furious. Fang Yuan's words made it seem like he was really going to apologize, making him angry. But Century Boy did not want to fight with Fang Yuan. He looked around and shouted angrily, Little Beast King, don't be too arrogant. You've come looking for trouble like this. You're too arrogant. You're simply looking down on all the heroes here today. I will tell you the truth. Lord Rock Lizard Li Chong, Fiery Star Bao Tong, and the demonic path sharp young master Li Xian are here. Are you courting death? Once he said this, everyone's expression changed. They cursed Century Boy in their hearts for being sinister, wanting to drag them all into the water. But Fang Yuan continued. Century Boy, you are a coward. But the people you invited are all heroes. Let me make it clear to you that I'm here to look for trouble. I am not looking for trouble with others, but I am specifically looking for trouble with you. I want to restore the glory of the ancient times and rebuild the glory of Strength Path. You little rascal who ruined the reputation of Strength Path, come and accept your death. Li Chong heard this and his solemn expression immediately eased up. Fang Yuan's intention of coming was only for Century Boy. This made his mind slightly relaxed. I didn't expect Little Beast to also know of my name. Wang de Baotong stroked his beard with a complacent expression. Li Xian chuckled and looked at the centenarian boy. He made up his mind to sit on the sidelines and watch the fire burn. Chapter 373. Fang Yuan scolded again, causing Century Boy's anger to burn even more fiercely as he thought. Little Beast King might be strong, but the reason he killed Tai Ba Xiu was because he had the advantage of flying. He is so young. He has not eaten as much as I have eaten salt. As long as I focus on defending and do not be greedy, there will not be any danger to my life. In public, Century Boy could only force himself to maintain his dignity. If he avoided the battle, the reputation he had painstakingly built up over the years would be lost. If I really cannot hold on, I will escape back to the cave. There are so many people in this banquet, even Fang Jing would not dare to come in. But what is annoying is that these people were saying such nice words earlier, but at the crucial moment, none of them can be relied on. Century Boy fiercely stared at his godsons and goddaughters, feeling angry and disappointed. Speaking of which, among these children he recognized, Shui Sanxi had the highest cultivation and was the most promising, but unfortunately she was killed by Fang Yuan. Little Beast King, you are too arrogant and tyrannical. Today I will let you know that the older, the wiser. Century Boy walked out of the cave and looked at Fang Yuan, shouting furiously. His appearance was like a child, but his tone was old and full of vicissitudes. It was extremely strange. Less nonsense, take my move. Fang Yuan saw Century Boy and sneered. He took a step forward like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, creating a storm of blood as he pounced forward. All-out effort goo. Instantly, Beast Phantom soared as Fang Yuan's strength rose sharply. Bam bam bam, muffled sounds of punches and kicks colliding could be heard one after another. Outside the cave, the figures of two Strength Path Gu masters were entangled. Both were fighting in close combat, fiercely attacking and punching. After fighting for a while, the two were already 100 steps away. Wherever it went, rocks were sent flying, trees were toppled, and dust and leaves were sent flying all over the place. The Gu masters in the banquet had already rushed out of the cave, watching the battle from the side. Bitter strength Gu. Fang Yuan gave up on defense. The heavier his injuries, the stronger the strength he could display. Moo! Suddenly there was a bull's cry. Above his head, a huge green ox phantom rose. This green ox was huge, twice the size of an elephant. Its back bulged high, thick and solid and was covered in moss. This was the Kunlun ox. It was an existence that could rival the Biao, Dracophant, Thunder Boar and Rock Crocodile. Fang Yuan struck out with the Kunlun ox strength. This strike was powerful and heavy. Even the air exploded, bringing with it the whistling of wind and thunder. The centenarian boy was caught off guard and was sent flying far away. His small body was like a ball as he crashed into a dozen tall trees. Only then did it stop. He spat out a mouthful of blood and glared fiercely at Fang Yuan. It was actually the Kunlun ox strength. The Little Beast King's strength had increased again. Century Boy, I killed your goddaughter Shui Sanxi. Haven't you always wanted revenge? Today I will give you this chance. Fang Yuan laughed mockingly and charged forward again. Little Beast King, you are too arrogant. Take this. Century Boy was so angry that his face turned red. His eyebrows were raised. He received Fang Yuan's attack and counterattacked. Century Boy was, after all, a demonic cultivator who had lived for close to 200 years. He had some skills and also had many hidden trump cards. When he truly erupted, Fang Yuan also felt the pressure and was on the verge of being suppressed by Century Boy. Strength Qi Gu. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's shoulder shook as he exerted Strength Qi. The Thunder Boar Phantom was attached to the Strength Qi and immediately turned into a solid body, charging towards Century Boy. Century Boy could only dodge for the time being. Fang Yuan followed behind the Thunder Boar and launched a fierce attack. Century Boy's counterattack dissipated like a puff of smoke. Fang Yuan's battle experience was increasing, and he was becoming more adept at using this set of Gu worms. In the past, he could not use Strength Qi Gu while fighting in close combat. But now, after dozens of battles, he could already coordinate his battle tactics with the Beast Phantoms. Thunder Boar was simple and fierce. When it charged, rocks and mountains crumbled when it encountered them. Rock Crocodile was unyielding. Its tail was like a steel whip and its mouth was like a saw, overflowing with a savage aura. Kunlun Bull was even more courageous. Its horns pointed in all directions and its back was like a mountain rock. Once these three mutated Beast Phantoms were activated, Century Boy would be badly battered and flustered. The Beast Phantoms turning into solid form was a huge threat to Century Boy. But even if he destroyed the Beast Phantoms, he only destroyed a trace of Strength Qi. When Fang Yuan activated Strength Qi Gu again, the Beast Phantoms would reappear, full of vigor and vitality. Fortunately, Little Beast King's three mutated Beast Phantoms can only be summoned by luck. His all-out effort Gu is only rank 3 and cannot activate these mutated Beast Phantoms. Century Boy was firmly suppressed by Fang Yuan, but he rejoiced in his heart. Fang Yuan had raised the Boar, Crocodile and Green Bull Phantoms to Thunder Boar, Rock Crocodile and Kunlun Bull respectively. This caused his overall battle strength to rise. However, there was also a disadvantage. His all-out effort Gu was only rank 3 and could not activate these three rank 4 mutated Beast Phantoms as he wished. Unless Fang Yuan obtained undefeated 100 battles Gu from King Xian Inheritance and raised all-out effort Gu to rank 4. Godfather's situation is getting worse. Should we make a move? Are you courting death? The battle between these two is so intense, before we even join in, we will be turned into minced meat. Strong, truly too strong. Among us, only Flying Sky Tiger has the qualifications to join the battle. Unfortunately, she was killed by Fang Jing long ago. Then are we just going to watch like this? What are you afraid of? Is Godfather so easy to deal with? He definitely has some other methods. Outside the cave, Century Boy's godsons and goddaughters looked at the intense battle in front of them, their hearts trembling and their limbs turning cold. Century Boy's body was small and his fighting style was crafty. He dodged all around and focused on attacking small areas, his fists and legs exploding out with explosive force. But Fang Yuan was bold and unrestrained. His legs were like spears, his arms were like huge rods and his legs were like huge rods. From time to time there would even be explosive sounds. The momentum was fierce and powerful. Century Boy was at a disadvantage. His space to maneuver was getting smaller and smaller. These months Fang Yuan's Gu worms had improved again. Not only did he raise the Green Bull Phantom to Kunlun Bull Phantom, at the same time he also used Essence Iron Bone Gu. The hardness of his bones rose again, 2 to 3 times stronger than before. Besides these, he also used Golden Steel Tendon Gu, forging his tendons and tendons into the toughness of golden steel. Ancient Bronze Skin, Essence Iron Bones, Golden Steel Tendon. These three defenses linked together and reflected off each other, greatly increasing Fang Yuan's defense. Together with Golden Shield Gu, it was enough to deal with the full strength of a rank 4 peak stage Gu master. Century Boy became more shocked as he fought. This little beast king, how can he be so shrewd? I was suppressed by him from the start. How many times did I try? I can't even turn the situation around. Is he still a young man? How can such a person only be in his 20s? Century Boy recalled his appearance when he was in his 20s, and compared to Fang Yuan, he felt that he had wasted all these years. No, I have to retreat. This little beast king. I can't use common sense to estimate him. No wonder Tai Ba-xiu died in his hands. Up until now, he has not used Bone Wings Gu. Century Boy was suppressed by Fang Yuan to the point where he could barely breathe. After thinking for a while, he had the intention to retreat. His figure suddenly changed and he ran towards the cave. Century Boy, are you afraid? Fang Yuan activated charging crash goo. He chased relentlessly. Century Boy, with me here, where are you going? Bai Ningbing suddenly jumped into the battlefield, blocking in front of Century Boy. You! Century Boy's attention was placed on Fang Yuan. How could he have expected Bai Ningbing to suddenly appear beside him and make a move? Caught off guard, he was hit by Bai Ningbing's attack and lost his footing. How could Fang Yuan let go of such a good opportunity? A series of fierce attacks. His luck was good. Thunder Boar, Rock Crocodile and Kunlun Bull. These three beast phantoms. They fiercely attacked together. The tremendous power surged like the sea, instantly knocking out the Century Boy. Century Boy did not even have time to scream before his leg was grabbed by Fang Yuan and torn into two. Ah, Godfather, you died so tragically, Lord Century Boy. At once, under everyone's shocked cries, blood splattered, white bones could be seen, and organs fell to the ground one after another. Aha, what Century Boy, he is only SSO. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed arrogantly. Blood splattered all over his face. He stared at the people in front of him and shouted unhappily, "What are you shouting for?" Century Boy fled in the face of danger. He is as cowardly as a mouse. He is simply a disgrace to the strength path. He deserved to die. Suddenly, his expression relaxed and he laughed. Everyone here is a reasonable person. No one helped this shameless person. Come, let's go in and drink. Li Xian, are you interested in the information regarding the inheritance of the three kings? I still have a deal to make with you. Everyone was shocked and worried but also curious. They were shocked because Fang Yuan was like a demon god descending to the world. He killed another famous person. His strength was even more terrifying. They were worried because Fang Yuan killed people like they were grass. He just killed a person. He laughed loudly and talked wittily. He did not care about human lives at all. Anyone would feel pressured when interacting with such a person. They were curious because Fang Yuan knew the secret of the inheritance of the three kings, and now wanted to make a deal with Li Xian. Would he be able to obtain some information regarding the three kings' legacy from him? Everyone's thoughts were complicated. They hesitated for a moment. Fang Yuan walked with his head held high. He walked side by side with Bai Ningbing, and directly entered the cave. The people who were originally blocking the entrance subconsciously made way for the two of them. Fang Yuan walked into the banquet and sat on the main seat with a flourish. This seat was originally occupied by Century Boy. Sit down, don't stand on ceremony. Whoever dares to leave is not giving me, little beast king face. Fang Yuan's fierce eyes swept around, his mouth uttering undisguised threats. Rock Lizard Li Chong, Fiery Firestar Bao Tong and the others were only rank 4 upper stage. They dared not say anything and could only sit down. In the ice-cold silence, everyone looked at each other, worried that Fang Yuan would suddenly kill people. They could only sit down. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes and revealed a smile. Since everyone is giving me face, I will sell it to everyone. Next, he casually mentioned a piece of information regarding the protection token of the Three Kings' inheritance. Chapter 374. So there's still such a chance of survival in the inheritance of the Three Kings. If I get the token, I'll definitely be able to do as I please and not have to retreat in advance. Bao Tong sighed. Li Chong took the initiative to raise his cup and toasted Fang Yuan. Little beast, Wang Da's words are really worth 1,000 gold. This cup of wine celebrates you for killing Century Boy, the scum of the strength path. Just now, Li Chong was still conversing with Century Boy. Now that it was Fang Yuan, he immediately changed his words and labeled Century Boy as a scum. Haha, you flatter me. Fang Yuan did not raise his cup. Instead, he looked at Century Boy's godchildren and waved his hand impatiently. Today I've killed the culprit. I'm in a good mood, so I'll let you guys live. If you don't want to stay, get lost. Get lost, get lost. You're an eyesore. With Century Boy's death, these godchildren were already anxious. When they heard this, they could not help but look at each other. What? Stay, do you want me to kill you? Fang Yuan smiled coldly. Immediately the crowd was in an uproar. Many people left pathetically, and the banquet was instantly half empty. However, a small portion of Centenary Boy's godchildren remained. Lord Fengzhen, you're my savior. One of the godsons suddenly knelt down and shouted with tears and snot mixed together. I was forced by that centenarian boy to acknowledge a thief as my father. Lord Little Beast King, you are mighty and domineering. You saved me from the water and fire. You are my savior. Little Beast Wangda, your valiance has completely conquered my heart. Please let me stay and accompany you and serve you. A beautiful goddaughter pleaded delicately. Little Beast Wangda, you saved me from disaster. I'll never forget your great kindness. Please let me call you Godfather. An old man in his 70s or 80s knelt on the ground and shouted emotionally. Whoosh! In an instant, everyone fell to their knees in front of Feng Yuan. With the death of Century Boy, the leader of this group of forces was gone, and they immediately fell apart. Most of them escaped, while others changed their ways and wanted to rely on Feng Yuan. Ha ha ha! Feng Yuan laughed out loud. What a pleasant speech. Not bad, not bad. Joy also appeared on the faces of the group of godchildren. But then Feng Yuan stopped laughing and his face turned gloomy. He shouted in a low voice, a bunch of flatterers. Killing was killing and evil was evil. What was there to be grateful about? I have never disdained such hypocritical praise. I like to kill, I like to sin. Listen, how direct. How pure. All of you get lost as well. If you want revenge, hurry up and accumulate your strength. I'll be waiting for you to challenge me. The godchildren were astonished. Terrified, they were all stunned. Feng Yuan snorted through his nose. With a thought, the beast's shadow pounced forward. One person was killed on the spot. Everyone seemed to have woken up from a dream and screamed in unison. They fled out of the cave in a sorry state, pissing their pants in fear. The Gu masters who stayed behind had ugly expressions. Feng Yuan was temperamental and killed people at the slightest provocation, causing the people around him to feel pressured. Century Boy might be hateful, but compared to him, he was many times cuter. Only Bai Ningbing sat on the left side of Feng Yuan, her blue eyes half closed and her expression as calm as ice. Li Chong had been holding his wine cup without putting it down. At this moment, he forgot about the awkwardness and forced a smile. Little Beast Wangda people, we need to eliminate the roots when cutting weeds. If we let these people go, what if they become famous in the future? To be safe, it is better to kill them all. Little Beast Wangda people, it doesn't matter if you can't remember all of them, I remember. Let me kill these people on your behalf as thanks for the information just now. It's fine, it's fine. Feng Yuan leaned back on the chair, smiling lightly. He naturally had his own plans for letting these people go, but he could not say it out loud. After thinking for a while, Feng Yuan said, I walk the demonic path and have never been afraid of offending people. As long as I continue to get stronger, what is revenge? If 10 people take revenge, I will kill 10 people. If 100 people take revenge, I will kill 100 people. If the whole world takes revenge, I will kill the whole world. If my revenge is successful, it proves that I am not strong enough, did not work hard enough and slacked off in my cultivation. I deserve to die. As Feng Yuan said this, his eyes flashed with a sharp light. He looked left and right like a ferocious tiger. No one dared to look him in the eye. Little Beast King is ruthless to others, but even more ruthless to himself. This Fengzhen's demonic nature is too strong. Not afraid of revenge, not afraid of death, putting life and death aside. Fengzhen has gone crazy. His mentality is not normal at all. Being enemies with such a person is definitely a nightmare. Everyone heard Feng Yuan's words and felt a chill in their hearts. Feng Yuan succeeded in intimidating everyone, so he stopped before going too far. He smiled and said, let's drink. Everyone raised their wine cups, trembling with fear, as if they were accompanied by a man-eating tiger. Thinking of their own safety, the wine became tasteless. But following that, Feng Yuan talked about the inheritance of the three kings and exposed many secrets. Everyone's attention was completely attracted, as they secretly listened to the secrets one by one. Many people were so excited that their breathing became heavy. Only Li Xian was worried and bewildered. What is this little beast king planning? He actually took the initiative to expose this precious information. What is he trying to do? After an hour, the banquet ended. Fang Yuan killed Centenarian Boy, occupied his nest, and even hosted the banquet. And the others were still not satisfied. They all felt that this trip was worthwhile. When they walked out of the cave, they were even somewhat reluctant to leave. They wanted to hear more information from Fang Yuan's mouth. As for the original host of the banquet, that Centenarian Boy, his torn corpse was still on the ground. Blood had already seeped into the ground, and the deathly white bones emitted a cold light under the moonlight. Everyone talked and laughed as they walked past his corpse. No one cast a glance at this loser. This was the ending of a demonic path loser. Winner takes all, loser takes all. All demonic path Gu masters more or less had this kind of awareness. It was drizzling in the sky. Cold wind blew in the gloomy sky. The drizzle fell on the young girl's hair, shoulders, back, and even her whole body. Young Master Ruanan, the dead cannot come back to life. Please restrain your grief. The leader of the Tai clan's 4 old-timers stood behind the young girl and consoled her with concern. But the young girl did not speak. Her eyes that were as bright as stars were now listless and empty, no longer having the resolute and sharp gaze of the past. Tai Ruanan dazedly looked at the tombstones in front of her. These tombstones were cut pieces of mountain rocks, carved with the names of the hibernators. Tai Mu, Tai Daoku, Tai Xianhua, Tai Aokai, Tai Baxiao. Each of these names could draw out the deepest and most vivid memories in Tai Ruanan's heart. But the companions who had fought alongside her and moved forward together had already become the coldest corpses on the ground. Just like Tai Ruanan's heart, there was no longer any warmth. I harmed you all. I did not fulfill the responsibility of a leader. You all died, but I lived alone. I am a coward. All of this is like a nightmare. Father, I have lost face for you. Tai Ruanan fell into deep self-blame, and other than that, there was also regret and confusion. This proud child of heaven, after experiencing the pain of losing her father, worked hard to climb up, like a rising star of the righteous path, receiving the attention and blessings of countless people. But in a battle several months ago, Fang Yuan personally smashed this rising star to the bottom of the valley, turning her into a dark and gloomy corner, smashing on the ground and covered in cracks like a gray meteorite. Sigh. The head of Tai clan's 4 old-timers, Tai Xianji, sighed deeply as he looked at the thin and frail back of the young girl in the dark rain. But at this time an old voice softly resounded behind him. It has already been several months. Is this child Ruanan still like this? Tai Xianji was horrified. Who was it to be so close to him, but he did not sense it? At that moment his hair stood on end. He turned around at lightning speed, subconsciously wanting to attack. However, a skinny hand gently rested on his shoulder, and at the same time a voice said, Xuanji, don't be impatient. Tai Xianji's body immediately stiffened. The boiling primeval sea in his aperture was enveloped by a powerful invisible force. It was as if a huge mountain that was thousands of feet tall had suddenly pressed down. The head of Tai clan's 4 old-timers, rank 4 upper stage Tai Xianji, was unable to move at this moment. His whole body was restrained, like an insect trapped in amber. But when he saw the appearance of the person who came, Tai Xianji's heart was filled with fear and despair, before turning into wild joy. Ah, it's you, old clan leader. Tai Xianji blurted out. At this moment, the bony old man standing in front of him was the previous clan leader of Tai clan, Tai Mu Bai. I have already abdicated the position of clan leader. I am no longer an elder now, Xianji, you can call me Mu Bai. The old man gently waved his hand, smiling as he said, how can Junior dare to call old clan leader by his name? Tai Xianji bowed deeply, respectfully greeting the old man. Towards this old man, Tai Xianji's heart was filled with reverence and admiration. A name is only a code. The name Tai Mu Bai was originally used to address someone. There is nothing wrong with it. The old man's tone was indifferent. His eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life. He had already seen through fame and fortune. Tai Xianji wanted to speak, but the old man waved his hand, slowly walking up to Tai Ruanan. He stood in front of the tombstone, his back facing Tai Ruanan. Next, he stretched out his hand, caressing the surface of the tombstone, sighing softly. Tai clansmen are buried where they die. This is a rule that has been set since Tai clan was founded. Do you know why? Tai Ruanan was still half kneeling on the ground, as if she did not hear anything, indifferent. Chapter 375. Tai Ruanan's gaze moved as she slowly raised her head, looking at this old man who she did not know, but gave her an incomparably intimate feeling. Our Tai clan since its establishment has always been resolute and righteous, known throughout the world. For generations, Tai clan has defended justice and attacked criminals. Countless people have shed their blood and sacrificed themselves like this. The Tai clan men who died here today will not be the first batch, nor will they be the last. Do you understand? The old man continued. Tai Ruanan opened her mouth wanting to speak, but did not say anything. I feel gratified because these people did not die in vain, but I also feel disappointed because you have lived in vain. Tai Ruanan, do you know the criminals are still roaming free, still causing harm to the world? As for that little beast King Fangzheng, when Tai Mubai said this, he paused for a moment. He turned around and faced Tai Ruanan asking, do you want to uphold justice? Tai Ruanan looked at the old man in front of her, finally recognizing his identity. Tai Mubai, rank 5 peak stage. Tai clan's previous clan leader roamed southern border, dominating an area. During his time he forged Tai clan like an iron bucket, suppressing Wu clan, Shang clan and other clans, becoming the leader of the righteous path, causing the demonic path to tremble in fear. Tai Ruanan's lifeless eyes shone with a spark. She squeezed out a word from her hoarse throat. Yes? Very good. The old man nodded. His gaze was calm and his tone was still indifferent. From today onwards, I will teach you Metal Path, the Gu path that our Tai clan Gu masters used to surpass southern border. 8 days later, 3 kings' inheritance opened again. Red, yellow and blue pillars of light shot out. They pierced through the clouds, visible for 1,000 li. But on Sancha Mountain there was silence. There was no sound at all. Be it the righteous path or demonic path, countless people were looking at the peak. There, an ordinary-looking skinny old man with a face full of wrinkles and white hair was standing calmly with his hands behind his back. Not far from him, Yi Hua, Kong Ritian, Long Qing Tian, Yi Chong and Wu Shuntong all had ashen expressions. Just now, this old man in front of them. He suppressed the 5 of them together. He had easily defeated them. Strong, he is too strong. Tai Mubai, the previous patriarch of the Tai clan. He's still alive. That's amazing. Was this the power of rank 5 peak stage? Yi Hua, Kong Ritian and the rest were simply not enough. If he wanted to kill us, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. I didn't expect the Tai family to send their old patriarch. Now whatever Shang clan or Wu clan, none of them will be Tai clan's match. This is an older generation Gu master expert. Little Beast King isn't even fit to carry his shoes. Back then, he roamed the southern border unhindered. Under his leadership, the Tai family was in the limelight. It has even surpassed the Wu clan and is about to become the leader of the righteous path. He is one of the most powerful patriarchs in the history of the Tai clan. He was the glory of the Tai clan, the role model of the righteous path, and the symbol of justice. His battle achievements are dazzling, and even today they do not fade. After a short period of silence, there was a burst of violent noise on Sancha Mountain. There were praises, cheers and cries of fear. Tai Mubai's appearance caused the situation of Sancha Mountain to completely change. Another 3 days later there was news. It turned out that divine thief Lu Xuanfeng had caused a ruckus in the Tai clan, sneaking into the demon suppression tower several times and alerting Tai Mubai, who was in closed-door cultivation. Tai Mubai personally made a move, and even though Lu Xuanfeng was a famous divine thief and was also a rank 5 Gu master, he was heavily injured and barely managed to escape with his life. After Tai clan settled down, they focused their attention on Sancha Mountain. Tai Bashio's death made all the higher-ups of Tai clan furious. Just as they were about to send their generals to reinforce the 4 old-timers of Tai clan, Tai Mubai took the initiative to suggest going out for a walk. He came to Sancha Mountain and used his peak strength to easily defeat both righteous and demonic experts. Even Yi Hua, Kong Ritian and the rest had no choice but to concede defeat. From today onwards, all demonic Gu masters are not allowed to enter 3 kings' inheritance. Tai Mubai stood on the mountain peak. After defeating 5 rank 4 peak stage Gu masters, he publicly announced he wanted to use his own strength to sweep away all the demonic Gu masters on Sancha Mountain. The demonic Gu masters were all furious, but facing the rank 5 peak stage Tai Mu Bai, the strongest expert who stood at the peak of the mortal world, even if there were thousands of demonic Gu masters, they did not dare to resist. On that day, Kong Ri Tian and Long Qing Tian left the mountain with gloomy expressions. Behind them, Li Xian, Hu Mei Er and the rest also left dejectedly. The heavenly Tao is vast, justice is glorious. Even if Three Kings' inheritance is a demonic inheritance, it can still contribute strength to our righteous path. Everyone, as long as we work together and gather the sparks together, the light will blossom and cover the whole of Sancha Mountain. There will be no more darkness. Tai Mu Bai said sincerely and slowly took a step forward, entering Three Kings' inheritance. Intense cheers resounded on Sancha Mountain. The righteous path members were all joyful and celebrated. Their voices were like endless waves. This time, the opening of Three Kings' inheritance lasted for more than half a month. Tai Mu Bai single-handedly changed the situation on Sancha Mountain, allying with the righteous path to expel the demonic path, causing the winds and clouds to change. His old body displayed the majestic and domineering aura of the former Tai clan leader. The demonic path members were all expelled, but they were unwilling to leave, so they could only surround Sancha Mountain and watch as the 3 light pillars became thinner. After the inheritance closed, Tai Mu Bai set up a banquet and invited close to 10,000 righteous Gu masters. The open-air banquet covered a large area of the mountain. Gu masters used mountain rocks as tables and chairs, and sat on the ground. Wine and food were fragrant, and laughter could be heard. Junior Ihua offers a toast to Senior. Ihua stood up, holding a wine cup with both hands and bowing deeply towards Tai Mu Bai, who was sitting on the main seat. Among the few great clans, Shang clan has always had many talented people. I heard Shang clan is now under Shang Yanfei's control? Shang Yanfei has been a genius since young. You are also not bad. Take a seat. Tai Mu Bai took a sip and said. With his seniority, Shang Yanfei was also a junior. With his rank 5 peak stage cultivation, even if Shang Yanfei was an astonishing genius, he was also inferior. Ihua could only nod and slowly sit down, heaving a long sigh in his heart. Tai Mu Bai's arrival. This already meant that his plan to dominate Sancha Mountain had failed. Facing this expert of the older generation, he, Ihua, could only look at his back and had no way of contending with him. Old clan leader Tai, I represent E-clan to congratulate you for coming out of closed cultivation. E-clan's elder Ichong had a fiery temper, but right now in front of Tai Mu Bai, he behaved like an obedient grandson. Gu immortals were always elusive and elusive. To most people, a rank 4 Gu master was a lord who ruled over a region, and a rank 5 Gu master was an emperor who stood at the peak of the mortal world. Tai Mu Bai coming out of closed cultivation was like an emperor coming out for an inspection. The lords could only bow their backs and come to see him. Old clan leader Tai, you are the glory of our southern border righteous path. You are as majestic as ever. With just one sentence, you make close to 10,000 demonic scoundrels retreat helplessly. This junior is full of admiration for you. Unfortunately, that scoundrel Fangjing escaped very quickly. A few days before you came, he had already escaped from Sancha Mountain. On the other side, Wu Shentong said in a sinister tone, you are talking about Little Beast King, right? Tai Mu Bai smiled lightly, not getting angry. This little guy is very outstanding. I have heard of his deeds. Very amazing. Working alone, starting from scratch. Rising like lightning, becoming a rising star of the demonic path. He seems reckless and unreasonable, but he planned before taking action and expert in scheming. Tai clan's few youths died in his hands. It was not unjust. Tai Mu Bai continued to speak. His words were shocking. As the victim, the Tai clan leader who had his dignity offended, actually praised his enemy in front of everyone. Rumor has it that the Tai family's patriarch has a fiery temper and hates evil. Why is it that after meeting him, he is different from the rumors, instead gentle and refined, not affected by flattery or humiliation? Wu Shentong was inwardly shocked. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Tai Mu Bai's gaze. This gaze was filled with vicissitudes of life, deep and unfathomable, containing the wisdom of seeing through the mortal world. Wu Shentong felt his schemes being seen through by this gaze. Cold sweat broke out all over his body. He could not speak anymore. Do you find it strange? Tai Mubai looked around, smiling as he spoke. I am the glory of Tai clan. Why would I publicly praise an enemy of Tai clan? Praising the enemy. This is called boosting the enemy's prestige and destroying your own morale. But how can the morale of a person with ambition be destroyed by a few words? Only by appreciating your enemy can you discover their strong points. Be wary of your own weaknesses, and treat your enemy more seriously. Don't be blinded by hatred, your eyes are filled with wisdom. Tai Ruanan, who was standing behind Tai Mubai, shook when she heard this. She knew that most of Tai Mubai's words were directed at her. After Tai Mubai came out of the inheritance, he had been guiding her these days. He taught her metal pathgu worms, taught her how to use them, and also taught her the philosophy of life. Don't be blinded by hatred. Your eyes are filled with wisdom. Go and admire your enemy. Tai Ruanan pondered over these words, pondering in her heart. Ruanan, what do you think of Fangzheng? Tai Mubai suddenly asked. Yes. Tai Ruanan took a step forward, reporting, although I am filled with hatred, I have to admit that Fangzheng is an outstanding person. He dares to take risks, but also plans carefully before taking action. Although he is a strength pathgu master, he definitely has powerful and unusual investigative methods. This can be seen from him intercepting us. Tai Xiao and I have chosen such a secretive route. Everyone else was kept in the dark. Only Fang Yuan detected it and intercepted us. Lord Old Clan leader, you came to Sancha Mountain secretly. No one knows, only Fangzheng left in advance. Little Beast King, although he is in the limelight, he hides himself deeply. He cannot be underestimated. Very good, your analysis is good. Tai Mubai nodded, showing admiration in his eyes. He continued, in this world there is one thing more precious than life. That is glory. Since time immemorial, there was a Renzu crown prince, verdant great son, who gave up his life in pursuit of glory. Ruanan, this Fangzheng is your mission. Arrest him or kill him, and your shame will be washed away, becoming a glory that belongs to you. Many people call me Tai Clan's glory, but let me tell you, Tai Clan's glory is not mine alone. It is all of you, generations after generations of defending it. Tai Mubai said this, turning his gaze towards everyone, his voice becoming sonorous. Similarly, the glory of the righteous path is also defended by all of us. Come, drink this cup. Let the glory of justice shine on the world. Like the radiance of the sun, let the darkness retreat. Let the demonic path cease to exist. Let the darkness retreat. Let the demonic path cease to exist. Close to 10,000 righteous Gu masters raised their cups, shouting in unison. Their voices were grand, spreading over 1,000 li, causing countless demonic cultivators' expressions to change. Damn it, this Tai Mubai. Even time cannot wash away Tai Clan's glory. Truly terrifying. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.